Studios. It's Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Good morning, Metroplex. It's a Hump Day edition, and that is the voice of RJ Choppy back from vacay here on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. I'm Sean Sharif. Peyton Russell is running things as always. How was the trip to Gaylord, Fokker?
It was good. It's always good up there. Mid 70s for the weather. You could get away with a jacket or a hoodie at night. But, this was a little bit different this year. Took the lady friend up, and instead of golfing 36 a day, we played one round a day. We actually skipped golf one day and just went on a drinking tour. They do like to partake in alcoholic beverages up there. It's like basically the national pastime, apparently, of northern Michigan in the summertime. It's just drink. Did a lot of that. And then I think the best decision I made all my entire life.
Entire life.
Close
your ears, Luka and Julian.
I know, right? Was taking yesterday off. There is nothing from now on.
Got to.
I am the day after my vacation ends, I'm taking the next day of work off.
Yeah. Can't work the next day.
You can't work the next day. Because that day on Monday played golf in the morning. Hustled to the airport, got on the flight, and then home. And all of a sudden, when are you going to get ready for the show? It's like it's not even worth doing it. You ruined the last day of vacation.
Yep.
So that is for me, that's the best decision I've ever made.
Sports story that gave you the biggest FOMO while you were out or gone. Is it Brady dissecting being marriage counselor for Tom Brady's relationship? Was it something else? As we're going to get to the Cowboy cuts. No backup quarterbacks and no kickers right now for America's team. We'll get to that in a second.
Yeah, I guess it'll be Brady because that's still something's going on. Is it either marriage issues or is it?
Did you see the internet dissecting like the way he looked?
Yeah, or was it another? Was it? Did he have work done and he couldn't get hit? Like what was it? Like something's gone on there. It's not just a weekend away or a week away. Something. You got to be able to dissect this a little bit more than I think Tom wants to. So, yeah, I would say that one probably.
Cowboys have a ton of moves made yesterday. Hard to keep up with it. You got Michael Gelkin, new friend of the show, tweeting out the information. Basically, first they made 28 moves to reach their roster limit. You think the salary cap is confusing? So it's just cutting players. Yep. What happened in the days of you cut them, they're available. They're out there on the waiver wire like your fantasy league, but no, the manipulating and the stashing and the IR and the practice squad had some people confused as Cooper Rush and Will Grier cut along with Brett Maher.
Yeah, well, I like that Brett Maher cut because, this means they just go for two every time. I'm down with this one. You may need somebody to kick a field goal at the end of a game, but, just throw a Hail Mary up there. Probably about the same chance of making it happen. That's about it. It is very confusing.
Very confusing.
I guess there's handshake deals now. There was practice squad eligibility changes that happened a couple years ago.
James Washington, Tyron, one day on the team, IR, stash on 53. It's a mess.
It's a mess, man. But you get down to it, and then you get to the point where now you got to find. Well, you got to have this handshake agreement with Brett Maher or somebody to bring in or whoever the backup is. I guess, maybe you just don't need a back. You're in the Wildcat,
So Maher's going to be back and Cooper Rush is going to be back.
Yeah.
That's the way it's going to work. You're going to have Cooper Rush and Maher. Meanwhile, Cavante Turpin.
I like Turpin.
Dennis Houston and Peyton Hendershot, along with Marquise Bell, are undrafted players who made the first 53-man roster. That includes, as Jerry alluded to yesterday when he joined us for his first regular season show, his first weekly show of the year, 28 defenders. So the Cowboys are rolling deep when it comes to defense and all the depth that Jerry was discussing yesterday here on the show. But Dennis Houston, Hendershot, Turpin, Marquise Bell, and a lot of depth on the defensive side of the ball.
Yeah, it wasn't surprising. Obviously, the Turpin made it. I think we all kind of saw that in I guess it was the Charger game. Would that be the Charger game where basically he took his pads off at halftime, like you're done, you made the team?
Yep.
So that's not surprising. And then it's not surprising that Marquise Bell made it. He seemed to have a pretty good camp, and then obviously Houston was a story of camp early on. So those aren't necessarily surprising at all.
Malik Davis waived. Undrafted rookie from Florida, had a strong summer, will be a priority target for the practice squad if he clears waiver. CJ Goodwin, special teams ace, is another one of these wink cuts. They, of course, love CJ, and he'll probably be back on this team. They waived the safety Tyler Coyle. So he was in the secondary. Bobby Belt and others liked him, but that's where the Cowboys stand with all the different roster moves. There was a New York Jets offensive lineman that circulated over the past 48 hours. And initially it was, no, the Cowboys are going to trade for this dude. Well, then the Jets released him. Former third-round pick, offensive lineman Chuma Adoga. And Bobby asked, will the Cowboys have interest on the open market? No reason to trade if he was going to become available. And you also have another lineman available as the Mike Mayock, Jon Gruden purge continues.
Oh, yes, Alex.
They cut their first-round pick from last year, Alex Leatherwood. He is gone. This is as many first, second, third rounders gone a year or two into their careers that I can remember. Now we're only talking like 2 or 3, but maybe teams are kind of going a different way now, or Josh McDaniel is saying, I want these Mayock and Gruden guys out of here. First-round pick for the Raiders, gone. And people went and dissected the history of their recent selections, and it's a dumpster fire. It's a mess. And they still made the playoffs, and they're still thought of as a very serious team for this year. So maybe there's a new formula there of overcoming draft picks or not putting the importance on them.
Well, look,
maybe. I don't know.
Yeah, I can't fault the Raiders for Henry Ruggs. Right?
Yes.
That was a hit. Can you fault them for was it the guy that was brandishing the weapon on Instagram Live or whatever?
Right.
These were off the field, but man, they have no problem cutting first round picks or second round picks. I guess the good thing is, it's not really Alex Leatherwood's fault that he was drafted in the first round. Maybe he was really a second rounder, but either way.
Yeah, Dane Brugler was like, this was a reach of a pick.
Yeah. But either way, there's this guy with a second round talent just available. Like somebody go get him. Somebody needs him.
Yeah.
He
talented he was supposed to team up with Colton Miller, who remember that was thought of as a reach.
As a reach. Yeah. So you could find, somebody out there thinks they could fix first-round picks. Someone out there thinks they can fix second-round picks, for that matter. They're first and second-round picks are going to get chances.
Arnett was the gangsta.
Look how many chances Taco's gotten still.
He just got cut.
Look how many chances,
Josh Rosen just got cut again. Will Greer. Who was another third-rounder that got cut yesterday?
Jalen got chances after he left here.
Jalen Smith.
Right? Second round pick. They're going to get opportunities. Randy Gregory. You're going to get opportunities to stick around if you got that talent.
How about the Patriots? Between 2018 and 2020, they had 13 first, second, and third round picks. 13 of them in a 3-year span. And right now it looks like they went 2 for 13. 2 for 13 for the great Bill Belichick.
Man.
In terms of their first, second, and third round picks. Not fourth, not fifth, not sixth, 1 through 3.
They've never been like a team of superstars, right? They had good players, but they were more like above average. They were just above average everywhere. Like they had no holes. And now without an elite quarterback, they're just a bunch of guys. Their roster is, it's probably solid. It's probably a decent roster.
No one's putting them top 2 in the AFC East. Not with Miami and Buffalo. Not right now.
No, which is, surprising because, they were second in the East last year, and they didn't really.
They made the playoffs, too.
Did they lose a lot? I don't remember the Patriots losing a lot. Jackson maybe, but, nobody's putting them in the top 2. They're going to struggle to be 9-8. I think the over-under for them is like 8.5. The under is definitely in play there.
Truckwreck.com text line is wide open at 877-881-1053. 877-881-1053. We're live on the Fan Cam, live on Twitch, and live on YouTube. We've had beer, we've had food, and now we have Coke and cigarettes added to the diet of Luka Doncic. We're just getting started with the Hump Day edition.
Hump Day.
The Eagles making a trade that everyone absolutely loved for them yesterday. Jon Gruden finally speaks, and RJ will react to Jerry telling us we're going to be running that ball more. We will go as Zeke Elliott goes. It's all just getting started. Glad you're waking up with us right here on The Fan.
Coming up in the next G-Bag Nation, it'll be a later start time.
Cowboys and Rangers, 105.3 The Fan. Rangers lost to the Armpit last night on this station, 4-2. Glad you're waking up with us live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. The truckwreck.com text line is open at 877-881-1053. So the legend of Luka continued to grow yesterday as a German newspaper reported that Luka was seen smoking cigarettes, playing cards, and drinking Coke before his World Cup qualifier against Germany. Of course, they lost because he may have smoked a cigarette, 90-71, and he finished with 23 points. So the legend of Luka, we got food, overeating, we got beer before the Western Conference Finals in the morning with, I think, Boban, and now we have Coca-Cola and heaters.
Ripping cigs, baby. Now, I had thought, did they not come back and say that beer photo was old?
Yeah, that was not from that. I was told.
Right, yeah. It's just, but it's part of the legend, the lure. I didn't know drinking Coke was the one that was like, that's like part of the, oh my God, I can't believe they drank Coke. I mean, a lot of people just crack a soda every now and then. The ripping cigs, that's very Euro.
Yes.
That is very Euro,
very
man.
Vlade.
Yep. The Eastern Euro, rip a heater, just go out there and, still drop dimes and bombs all over the place.
Have you seen pictures or highlights that have convinced you one way or another that Luka is in this new supreme shape?
There was that one photo where it looked like he was, but then you're like, man, the angle of that, and then you see some of the highlights of him playing. It's like, yeah, maybe look a little bit thinner.
Yeah, not that noticeable.
No, not really. I mean, these guys can hide it if they wanted to. They wear baggier shirts and compression undershirts, whatever they want. So no, I haven't. I think this is one of those things you got to watch, fourth quarters, and maybe him ripping cigs why fades in the fourth quarter. He's got COPD or something, or CPOD. Is it COPD or CPOD?
CBD?
COPD?
Huh?
What's COPD?
COPD. That's like that.
So, yeah.
It's like a lung disease that you basically develop from years of smoking something. You don't want to get that.
How about the Calvin Ridley story? Calvin Ridley in the news again. There's a court case where a violent street gang that has been targeting Atlanta, famous people in Atlanta, had a bunch of these dudes put away. 26 people got charged, and they violated Georgia's anti-gang and racketeering laws. They targeted homes of Calvin Ridley, Mariah Carey, the goalkeeper from the Atlanta United, and one of the Real Housewives of Atlanta.
Yeah.
Are you familiar with Marlo?
I am not familiar with Marlo. I haven't seen that show in a while.
Okay.
It was more like, that was probably like the first 3 or 4 seasons of Atlanta. And I haven't watched it in a while. But
Had all their homes broken into.
all of them.
And the judge in this case is like, hey, I have a message for you in the public. It's kind of fun to put your things on social media and show off. Unfortunately, these gangs are becoming more savvy, more sophisticated in the way that they target you. I think the French robber of Kim Kardashian came out the other day in an interview, and he was like unapologetic. He's like, yeah, you put your stuff out there. Stop bragging. Stop showing the world what you got, as if that gives you the right to go ahead and violate the privacy, break in, hold her hostage with a gun to the head. But apparently now this is becoming more and more of a thing, at least in Atlanta.
The judge going straight victim blaming here. I like that. It's not something you usually see. It's what's going on there, Your Honor.
Calvin's IG account includes multiple images that appear to show him wearing expensive jewelry. And of course, his name is now thrown into the headlines a second time after the indefinite suspension for gambling on NFL games. So you were worried that the perception will be out there now that Calvin Ridley is a problem child.
Some idiot NFL front office guy.
Yep, probably Gil Brandt.
We'll say, it's always something with Calvin. They'll find a way to blame him for this. Like trouble. Like Bill Parcells did this. Remember Keith Davis? Keith Davis, had a couple of run-ins. Now, if I remember right, they were like, he was like carjacked one time. He was shot at one time. And it's like, I'm sorry.
The Commanders running back.
Yeah, it's like, that's not really Keith Davis' fault. And he's like, well, if you're around problems, eventually they're going to catch up to you. And it's like, okay, Bill, like that's, we're towing a dangerous line here. But I told this to Michael Irvin one time when I was doing the show with him. Remember Javon Walker got like jumped in Vegas?
Yes.
And he was like flashing all this money. And I'm like, I said like, is that like, do you like kind of bring this on yourself if you're throwing all that money? And he's like, what's the point in having the money if you don't get to flash it? I'm like, it's a hell of a point. And I never said a thing about it again because he is damn right.
I don't know if that's the greatest answer back. Like the point of having it, maybe,
like what are you supposed to do?
Setting up future generations.
You're supposed to not drive a silver Wraith? Is that what you're supposed to do? Like, I get it. If I had $100 million, I'm like, I'm flaunting it, baby. So I got rid of that stance real quick.
So there's Calvin Ridley and Mariah Carey in the same headline after a bunch of these Atlanta gang members apparently got lit up by this judge, hopefully in jail for a long, long time. The LIV defectors, the latest batch became official. They now have 6 of the top 30 after that little weasel Cameron Smith moseyed on over there. I don't care that he went there. I just don't like the way that these guys have explained it. And now LIV is getting ready for their next event.
Yep.
Haven't heard much from them. I still haven't seen it televised since the first thing. 2 things have stood out about the actual golf. The YouTube that you showed me for the opener, and they played at Trump's course, and I only paid attention because of Charles Barkley's announcement. That's it.
Yes, this was in Boston. And, it'll be the same kind of thing. It'll be on YouTube. But, they have Cam Smith, who's joined by Harold Varner, who is he's a Jordan guy. He's the guy with all the Jordan gear, right?
That's my guy. I love Rory on the PGA side, and I now love Harold Varner III because of his press release. This is the way you do it. This is the way you explain it. It's not that hard. Here's what he said. I've always been real, so let me tell you straight. I've joined LIV Golf. The PGA Tour has been a life changer. It's given me, an ordinary kid from rural North Carolina, the opportunity to make something out of my life. The truth is, my life is changing. The opportunity to join LIV is simply too good of a financial breakthrough for me to pass by. I know what it means to grow up without much. This money is going to ensure that my kid and future Varners will have a solid base to start on. Your opinion of me may change because of this announcement. No lie. That'll be a tough thing to deal with, but I haven't changed. I'm still me. I promise you that.
Yeah.
That's it.
Yeah, just say it.
It's real.
Like Brandel Chambly was tweeting yesterday about like the competition and the legacy that you have. And my first thought is, would you rather win the $100 million lottery or work your ass off for $20 million? I'd rather win the $100 million lottery. Like why do I want to go through the rigmarole of having to make cuts and not get paid for my time?
Pay for my own travel
and
setup.
pay for my own travel setup, which the PGA Tour is now going to do. They're going to pay for it. Thank you, Phil.
Yep.
No one's going to thank Phil Mickelson. No one's ever going to say.
Has one person thanked him?
I think SI wrote a Phil was right kind of thing.
Oh.
Thank God finally happened. I don't know. They're behind a paywall now, apparently, on Sports Illustrated. But
Fish ain't covering that sport too?
No, he's not. But like, a lot of these guys, like, do you judge success based on the money or the accolades? Right? Like, which one is it? For some, it's money. Would you rather be a Hall of Famer and make $20 million or be an average Joe and get $100 million?
Well, I think there's 2 ways to judge golfers. One is going to be your way of how they win and compete at all the tournaments. The other way is my way, surface golf fan from 100 feet away, looking at your majors. So if you can make the money and you end up with 2 major if you're a LIV golfer and you can win 2 golf majors of the big 4, that to me is your legacy.
Sure.
Now you may look at how many. I don't care how many FedEx Cup titles you have. I pay attention when the big 4 come around, but that's me. In terms of my judgment, you may view it a different way when you grind through a couple tournaments here in the Metroplex and whatever tournament in Oklahoma and all that stuff. But to me, the best of both worlds. From my view would be the money and can I still win the majors?
Right, like Rory just won the Tour Championship. Okay, that's the FedEx Championship. He got $18 million for that.
Yeah.
He would have to win like 8 majors to equal that money. So like, the players obviously put a high value on the Tour Championship because of that, because the amount of money you can win, but it's not a weekend. It's the course of an entire year. So that's why the money in that is...
That money came from the PGA, the 18 mil?
Yeah, so that started a couple years ago, and it keeps increasing. Like, it was $10 million a couple years ago. Like, Rory's won this thing like 3 times. But yeah, it was $18 million this year. Like, that was him.
The Dallas Cowboys, after yesterday's cut downs, don't have any backup quarterbacks, and they don't have a kicker. But that's not the craziest thing that happened yesterday. It's Jerry Jones telling us that they're going to run more with Zeke. Let's see if we can give RJ an early heart attack with 6 a.m. headlines. The Hump Day edition of Sean and RJ continuing right after this.
Coming up at 10, continue your FitnessStore.com studios. It's Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
6 a.m. headlines on a hump day,
Hump day.
as we try to get you to your extended weekend as quickly as possible. Sean Shreeve back with RJ Choppy. Peyton Russell is running things behind the board. And yesterday was a very busy and active day for the Cowboys, trying to work their roster down to 53. They made 28 moves. 28 different moves, including Kevontae Turpin, Dennis Houston, Peyton Hendershot, Marquise Bell, all making the Cowboys' current 53. They have 28 defenders on their team right now. They also released Cooper Rush and Will Greer. When I first saw the headline, I was like, whoa. And then I was like, wait. Whoa, then wait. This is roster maneuvering and getting guys through waivers, and I guess knowing that others aren't going to pick. I don't even think Cooper Rush is eligible for waivers. So
No.
Cooper Rush is going to be back on the team. They also released Brett Maher. He is likely to be the week one kicker, according to Michael Gelkin, but they got to clear space for IR moves. So Brett Maher is going to be back. Cooper Rush is going to be back. And Turpin, Houston, and Hendershot all make the squad.
Very disappointed they're going to bring a kicker back. I would have loved to have seen him go for 2 every single time. I know that's not likely and realistic, but that was my initial hope. That would have been great. But in reality, this is, like you said, they had these things pre-planned. Roster manipulation, which is a wild thing, apparently. It's why is skirting the salary cap bad, but not roster manipulation? You get these handshake deals with these players. I guess if Cooper Rush wanted to,
Yeah.
could he go sign somewhere else? Didn't have to clear waivers and all that stuff. Like what could he do? What is his other avenue to be able to find a job? Obviously it's here. He's going to get that wink deal.
So yesterday, Jerry Jones created the biggest headline of his interview when it came to receivers. And we asked, basically, why didn't you go out and get another receiver? Is it because of Michael Gallup and the optimism that you've expressed in regards to his return, maybe sooner than anticipated? This is what Jerry told us yesterday morning.
If this were the Super Bowl, Gallup would be lining up and playing. If against Tampa were the Super Bowl, he would be lining up and playing. And so we're going to be cautious, or not cautious, but conservative with him. He won't be out there more than likely against Tampa, but if it were the Super Bowl, he'd be playing. He's that ready.
Wow.
Ooh.
Wow, that kind of changes things. And then a Tolo sent me the waiver wire from NFL.com, and the headline, Michael Gallup passed his physical and has been activated off of the PUP list. So Michael Gallup is lurking with his return to the Dallas Cowboys offense. Now, I texted Bobby. I said, is this week one? Is that what this means already? And then I got another phone call last night from someone saying, nah, you're still looking probably at week 2 or week 3. But either way, this is good news and maybe further explanation as to why they didn't go out and try to get another receiver.
Basically means they didn't want to pup him and make him miss 4 games, or IR to return and make him miss.
I don't like that, by the way. I think it ruins drama as a sports fan. I know it's helpful for
Rosters.
It's helpful for rosters and all that, but
But the ability just to pup somebody, leave him for 4
like
games.
when the Commanders announced Chase Young is on PUP, like you just any hope of returning, like it kind of sucks out any intrigue or drama of like a return for the 3rd game, maybe a return for the 4th game.
Yeah.
And it's just like, bam, they're automatically gone and out. Just a little fickle.
No, I get it. I
complaint.
mean, if you're a sports fan and you're, let's say you're a Commanders fan.
Like they can't come back. I think there was a situation where Randy Gregory in the past begged them, don't pup me. Don't put me on PUP. I think I could possibly come back. Like, what if the player, improves in a week? What if they're able to come back? You're just locked out. It's finalized and done with the PUP list.
There are guys who get help. Like, have you ever had an injury and all of a sudden the next day you wake up and say, damn, where'd that thing? What happened to that?
Yeah.
It's gone. Now it's not likely, and they have doctors that, have medical degrees and those things that they pay for, that they know what they're talking about. But still, to me, it's like there is an intrigue to the what if. and a lot of times you want to see that. You want to have that carrot dangling in front of you to be able to see if you're going to be, maybe my guy's going to be there this week. Fantasy football, all that stuff.
But this is good news. Michael Gallup looks like he's going to be back for week 2 or week 3. And that's why Yatolo with Jerry Tuesdays at 8:30 saying if this was the Super Bowl, he would be out there playing. Tolo Michael Byer tweeted the former Cowboys who got cut yesterday. This is kind of interesting just to remember these names. Go down memory lane. Brent Urban, Daryl Worley, cut. Corey Clement, Reggie Robinson, Jaquan Hardy.
Wasn't he the Hard Knock star last year?
Jaquan?
The short running back,
yeah,
right?
The goggles and stuff, too.
Yeah.
And Isaac Alarcon with his family.
Oh, yeah.
With the international tie-in.
Cake, too.
What?
The cake. Remember in the Hard Knocks, we want the cake and
want
stuff
to
for
try-
Dak's
I want
the cake.
birthday?
I want to try the cake. Azor Kamara, I remember him from Hard Knocks. He got cut elsewhere. Christian Covington, Taco Charlton gets released.
And they cut him on a Tuesday. Is that, you think they went with Taco Tuesday there, or
That's a good point.
is that disrespectful?
Well,
That's disrespectful.
you can't
Cut him on a Tuesday because of Taco
you
Tuesday?
can't say it like LeBron did.
No,
You
and you
can't
can't try
say-
to trademark it either.
Yeah. Bradley Anai, Lance Lenore, Chaz Green, Rondell Carter, Malik Turner, Deontay Burton, and Justin Hamilton. Some Cowboys. Nice job by Michael Byer tweeting out that list, just monitoring the rest of the league.
So, obviously when you're a really good team, like whoever the best roster in the NFL is, right? Just take that team. Eagles, Chargers, whatever. You cut guys, a lot of them are going to get picked up. Cowboys had some of those players that had been on their roster. They got picked up elsewhere. They got cut. Someone on the Trucker.com text line, says, if Jerry became available as a GM, how many of the other 31 teams would pick him up? Would Jerry get picked up as a GM before Brett Maher gets picked up as a kicker?
No. Brett Maher would get picked up first as a GM. Jerry,
That's a tough thing. That's a tough statement to say. You're not wrong.
Because he's not really the GM.
Right, you're not wrong.
Jerry sometimes gets the names wrong. Come on.
You mean
He sits in the meeting.
he said he liked Turpin.
Like the CEO. He's like David Field, the head of Odyssey. David Field's going to stop by the different radio stations. He's going to fly out of Philadelphia. He's going to pop in here. He's going to get the update from Gavin Spittle and Brian Purdy.
Send an email.
And then he's going to send an email. And then he's going to fly to the next place. He's going to fly to the next city. That's Jerry. I think he pops in. He sits down in the meeting. McCarthy and the coaches tell him what they like about the players. And then he relays some of that on the radio. So that way he can come off as the general manager breaking down tape. That's the way it works. 877-881-1053, truckwreck.com text line here on your home of America's team. So I think that's it for the cut down news. Bobby Belt will join us at 7:20 this morning. But then Jerry said something else that set off RJ and a lot of the new school fans when it comes to offensive football. I asked him, with the Tyron injury, Tyler Smith playing left tackle, wide receiver questions, does that change the way the offense is going to run early on?
Well, with our plan and our personnel, then we hope to be able to run that football more than we ran it, let's say, in the last few years. And Zeke will be critical to that. But we'll also need to be able to run block. We should be able to run block. Run block is more of a given than being able to protect if you're dealing with inexperienced linemen. And so we should be able to run block. As to what we do offensively, we'll play that game by game as far as how quick we get the ball out or whether or not we're into play action. But still, we've got the guys, we have the players that can really play well in a play action kind of ball out quick offense for sure.
Going to run it more, and we go as Zeke goes is the quote from Jerry to First Take when they stopped by in Frisco.
Yeah, I don't know about that one.
Well, look, let's have a meeting. Okay?
A meeting.
Yeah. Let's have a meeting about the offense early on. Let's sit down.
Okay.
So we're screwed at left tackle.
Is lunch provided for this meeting?
So right. So we're screwed at left tackle.
Wait, we don't have faith in a guy who can't even beat out Connor McGovern?
I know. That takes us to left guard. We probably have an issue at left guard. We don't have any confidence at center.
No.
We're
the right
good-
side of that line.
We're good at right guard, and we think we're okay at right tackle.
But we really have no idea.
We really have no idea. Now, at receiver, we think we have confidence that Lamb is going to elevate to a 1, but there's a question mark.
There is.
Our number 2 receiver against Tampa and Cincy will be
Turpin.
maybe Turpin.
Noah Brown?
Noah Brown. Okay, so
Yikes. It's Dalton Schultz.
It's really Dalton Schultz. So we got some issues. Now there's one player, I'm going to be Jerry in the meeting, that I've been telling you guys is going to be more involved. Kellen, you are going to draw up some crap on this napkin, and you're going to prove to me that you are going to get Tony Pollard the football. So these are the things we've written down on the big whiteboard in the meeting. Now, McCarthy, you tell me the best way to operate offensively early on. I could see, Choppy, where a suggestion in the room would be, look, because Jerry, the most telling thing he said in that, well, I guess nothing's going to be running more. But the other telling thing that he said, it's easier to run block than pass block. So let's not get Dak killed. Let's not end our season. Let's rely on our defense. There's a lot of talk the defense is even or even better than the offense. So let's go a little ball control early on until we get Gallup back and figure out what we have in our offensive line. So let's run it a little bit more early. That makes sense, saying that out loud, right? Can I sell that to you? Can I break that down?
Yeah, look.
It's a sales pitch.
I could see, look, a lot of GMs and coaches.
Like, do I want to drop back 40 times and throw this thing game 1 and against Cincy?
Yeah.
You want to do it with Tyler Smith and McGovern and Biotish and Steele?
I guess my thought is if you think you're going to be able to run with those guys.
Well, I'm just taking Jerry's quote, easier to run block than pass block for inexperienced players.
I would assume you're right. I would assume that he's right on that one, that it is easier to run block than pass block, which would kind of fall in line to their run block win rate last year compared to the pass block, where they were much better. They were top 6 or 7 in run, and they were bottom 3rd in pass.
And let me give you the top 8 rushing attempt teams in the league last year before we laugh at it and kill them.
This is easy because teams that win are running the ball in the second half to close out games, so their raw numbers are going to be up more.
Yeah, but not all the time. I don't know that the Tennessee Titans, I don't know if the Eagles were up 20 in all these second halves. Like the Eagles, they built it around Jalen Hurts.
Yeah, that Hurts counts as running.
Rushing attempt leaders in order was Tennessee, Philadelphia, Baltimore, New Orleans, Indianapolis, San Francisco, Arizona. That's in order. Arizona made the playoffs. San Fran made the playoffs. The Colts missed by a game, the Wentz-Jags game. New Orleans did not make it. Baltimore did not make it. Lamar hurt second half. Philadelphia and Tennessee did. So there's a formula there. Now, Hurts going to rush. Lamar is going to rush. But you have Derrick Henry in Tennessee. But there's a formula where you can say the top 7 rushing attempt teams in the league all made the postseason. And I think this is, if I was the Cowboys, I would have this as an early game plan. They're not going to be able to do this throughout the season because Zeke can't do this throughout the season. That's my opinion.
Zeke could definitely not do this throughout the entire season. Like, he can maybe do a game or two. But, nobody can really withstand that. I mean, Derrick Henry, yeah.
And the Cowboys were 12th in rushing attempts last year while leading the league in points scored.
Yeah, which
If I told you they were where in rushing attempts, you would be satisfied. Don't say 30.
No, absolutely not. I want them to be top 10 in rushing attempts.
Yeah.
Because that means they're generally winning the game. Because, like I said, if you're up in the second half, especially fourth quarter, you're going to run the ball. Let's say you have 2 possessions in the fourth quarter, and you have 20
I know, but
plays.
I'd like to see you do a retest on that study in theory. I'm going to challenge that a little bit because of the one-score league that we're in. I know what you're saying. Theoretically, it makes sense. But how many teams are up? I wonder how many teams are up. How many yards are gained with what lead in the fourth quarter of these games? That's an interesting study to me because we can't say we're in a one-score 6-point league and then talk about running out the clock all the time. We know San Francisco loves to run. We know the Colts have Jonathan Taylor. We know that you had Taysom Hill in New Orleans and Kamara. We know Lamar runs. We know Hurts runs. We know Henry runs. So those are run teams. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's not just a blowout factor. But half of Cowboys Nation scared and petrified. One, the philosophy that Jerry talked about, running more in a passing league. And two, Zeke is going to lead the way after we're trying to run him out of town.
I will be able to do this today, I think.
Oh, wow. Nice.
Right.
All right, there it is. An RJ Choppy study coming at you. It's DFW Sports Station. Thanks for being a Tolo. That stands for Turn It On, Leave It On. The Eagles. Is this a scary trade that they made? Do they continue to show they have the best GM in the division? And Jon Gruden speaks for the first time since getting kicked out of the National Football League. You will want to hear this. It's next on The Fan. But you also are going to need, you may not want to hear this, you need to hear this. Every day there is blood
That's Soda, and by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. Do you think there will be less big company trucks on the road this summer because of gas prices? Well, think again. And those big trucks have insurance companies to protect them, so get the representation that won't settle for less. It's Frankel. Frankel, visit truckwreck.com or call them 214-333-3333.
Eagles make a move that everybody was praising except for the Metroplex. Even some in the Metroplex were praising it, and Jon Gruden finally speaks. That's coming up in Around the NFL here on Sean and RJ. Choppy is back from vacation. Never got your overall thoughts on the Tyron injury. I checked with Vegas to see what the difference was in the win totals. We readjusted our records here on the show because of it. I went 10-7 to 8-9. Bobby went 10-7 to 7-10. Your eye just did a twitch thing right there. Now Vegas, Bet Online, they had a lower over-under on the Cowboys than others. I think their over-under was like 10. They didn't change it, okay? I knew they weren't going to change it much. They certainly were going to change it by 3 games with Tyron Smith out. But I just wanted to know what this did, get it on the record since you were out during the huge news of what this will do to the Cowboys' record. And now I have the Eagles winning the NFC East.
You do.
I do. 10-7 to 8-9, and the Eagles now win the division after the Tyron news.
I mean,
well, just give your Tyron reaction first.
The reaction is that I'm not surprised. He was going to miss time anyway. We have this organization's biggest failure is hope. It's the biggest failure that Jerry Jones has in his own body. His own optimism is his biggest
enemy.
Enemy. Good term. Good way to put it. It really is.
It is.
Because he is always hopeful that this guy will finally reach his potential.
And he always spins it towards a personal story. Like, you know, the times in my life when I've hit it the biggest is when there was the biggest doubt. You never know.
Never know.
He uses like the magical lottery of life to justify every single season. And I don't operate like that. Maybe, I need to be less pessimistic, more glass half full, but that's how Jerry spins it all the time. Well, I did this, and this happened to me way back when, and I remember this season, so that can happen. Yeah. It can just happen. You never know. I hate that optimism.
Right.
I hate that hope.
I agree. My only hope is hopelessness. That's my favorite kind of hope. Truthfully, I look at the schedule. They've got a guaranteed 10 wins. Giants, Commanders, Detroit, Chicago, Giants again, Indy, Houston, Jacksonville, Washington, and they will win one of the...
So Indy's a guaranteed win.
Yes, they will win one of the Philadelphia games and probably the Minnesota games. There's 10, 11 wins right there.
Okay.
So I look at it, it's a non-quarterback. I wouldn't drop them more than a game. So I would go from 12-5 to 11 and 6.
11-6. 1 game drop, and they still win the division.
Yeah, I just to me, they're the team that's going to win the division is the team with a better quarterback.
So Tyler Smith playing left tackle doesn't worry you.
Sure. There's a worry until further notice, until I actually see him. But I do think this is where they're gonna have Zeke, and as you pointed it out, as the his secondary role is left tackle.
Yeah.
Right. That kind of is. That's a big deal. That's why he is still on this team. One of the reasons he's still on the team, and it's a big job. I could easily make the argument that his ability to pass block is just as important or more important than his ability as a running back to actually run the football. In today's passing game, if you lose a yard, you lose a yard. If you get beat by your defensive end, you might lose a quarterback. You might get knocked out of the game. So his ability to pass block is immense.
Eagles pull off a move. They get Chauncey Gardner-Johnson and the Saints' 7th round pick, and they are giving up a 5th and a 6th. So they are adding to the secondary, and the internet was loving this for Howie Roseman. RJ's favorite GM in the NFC East, David Hellman, tweeted, "Don't let the 2022 storylines distract you from the fact that even if Jalen Hurts is bad and the Eagles disappoint, they position themselves to go after a QB next year by acquiring multiple ones. I deeply admire the way they run their team, and I don't care who knows it." So they add Chauncey Gardner-Johnson. Now, last year, Pro Football Focus grade was a 62.
Right.
That's not great.
No, it's not great. And, it's funny. Like, a lot of the name guys have low Pro Football Focus grades.
He had a 60 the year before that.
Yeah.
And he had a 73 the year before that.
That's correct. He's a good, look, most people think he's a good player. The market told you he's worth the 5th and the 6th.
Yep.
Most of us thought Amari Cooper was a good player. The market told us he was. Would they get a 5th for him? So like, what is he? What is the market correct, or are the fans / media correct? Who's the correct one in this? But I think it's a good move. I mean, you're going to give up very low picks for a starting defensive back. I mean, that to me is tremendous by a guy who is, by all accounts, the best GM in the division.
So Jon Gruden finally speaks. He sat down at like an Arkansas football fundraiser event.
This was these are the dangerous ones.
Yep.
These are the dangerous ones where you get up there and you think you're private. And you don't think there's any cameras on you. Oh, no one's going to see this. And the next thing you know, you're on YouTube.
Well, he'd be pretty stupid not to realize someone would be filming it. He'd be pretty dumb. I think he knew. But here's Gruden being asked about the emails that got him kicked out of the NFL.
Well, I appreciate it. I'm not going to say anything but honest things here. I'm ashamed about what has come about in these emails, and I'll make no excuses for it. It's shameful. But I am a good person. I believe that. I go to church. I've been married for 31 years. I got 3 great boys. I still love football. I've made some mistakes, but I don't think anybody else in here hasn't. And I just ask for forgiveness, and hopefully I get another shot.
All right, part 1. A lot of people responding. Just because you go to church doesn't make you a good person. Just because you've been in your marriage 30 years doesn't make you a good person.
That's a good point.
These are some of the messages being fired back at Jon Gruden.
I love my favorite. This is such a me line because I would do this. I'm not making excuses here, but
yeah,
there's always
you knew the butt was coming.
You knew the butt was coming. I'm not making excuses here, but
yes,
I would do that.
But my favorite part was this: Jon Gruden talking about that nasty fake media. Give it to me.
It's fake news. Excuse me. It's fake news.
fake. Very nasty. Very nasty.
Nasty media outlets. Fake news. They hate me.
Jon Gruden calling out the 4-letter that he used to work for.
But I get choked up, because there's a lot of misunderstanding out there right now. What you read, what you hear, what you watch on TV. Hell, I worked at ESPN for 9 years. I worked hard at that job. I don't even want to watch the channel anymore because I don't believe everything is true. And I know a lot of it is just trying to get people to watch. But I think we got to get back to reality, and that's why I look forward to Saturdays, because you're going to get what you deserve when the whistle blows.
So there you go. Jon Gruden calling out ESPN for being fake and scripted and telling us what we already knew, what continues to be exposed about them. So that was Chucky addressing this yesterday. And when he said, I hope to get another chance, I wondered, does he still want to coach? Does he want to return to coaching? And how unreasonable is that hope or thought?
I think he could go to college.
Who could come back and coach first between him and Urban?
In the NFL?
NFL and college. Let's say NFL. Jon Gruden's not going back to the NFL. But I don't think Urban's going back.
I don't think either one of them are going back to the NFL to coach. As a head coach?
Head coach.
I would say no.
Could Jon Gruden coach in college after those emails? Head coach.
Yes, I think he can. Because a lot of times you can if you're a schmoozer, you can go into that living room and talk to the mom and dad and try to speak from your heart if you have one, or at least fake speaking from your heart, and you can sell them. And let's be fair, these kids are going based on NIL money now anyway. If Jon Gruden becomes the head coach of Oklahoma, LSU, he'll be able to sell the program, the NIL money. He'll be able to sell that. These college coaches are dirty, man. Everybody knows they're dirty. They all got some kind of skeleton there. Some skeletons are worse than others. And John certainly got a bad one. But I think college, they both have a chance. I don't think either one of them have a chance in the NFL. And if professional athletes who are paid ain't putting up with that crap.
877-881-1053, truckwreck.com text line. We're live on the Fan Cam, live on Twitch, and live on YouTube. It's Sean and RJ with the Hump Day edition right here on 105.3 The Fan. Did we find the game and the audio that Aaron Rodgers played on Percocets? And how many people fell for the big NFL prank yesterday when it came to the new football on Thursday nights with Amazon? That's next right here on your home of the Cowboys with Sean and RJ, 105.3 The Fan. prank, right? This is a joke with Amazon and the new football for Thursday nights. It's Sean and RJ here on your home of the Cowboys and Rangers Hump Day headlines. Coming up at 7 a.m. Bobby Bell on the Cowboys cutting all the quarterbacks and all the kickers at 7:20. But the NFL on Prime Video Twitter account sent out a little video with Russell Wilson with a new ball engineered exclusively
For you.
With my small hands. How would you describe this thing?
Flat. Didn't understand it. It was like, it looked like a hot dog bun.
Yeah.
It looked like an oversized hot dog bun.
Yeah.
Or what's that other bread that's sort of a triangle, like a diamond shaped bread? Whatever. I don't know.
Diamond shaped.
Yeah, it's a flat.
What would you eat it with? What's
I think you use sandwich on it.
Okay.
You maybe do a panini.
Okay.
A Cubano sandwich, if you
Okay.
will. I don't know what the name of the bread is. But either way, it looked like a hot dog bun.
And Russell's out there throwing with it in drills. Matt Stafford picked one up and threw it like 100 yards. So obviously everyone lost their minds. Like, what, you're changing the ball, and you're changing the ball just for Thursday night? Competitive advantage, PSI, Tom Brady involvement, and I think common sense would lead you to believe that this is a joke. Now, I don't know why Amazon NFL's official Twitter account would send it out and throw everyone off like this, throw everyone for a loop, but there's no way that they're going to have a different football that everyone uses for Thursday night versus everything else.
I mean, let's go, man, right? You know, baseball apparently gives the juiced balls to the good teams and the dead balls to the bad ones. So,
good Lord.
You know, why not have a different football for Thursday night? You know, make this thing fun. Yeah. Honestly, what I would do is I would give like a random noon game that ball. It's a random noon game. Because those games, you get lost in noon. So many games on. We're stuck.
Yeah,
you have to watch Thursday night.
Wouldn't be an issue at all. Wouldn't come up whatsoever, influencing stats and changing things up. So there's a weird prank from the NFL and Amazon that they got Russell Wilson and Matt Stafford to participate in, but a lot of people losing their minds and falling for it yesterday. How about the Aaron Rodgers Percocet game? That's what the internet has been searching for after A-Rod went on the Joe Rogan podcast and said this.
Yeah, I mean, the pain management, especially with our sport, is fascinating to see how things are treated, and I use quotations untreated because up until probably a decade ago, you know, it was easily accessible to get Oxy, Percocet, Vicodin, whatever you wanted.
Did they make sure you weren't playing on that stuff?
No, you played, definitely. Yeah.
Wow. And what did you ever play on it?
Yeah.
What did you play on?
Percocet.
And what was the impact on your physical performance?
I mean, it was more for pain management, so I wasn't taking like, any high dosage, but stupid, ultimately.
Oh, mask off there, Rodgers.
What'd you say?
Mask off right there. This is, now we should not be surprised.
No.
At all. Aaron Rodgers is not the first one to play hopped up on something. Not for a second is he the first one.
So the internet sleuths went to work.
Yeah, they did.
And
took all about 12 minutes.
They went and searched through all these games, and they have pinpointed week 1, 2018 season, Chicago at Green Bay, Sunday night football. So Rodgers was injured on a sack on their fourth possession. DeShone Kizer came in. The drives went punt, 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 punt. 4 straight 3-and-outs. Aaron hurt. Fumble by Kizer. Pick six by Kizer. Kneel down. Bears up 17-0 at the half. Okay. Rodgers comes back. Field goal. Touchdown, touchdown, touchdown. Run out the clock. Packers come back and win. 24-23. Now, I remember this. I remember this interview with Michelle Tafoya.
Yeah.
Man, maybe they should do a podcast together.
Right.
Rodgers and Tafoya these days. There's been a couple viral Aaron Rodgers moments. Number one is the sideways helmet halfway off his head.
Yeah, that's
was amazing.
That was fantastic.
With his eyes. But I think this is number 2 with the interview that he gave. How would you describe his face before we play the audio?
Let's just say that he couldn't blink. Okay, his eyes were so open. He had headlights there, man. His face was. He looked like he was holding in a giant. Like he looked like he was about to vomit. Like holding that in. Like he's trying to hold it in. Like his face is all like wide open. He's smiling. He's happy. He's laughing. He's got this face. Oh man, look at me.
Little giddy.
I never seen anything like it.
Here is the audio with the possible perk interview after the win.
I went in the locker room, did all the tests, and then I was in our indoor facility trying to get it loosened up. But I knew once I got back on the field, the adrenaline started going, I'd be able to hang in there.
What was the injury?
My knee. I just felt something in it. Just had a hard time putting weight on it. Doc and I had a conversation there. We did the test. I told him I was going back.
So there you go.
There you go.
That's the interview in question.
Man, his eyes were so. I thought I was like, I went back, watched this. I was like, wait a second, is this the one? Did he say when she asked him what was the injury? Did he say it was my knee? I mean my back. Like did he screw up what it was? I was like, man, what was he gonna do? Because I was trying to remember this while I was watching it. This was it. This was the game. This was the game in question, and that is 1,000% the interview in question.
How about this John Wall story?
This was sad.
Taken off.
This was very, very sad. John Wall talked about contemplating suicide recently. This is no joke. This is John Wall, one of the most highly paid athletes of our generation.
Gets made fun of for it.
But a guy that was a tremendous talent. Was talking about giving it all up.
He had a torn Achilles. This is in the last 3 years. Mm-hmm. Torn Achilles, the deaths of family members. He's played just 40 games over the last 3 years. 40 games in 3 years. COVID. You got the Rockets not playing him. He's joined the Clippers now. And John Wall did a little sit down where he talked about the last few years of his life.
Darkest place I've ever been in. At one point in time, I thought about committing suicide. Because tearing my Achilles, my mom being sick, my mom passing, my grandma passed a year later. All this in the midst of COVID at the same time. Me going to the chemotherapy and sitting there, me seeing my mom take her last breath, wearing the same clothes, but 3 days straight laying on the couch beside her. You know what I mean? Like all those sacrifices, and not having a great support family behind me, my team, the mother of my kids has been great. My 2 boys is my motivation for me. So like, looking at all that, and I'm like, if I can get through this, I can get through anything in life. And I don't like to brag about it, because like everybody goes through something. We all went through tough times. Nobody got it easy. But I don't think a lot of people could get through what I went through. And to me, to be back on top where I want to be, and see the fans still want me to play, having support from my hometown, just support period means a lot. And every time where I had to go find a therapist, a lot of people think I don't need help. I can get through it at any time, but you got to be true to yourself and find out what's best for you, and I did that.
His mother died in December 2019 at the age of 58, struggling with breast cancer. His grandmother died later. At the same time, he was dealing with rehabbing from the Achilles. So that is John Wall sharing his story.
It made me really happy to hear him say that, because if he's talking about it publicly, it probably means he's talking to someone about it privately. And that is, like, if you've ever had that thought, which I've never had, but if you do, man, like, seeking help immediately is a must. And for him to even bring it up publicly probably means he's comfortable enough to bring it up with somebody privately.
877-881-1053, truckwreck.com text line, 877-881-1053, live on the fan cam, live on Twitch, and live on YouTube here on DFW Sports Station. Fallout from this Duke volleyball event. Have you been following this whatsoever?
Is this the thing with BYU?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I saw a little bit about it. I didn't see enough about it, though.
BYU's crowd just getting uglier and uglier and uglier towards this volleyball player, Rachel Richardson, and her story has just taken off nationally. She's African American, and she's sitting there playing this match, and a fan yelled some racial slurs, and then some more fans. And they even tried to keep the Duke team on one side of the net away from the vocal fans. And apparently BYU stepped up to the degree that Rachel Richardson gave them props. She's like, look, the athletic director came and talked to me. He's probably one of the most genuine people I've ever met. I very much felt heard and felt seen during that conversation. And BYU has implemented changes to the code of conduct, starting with a soccer match earlier this week. Volleyball fans also will not be seated behind the opponent on the baseline moving forward. So that's the fallout between the BYU fans and this poor Duke volleyball player with these racists in the crowd.
They said so on the ESPN story. It says the fan was not a student, but was sitting in the student section, which is like, well, how do you get in the student section? You're not a student. It's relatively easy. A lot of these places are just general admission. There's a student section, and you just kind of walk in. But man, this is like you could say a lot of things as a fan. There are certain lines you can't cross, and that is certainly one of them.
BYU banned a fan from all the athletic venues on Saturday, a day after the match, with a zero-tolerance approach. The fan was not a student, but in that student section, as RJ said. So that is the fallout taking place there at BYU. It's Sean and RJ on DFW Sports Station. Peyton Russell is running things. We got Bobby Belt coming up at 7:20 to talk about all the Cowboy cuts. We got a first-rounder the Cowboys may be interested in on the offensive line. Michael Gallup passes his physical. Rangers lose versus the armpit, and everything else you need to know to keep your hump day going.
Hump day.
Going to try to get you as close to your extended weekend as possible with our highest-rated segment of the show, Headlines with Sean and RJ, next. But first,
The MyFitnessStore.com studios. It's Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
It is now time for headlines on a hump day. With the return of RJ Choppy. Was it tough waking up this morning?
You have no idea. You have no idea how hard it was waking up. I come to realize every time you come back from vacation, every time you're on vacation, you realize, boy, this work really gets in the way of fun.
Yeah.
It really does. And that's why I went yesterday and played the lottery.
Oh, just trying not to come to work today.
Yeah, I was going to come today anyway. I don't want to leave you that much in a lurch. Like this is like 7 o'clock. By the time the lotto hit, it would have been 10 o'clock at night, right? I don't want to do that to you.
Okay.
I would have finished out the week. Whether I came back after Labor Day would have been a real laborious process. But
so you played the lottery?
Yeah, and I won.
You did?
$2. And I love how it tells you on the lottery app how to claim your prize.
Yeah, what does everyone do with the $2? I think I have like 4
you gotta let it ride, baby.
$2 tickets. Like, no, it's like too lazy to like cash them in.
Oh, yeah.
Or what do you do with it?
I bet the amount of $2 tickets that are just sitting in someone's trash can.
Yes.
I bet you there's millions of dollars of $2 tickets laying around the world right now. But no, I'll go cash it. I'll go let it ride. Maybe get a $2 scratch off or 2 $1 scratch offs. I don't know how I'm going to spend all this money.
So after vacation, it motivated you to work less.
Of course. Yeah. It was I think vacation motivates you to do less just about all the time.
The Dallas Cowboys were doing a lot yesterday. They made 28 roster moves. 28 different moves to get down to 53, including Cooper Rush and Will Grier being cut. They're off the initial 53, but all the local reporters saying this is just messing around with the roster and IRs and all the different little games that you can play with the manipulation and the maneuvering. Cooper Rush is probably going to be back. They cut Brett Maher for now, but he's still likely to be the week 1 kicker. So the headlines were funny. Cowboys have 1 quarterback and no kicker heading into the regular season, but Cooper Rush and Brett Maher will return. The guys who made the roster, undrafted players like Cavante Turpin, Dennis Houston, Peyton Hendershot, Marquise Bell. They waived my guy Malik Davis, so it looks like Rico Dowdle is going to win the 3rd running back spot. They're also manipulating C.J. Goodwin, the special teams ace. It's being called procedural. He's probably going to be back for week 1 against the Buccaneers as well. So those are all the different moves that the Cowboys made.
Yeah, and there's surprise when you see the headline that they cut the kicker and then every other backup quarterback has been let go. There's a lot of it's like, wait a second. Huh? What happened there? But let's be fair, like you said, they have a handshake deal with Cooper Rush probably, and they're going to bring back Brett Maher. So this is just a roster manipulation thing that just really confuses the hell out of me.
Yep. It's salary cap and this all confusing, but that's who is going to be back. Bobby Belt will tell us for sure at 7:20 this morning. Jerry Jones joined us yesterday, as he will every Tuesday at 8:30, and he said if week 1 was the Super Bowl, Michael Gallup would be on the field. Well, then yesterday the news came out. Michael Gallup passed his physical, and he is not going to be put on the PUP list, which would automatically have you disqualified for the first 4 games of the regular season. So someone last night told me look for week 2 or week 3 for the Gallup return, but it will not be the first 4 games, as Jerry's interview is on television right now.
It's always on. It's always on. Just it's on a loop. This is, I thought that the PUP was certainly in play for him. But everything we had heard is that he was coming back. And, as the fan text brought up, we shouldn't really be surprised by this. It is 2022. ACLs are, it used to be well over a year, and now we're getting down to 9 months for crying out loud. Odell Beckham Jr., he tore that thing in the Super Bowl in February, middle of February. It was like the weekend of Valentine's Day for crying out loud. And he'll probably be back by October, not December or January. It used to be a full-on year, and that is long gone.
Other moves around the league, thanks to the Tolos, just sent us this from the NFL Network. O.J. Howard is going to Cincinnati. So Joe Burrow has another toy to play around with. The Eagles made a move. They traded for Chauncey Gardner-Johnson with New Orleans. They gave up a 5th and a 6th-round pick. So the Eagles and Howie Roseman are adding to their secondary. But the biggest news of the day coming out of Vegas with the Raiders cutting their 1st-round pick from last year, Alex Leatherwood, is gone just like that. He was supposed to go play right tackle. It wasn't working out. They moved him to guard. They were talking about trading him. They called every team in the league. Nobody was interested. So they end up releasing him the 17th overall pick of the 2021 draft. The 3rd rounder I was trying to think of that was cut was Kellen Mond.
Kellen Mond.
The Vikings just cut Kellen Mond as a 3rd-round quarterback. But now teams looking for some offensive line help have Alex Leatherwood out there as an option. Wow. So the Mike Mayock, Jon Gruden purge continues. Henry Ruggs, Damon Arnett, both waived last offseason. 3 first-round picks in 2019. Cleveland Farrell, Jonathan Abram, and Josh Jacobs. They're still with the team, but all 3 had their 5th-year options declined in the spring. Farrell has not been a starter since 2020. A mess with the Raiders drafts, and they still made the playoffs last year, and they're thought to be a player this year.
And why did they make the playoffs last year? Derek Carr.
Well, they also are not getting any credit for day 3 picks. Crosby and Renfro and Moreau.
Bill Parcells used to say,
and Hobbs.
If you hit on players, you want to hit on a certain amount of picks per draft. Doesn't matter if they're 1st or 7th rounders, you want to hit on them. And the Raiders did. They did a really nice job hitting the late end picks or late round picks. And obviously Carr's a good player. And that's what happens. And that's why, we kind of get on teams and lose our minds over missing. All these teams miss. A lot of teams. I mean, every team misses picks at a very high rate. A very high rate. Some hit on first round. We hit on first rounders, typically. Typically, we miss on second rounders because they reach. But if you have a good quarterback, a lot of those problems can go away.
Taco Charlton was also released by the Saints. Speaking of misses, the Patriots look like they're going to go 2 for 13 with their 1st, 2nd, and 3rd round picks made between 2018 and 2020. 2 for 13. So the Patriots and the Raiders bungling all the draft picks as the new Raiders regime with Josh McDaniels has now gotten rid of 3 top 100 picks from that Jon Gruden era. Speaking of Jon Gruden, he finally spoke, sat down with an Arkansas football boosters club, getting ready for the college football season, and he addressed the emails that got him blackballed and kicked out of the NFL.
Well, I appreciate it. I'm not going to say anything but honest things here. I'm ashamed about what has come about in these emails, and I'll make no excuses for it. It's shameful. But I am a good person. I believe that. I go to church. I've been married for 31 years. I got 3 great boys. I still love football. I've made some mistakes, but I don't think anybody else in here hasn't. And I just ask for forgiveness, and hopefully I get another shot.
Another shot of what?
There's a
coaching,
I know, right? It's a coaching
commentary.
There's a there's a lot in there about like I do this thing. There's a Jimmy Haslam aspect to this. Remember he was talking about he's 26, but he's a great football player.
Browns owner on Deshaun.
And Jon Gruden's like I go to church and I love football. You got to throw that in there that I love football, and he does. I'm sure he does love football. He's never going to coach in the NFL again. He's got a chance at college if he wanted to go that route, but he's older now. Like, do you really want, if you're a college football program, if Jon Gruden was 45 years old with his background, no matter what he said, he'd probably get a college job. At his age, I find it hard to believe he's going to be able to.
59 years old.
I don't think that's. Yes.
I don't think obviously
it's not ancient.
Emails are going to be a bigger issue than the age.
1,000%.
Jon Gruden looks like he's like Energizer Bunny with the energy.
59 is not too old to be a college coach or an NFL coach. It's not too old. But I do think it is too old to basically start fresh he's never coached in college as a head coach. And then to do that with the cloud of the emails hanging over, it's very unlikely.
What's your take on the Garoppolo fallout, staying in San Fran? As Bobby Belt had the Niners as his 5th best team in the league, Cowboys dropping to 17, and I had them dropping to about 14. By the way, RJ Choppy coming in and saying, after the Tyrant injury, only one more loss for the Cowboys. So from 12-5 to 11-6. So if you think we've been overreacting and freaking out too much over the Tyrant news, here's RJ to save your morale.
I'll just tell you, the history of the NFL has shown that non-quarterbacks never count for more than one win a year. Throughout the history of the league, their win share is never more than about one. So I will just use the history and say that throughout. Now, it's usually easier to get over a loss of a player when you can prepare for the loss of a player. And they do have some time to prepare for it, but they don't have the whole offseason to prepare. But, they did take an aggressive way to counteract Tyron's injury. They did spend a 1.
Yeah, Steven has been irritated over those killing him for not being prepared for the Tyron injury.
It does not get more prepared than a first-rounder.
But your first-rounder hasn't been playing tackle.
Correct.
He's been losing the left guard spot to Connor McGovern.
Yeah, I guess, and I'm not disagreeing. I'm just saying, devil's advocate here, he's out of position. Playing a new position.
Okay.
Maybe he's a great left tackle. Who knows? We'll find out.
Jimmy.
But in terms of Jimmy, the Niners did him a little dirty by not, by basically holding him and trying to get the most out of him or most for him. And I get it as an organization, but it does suck for the player because now he's stuck being a backup. Somebody would have taken him this year. Somebody would have, if he was a free agent, Atlanta, Carolina, somebody would have signed him this offseason. And that stinks for Jimmy. I get that San Fran didn't want him to go to Seattle, but if you didn't want him to start for you, why do you care where he's going to go? If you think the other guy's better, you know what's going to happen? They're going to start like 2-3 or 2-4, and they're going to bring Jimmy in to save the day. Now, that's what happened. They're the best backup in the league now.
And what does the record have to be for them to put Jimmy in? Now you have to long-term think about hitting the reset on this whole thing all over again.
Yeah.
You're gonna make Trey Lance, Jordan Love.
To me,
if you start off 2-5.
I know. To me, once you make this decision, you've got to stick with it. Doesn't matter what the record is.
Which decision?
Once you decide to go to Trey Lance, you stick with it because now it's about development. Now it's about making sure that he is ready for next year, and that's a tough thing to do for a really good roster.
So 2-7. 2-6.
I mean, 2-7, 2-6. They ain't making the playoffs anyway.
All right, what happens if Lance gets hurt at 2-5? Jimmy comes in, they win a first round game, and then eliminated second round. Back to Lance next year.
No, if they're 2-5, 2-5, you said?
Yep.
If they're 2-5, in order to make the playoffs, that means that Jimmy probably went 9-1 down the stretch. You keep him at that point. Right, if you're 2-5 and you make the playoffs, that's a hell of a stretch.
1-4, whatever you want.
Yeah. Still, I mean, like if they come out where they got 4 losses in the first 6 weeks or something like that, and he makes the playoffs still, I don't know how you go away from that.
Rangers against the Astros last night, right here on the Fan.
And the 3-2. That one swung on and hit high and deep down the left field line. It's hooking towards the pole. That ball is out of here. Into the second deck, just inside the pole down the left field line. Jose Altuve with his 22nd home run of the season. And the Astros lead 2-0.
That crowd is a little loud for a home game.
Yeah.
Well, it's for a Houston home game.
Not surprised, I guess, but
Armpit wins 4-2, and Aaron Judge hits number 51 as the Yankees beat the Angels.
They have completely ruined the home run record with the PEDs. Because this would be a bigger story. It would be huge. And huge. It really would. He's on pace for 64. That would be enormous.
Yes.
It'd be enormous. And it's getting a little bit more play now and then, but
not a lot.
Not a lot yet. I mean, back in 1998, that was all that was talked about from about June on.
Headlines on a hump day.
Hump day.
Thank you for making it the highest rated segment of the show. It's your radio sports page. Has you getting the one up on the knowledge with your buddies at the coffee pot or the water cooler or on the group text. It's Sean and RJ on DFW Sports Station. What quarterbacks are coming back? We going to have any quarterbacks or any kickers on this roster? And can the Cowboys take advantage of any of the cuts that were made yesterday to improve their 53? Cowboys insider Bobby Belt next on The Fan. But first, good morning.
Loss, that's Soda, and by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. Do you think there will be less big company trucks on the road this summer because of high gas prices? Well, think again. And those big trucks have insurance companies to protect them, so get the representation that won't settle for less. It's Frankel. Frankel. Visit truckwreck.com or call them 214-333-3333.
Cowboys insider Bobby Belt joining us on the Diamond Factory hotline after the 28 moves that the Dallas Cowboys made yesterday to get to 53. Bobby, I asked you and Patrick Walker for a big surprise in the 9 o'clock hour, a Dan Bailey type surprise that the Cowboys would make. Did we get one?
Nope. It was pretty straightforward. I mean, we got the surprises in that, okay, they have one quarterback, they have no kicker, they carried 11 defensive linemen, but those are all procedural moves and will come back to balance here later today, and if not today, here in the next couple days. But overall, not really any surprises. They ran with the 3 running backs. Dowdle wins over Davis. It appears that Cooper Rush has won over Will Greer when they make all these signings back. And so other than that, no, it was a pretty straightforward year of cuts.
And Maher and C.J. Goodwin cut off the special teams, but they're going to come back?
Yeah, Maher, C.J. Goodwin, and Jake McQuaid, the long snapper, along with probably Cooper Rush. Those are 4 guys that are probably going to boomerang back here. They will get McQuaid back on the active roster, Goodwin back on the active roster after they IR Tyron and James Washington. I think Maher's going to go to practice squad, and then they'll elevate. They may do the same with Cooper Rush. If Cooper Rush is on the active roster, they're going to have to find an extra IR spot, which is not totally clear where they could get that right now. John Ridgway's been banged up at camp, and they ran heavy on D-line, so he might make some sense if they've got to address an injury there. We know Kelvin Joseph has the concussion that he's dealing with, and they've IR'd guys for concussion before. They did it to Rico Gathers in 2017. And then Steven has talked about Matt Waletzko's shoulder subluxation still being something that they have to monitor and figure out what they want to do. So those are 3 names potentially that could go.
How loose can you get with these IR designations? Like, how injured does the player have to be?
I mean, you can get pretty loose with it. It's really just however hampered they are, how unable they are to see the football field. And so a concussion can do that. And if they want to put him on there for that, they can. Like I said, they stuck Rico Gathers on there for 8 weeks. And I think even when he was eligible to return, they kept him on there for like another 2. So teams will get a little squirrely with that at times. It's kind of a fast and loose term. But it is always interesting when you see the final week of training camp, all these random injuries that are popping up that apparently have been chronic or that they've been dealing with for a long time that none of us have heard anything about.
Bobby Belt here on The Fan. The big headline last night, Michael Gallup passes physical and will not be put on the PUP list to start the season. What does that actually mean?
It means that he's eligible to come back any time in the first 4 games. So that was one of the big questions we were looking at during training camp was, does he end up on physically unable to perform? Because if he ended up on that list, he wouldn't be eligible to come back until week 5. It's a minimum 4-week stay. It's the same with NFI. So Damone Clark, the rookie linebacker who's going to start on the non-football injury list, he'll have to play by those rules. He'll have to sit out at least the first 4 games. But Michael Gallup, just the more you heard Jerry talking about this last week, Steven talking about it, Jerry talking about it yesterday, it just sounded like their optimism with Gallup and how soon they think he could return was going to make it unlikely that he ended up on PUP. And so I think once Jerry said yesterday, if this was the Super Bowl, the Tampa game, that Michael Gallup would be out there, then I think that pretty much assured that, he'd end up on the active roster. And then there he was. And so gives them some flexibility to come back. I've said all along, I think the target date is probably week 3, Monday Night Football against the Giants. But I know there's some who think he could be ramped up fast enough to get back to the Bengals game in week 2.
All right, Bobby, other cuts that the Cowboys could be interested in. You have Alex Leatherwood, the first rounder from the Raiders. This Jets lineman that we talked about yesterday was cut in Chuma Edoga. Any other targets that got released by other teams that the Cowboys may like?
I think those are 2 good names to start off, Edoga and Leatherwood. I think the third is somebody that you and I talked about yesterday morning, Kellen Deesh, who was cut in Miami. Big, athletic guy, can play both sides. and he's a rookie out of Arizona State, grew up in Trophy Club. He was a local visitor for the Cowboys this past spring, and they liked him. They had interest in drafting him later on day 3. It didn't end up going that way, but they had some interest in him. And so I wonder if they'd look at Deesh. Leatherwood, I'm interested in. I don't know if Leatherwood's going to get claimed by anybody. I think people may be happy to just let him pass through waivers and then negotiate with him so that they don't have to claim that contract.
Give us the draft recap coming out on Leatherwood.
Leatherwood was a guy who a lot of people thought would play better inside at guard. They thought he was a little heavy-footed, I think, and so.
And that the Raiders overdrafted him, right? They reached.
They did overdraft him, but I don't think it was some. It wasn't the same chatter that you heard about Travis Frederick, for instance, when he came out. It wasn't people saying this is a third-round pick. A lot of people just thought he was an early second.
Yeah.
And so while it was a reach, I think a lot of people said, all right, it's a high-value position, though. He comes from a program with a lot of NFL pedigree where he was a really big piece for them and a guy who won awards there at tackle and on both sides of the line, played left and right. So I think there were a lot of people who understood it, even if it was a little bit of a reach, but he's struggled a lot, but they've also kind of bounced him around, tackled the guard, and kind of played with his position a little bit. And I talked to somebody in league circles yesterday who said, look, Alex Leatherwood, if you just let him focus on one thing, if you put him at tackle or you put him at guard or whatever else, just put him somewhere, coach him up there, let him learn the position, he'll be fine. The problem is that they're yo-yoing him around a little bit, and he really needs to just focus on one thing. And so if the Cowboys bring him in here as like, hey, let's focus on just getting you right at tackle, then maybe that works out. Now, does Joe Philbin have the history of bringing along, young offensive linemen up into, getting the most out of them? There's a lot of people within the league who don't think that he'd be the guy to do that. But, you look at a guy like Terrence Steele, that's a pretty big check in, Joe Philbin's favor. And so Leatherwood could be a consideration there. Edoga, we already know a lot about. They had some interest in him when he was coming out. They picked Connor McGovern 2 picks ahead of Edoga in 2019. That actually ruined the Jets' plans. The Jets planned on taking McGovern, and then they had to take Edoga. But he's struggled a lot the first few years there in New York. He had a good preseason, but it's been a struggle for him. And then Deesh, obviously, good athlete, big guy, 6'7", 300 pounds. The kind of quick-footed athlete that a guy like Joe Philbin likes on the offensive line. So those are 3 offensive linemen that I think are worth watching. And then the Cowboys routinely over the years have claimed a player or two that we're not even talking about, somebody that just is a deep cut that they are aware of just from their pro scouting department. And so I wouldn't be surprised if we saw one of those.
Wouldn't 2 Connor McGoverns on the Jets be a nightmare?
It'd be a pretty big pain. It's almost like having 2 guys with Ty Smith on their jersey. Right. But Connor McGovern, Cowboys Connor McGovern would have gotten there a year in advance. So I guess he would have laid claim to that jersey before that.
When is Tyler Smith getting on the practice field to get ready for left tackle?
Allegedly, I think 1:30 this afternoon. So we'll be out at the Star and be able to watch him out there. Now, see, it's regular season practice, which means we're going to see a lot of, jumping jacks and stretching. But we should see a little bit of some time, and some drills and things like that. We're not really going to see anything in team period, but we'll at least be able to see how he's moving around and if that ankle's taped up or if it's limiting him at all. But allegedly he should be out there at practice today. I mean, Jerry said yesterday he was dealing with a high ankle thing, but, that they think he'll be good to go.
Have people, all of us, overreacted to their lack of contingency plan, easier for me to say, with Tyron, considering they spent a 1 on his replacement?
I think that's fair. Because I talked about this with Brian on the podcast, and I did this exercise with Sean a little bit yesterday, but if you look at Trevor Penning, who went to the Saints, would people have considered that, well, you addressed the position? Yeah, I think if they would have drafted Penning, everybody universally would have said, all right, that's a contingency. Good job. They would have drafted Kenyon Green out of Texas A&M. They would have said, that's a contingency. Awesome. Good. You planned for this. Well, the Cowboys had Tyler Smith ranked above Trevor Penning and Kenyon Green. And so in their eyes, they did. They did address it. They picked a guy that they had as their 16th ranked overall player. They used a first-round pick on a guy. And so I think they, Stevens sound a little perturbed by it all, that the suggestion that it's not addressing it when not only have you picked a first-round guy, but you drafted a guy, Matt Waletzko, who you had a fourth-round grade on, and then last year you drafted Josh Ball in the fourth round. And so I think they view it as we've spent capital here. And in the past, when we've tried to get in these veteran free agents to play swing tackle for us, like you can go through the list, Byron Bell, Cameron Fleming, Cameron Irving, Ty Nsekhe last year, it's never worked out when they've had to go to those guys. And so I think they feel like, what more do you want us to do? You just don't, if you don't like the player or you think the player's too raw, fine. That's your outside perspective. But in terms of capital spent on a contingency plan, you can't spend any higher than we did.
Bobby Belt here on 105.3 The Fan. The Eagles trading for Chauncey Gardner-Johnson is
a nothing burger to me. I know everybody's freaking out about it right now. I just think it's sexy right now for people to just complain about whatever everybody else is doing in the division compared to Dallas. Like, I saw there was a lot of, oh, boy, look, here are the Eagles making another Super Bowl winning move. Chauncey Gardner-Johnson is a fine player. He's not an elite player. This is not Minka Fitzpatrick to me, like going out and getting Fitzpatrick like the Steelers did a couple years ago.
Right.
He's a solid player who a lot of people think is a chemistry nightmare around the league. They think that he's really difficult in the locker room. So, awesome. If you want a difficult personality dropped in the Philly culture and the Philly fan base and Philly media coverage, sure. I don't know how well that's going to work out for you. So I don't actually think it's that big a deal. Even if he isn't a problem in the locker room, I don't think Chauncey Gardner-Johnson's any sort of Super Bowl difference maker. I don't even think he's a division difference maker.
Woo! Bobby Belt bringing it strong on the Diamond Factory hotline here on Sean and RJ.
Can I pick a fight with you?
I mean, you can. I want to remind you that I won high-low for you while you were out.
Oh, you did? Yeah, I heard about it.
I won it on a walk-off
That's
named
right.
a Tennessee player.
Dang right.
You, Chop.
Go Vols, baby. Did Sean tell me right that you have the Cowboys at 7 wins?
Yep. Yeah, that's correct.
And so what did you have before the
10
Tyrant? 3 games.
Yep.
Okay.
What's the
I
fight?
mean, I don't know. I just history shows that non-quarterbacks don't really impact the win-loss total by more than like 1 a year.
History shows that offensive line impacts the win-loss total pretty heavily, though, especially this football team. And there's a pretty strong history of Tyrant affecting this win-loss total in stretches. And so I think when you talk about removing one of your biggest stabilizing factors, especially like the only stabilizing factor really on the left side of the line, you take that out of the mix. I think that's a pretty tough thing to factor in. Could Tyler Smith step in and have zero learning curve and be awesome right out of the gate? Sure. And I think he'll make Pro Bowls eventually at left tackle. I just think that there's going to be some time where he's getting his feet under him and he's learning the position and getting to be to that point. And I just don't think that's going to be right away, and that's going to cause them some growing pains. And so that'll probably cause them a few games. They lose that game last year against Kansas City because Tyron Smith was out. That's one game right there that they lost. I think a lot of people thought that if he would have played the Denver game, that he could have had a bigger impact for them, and that game could have been different. They wouldn't have gotten abused so bad on the offensive line. And so, I think that pretty consistently, Tyron Smith and the offensive line as a whole, and when you consider what that does to the offensive line as a whole, I think it matters a great deal to their prospects for this year.
Thank you, Bob. Appreciate it.
I love you all.
Bobby Belt will be out there for hopefully Tyler Smith on the field at left tackle today, and you can follow him Twitter at BobbyBeltTX via the Diamond Factory hotline here on Sean and RJ every morning at 7:20. We've been going through these different surveys, executives throughout the NFL. Well, they did one for the NBA, and someone thinks the Dallas Mavericks had the worst offseason of anyone in the National Basketball Association. See if you agree with the Mavs getting torched next.
But let's get you over to a number.
Rentals. Buyers Barricades is a full-service provider taking care of your project or special event. No matter the size, from start to finish. The Texas Authority and Barricade Rentals at buyersbarricades.com.
Cover your ears. Mike Bassick, Kevin Hagelin, as ESPN went and did their NBA offseason survey. They spoke with 15 coaches, scouts, and executives to talk about everything in the offseason heading into the next season. This is Sean and RJ, Hump Day edition, coming at you with Choppy back from vacation on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. And the big local headline, see if you all agree or disagree, at 877-881-1053, truckwreck.com text line, when these different experts were asked which team had the worst offseason in the NBA, the Dallas Mavericks get called out in the list. They came in first with 6 total votes. Main sticking point, the loss of Jalen Brunson. Here's what the executive had to say. They lost him for nothing, then turned around and gave JaVale McGee a lot of money and traded for Christian Wood. So that's 16 points, 5 assists, 4 rebounds going to the New York Knicks. JaVale got 3 years, $17 million. He'll turn 35 this upcoming season. Averaged 9 and 7 last year. And then Christian Wood will be the big wild card to determine this year.
And I mean, most people know nothing about him.
Right.
You play in Houston. I went to I had Derek Holland seats for this game last year, Sean.
Wow.
3rd row. And I saw the Rockets play against the Mavs. I could not tell you one thing about anything that I saw in that game. About any of those players. They all looked the same because they all looked bad. Every single one of them. So there's a whole lot of unknowns with Christian Wood. So I get that. I get the unknown. I get JaVale McGee. And then I get they lost Brunson for nothing. Was that the worst offseason in the West? How is that offseason worse than Utah's?
Right. Mavs got 6 votes, worst offseason. Hornets got 3. Nets got 2. Denver, Lakers, Timberwolves, Portland all just got 1. So that's it. Nets also received a couple of votes after the daily headlines for all the wrong reasons. And East Scout said it's absolutely the Nets. They're paying the price for the past 3 years. They handed their team over to these guys, and this is what you get. Lakers got a vote for worst offseason, largely for standing pat.
And did Utah got no votes?
Utah got no votes. Well, they lost Gobert.
And they did recoup. But they did recoup draft picks.
They got a ton back.
Yeah.
I mean, a lot of people think that Minnesota overpaid.
They probably did.
For a guy who doesn't score.
Okay, but see, I guess the exercise is, are you looking at this from a immediate return standpoint or the whole scope of everything? Like, immediately, like, Utah's worse this year.
No doubt.
The Mavs are not going to be in the West Finals probably because they overachieved last year to get there, but you never know. Maybe they are in the West Finals again this year. That said, are the Mavs worse going into next year than Utah is? I don't think they're worse off. I think Utah's worse off. So to me, they would be the one with the worst off season.
Who is
this year?
Who is the best player in the NBA right now? Giannis dominating the vote. 11 votes. Steph got 3, and LeBron got 1. Do you hear that, Gilbert Arenas and Charles Oakley, with your stupid criticisms of Giannis? Giannis crushing for the 2nd straight year, leading vote getter. Luka did not get one of these votes, though, for best player right now. Who will be the best player in 5 years? Giannis got 7 votes. Luka got 6 votes. Tatum got 2. Here's the argument. Luka is already an MVP-level talent who in 5 years will be just entering the prime of his career. It's hard to bet against him, said an East scout. There's some worries about whether he'll keep up with his conditioning. but I'm not betting on anyone over him in 5 years. And, of course, yesterday, the funny headlines coming out from this German paper before his international game. He was apparently smoking cigarettes and drinking Coca-Cola. So the legend of Luka continues to grow. And then there's Tatum getting consideration. Both the Tatum voters pointed to his status as one of the top two-way stars in the league. Someone said Luka did a hell of a job carrying that team this year, but the two-way wing creator score, you got to look at Tatum. 24, got that team to the finals, and it gives you something defensively that Luka likely never will be able to do. So in 5 years, Luka gets the second most votes, just one behind Giannis for best player in the NBA.
Okay, good. Very good. And that's right where he belongs. He's top 3.
Who will be the MVP this year? Now, this is different from who's the best player in the NBA, because we know different things get factored. Like Jokic, he's going to have to do something insanely stupid
to win again,
to win a third straight MVP.
He's going to have to average like a triple-double from his spot.
Yeah.
You don't see that from his position on the floor.
Giannis got 5 votes MVP this year. Luka tied with Embiid, 4 votes apiece. Now, Steph, he got 3 votes for best player. He only got 1 for MVP. Got to take into account maybe games missed, load management, and John Morant got 1 vote. So Giannis with 5, Luka and Embiid got 4. And some of the reaction. Luka got 4 votes and mentions from several other panelists. The loss of Brunson was seen as a hit to their overall chances, but was viewed as a potential boost to his MVP hopes. A Western Conference executive. This is as wide open a field as you could possibly have because Giannis and Curry are back in the equation, but I'll take Luka. His numbers will be super high. Christian Wood will help. They're going to win 50-plus games. Losing Brunson stinks, but whatever Luka's usage was last year, which was already off the charts, it will only boost his chances. So that's the Luka input from this front office survey from ESPN.
Sooner or later, if he has a good start to the year, because if he finished, last year's start killed him. There was a case to be made at the end of the year that you could have said, it could be the MVP. If he gets rid of that bad, pre-Christmas, pre-January 1st kind of season that he had last year, there's no reason to think that this isn't a good MVP bet. Now, is it worth it with the low odds that he's going to get? Because he ain't going to be 30-1. Okay, he's not going to be 30-1. So is it worth the risk, or would you rather go and put it on somebody who has a little bit lower odds?
Who will be the best rookie in 5 years? Paolo Banchero tying. You were out while Chet Holmgren gets hurt for the season in the LeBron pickup game with Tatum. But Paolo and Holmgren tying with 6 votes apiece.
Paolo. Okay. It depends how much weight's Holmgren going to put on. That's a big part of it. How is he going to play? We're not going to know. In 5 years, he's already behind the curve now. He's going to miss an entire season. An entire season, and I heard it in a pickup game. Like you got to be kidding me. How livid is Oklahoma City right now?
I wouldn't be livid at all. I mean, I'd be crushed and disappointed, but I'm not mad at him for playing. I mean, you got to play.
No, you got to play. I agree.
You're the one who always says that.
You got to play.
You got to play. You don't want these guys. I mean, they're going to play pickup games somewhere.
They're always going to play. They're going to play.
You have to play.
You have to.
Otherwise, you get like Luka.
Yeah, you have to play. It's no big deal. Not a problem with him playing. I'm saying they're livid, that the growth of him is going to be stunted.
Which team will Durant be on after the trade deadline? Brooklyn leads the way with 13 votes.
Yeah, they've got to lead the way, right?
1 for 1, 1 for the Celtics and 1 for the Suns. A lot of teams said, someone in the West, Western Conference executive, a lot of teams are like, we aren't getting what we want, but they'll eventually settle. If you're not settling for Jaylen Brown, you're not trading the guy. I think they're doing this, and you're hearing all this because they want people to know, unless you blow our doors off, we're just not doing it. I think it's to show Durant, hey, we tried, but we couldn't get value, so we're keeping you. Sorry. Someone else. Jaylen Brown's the best player they can get, and I think they'll have to move him eventually, explaining why Boston could end up with KD. What team will Donovan Mitchell be on the day after the trade deadline? 14 votes for the New York Knicks, 1 vote for the Utah Jazz. Now, this was prior to R.J. Barrett's extension. They're finalizing a 4-year extension, but Shams reported this isn't going to cause the teams to not talk. I think.
Yeah, you don't not get Donovan Mitchell because you re-signed R.J. Barrett, right? If you still have a chance to get him, you want to have as much talent as you possibly get in your team. I would think, right? Like we've gone to a positionless NBA. Even if they play the same position, unless it's center, that shouldn't deter you from going to get a player.
Mavs led the way for worst offseason, getting 6 votes. Which team had the best offseason? 6 votes for the Boston Celtics. 2 for Philadelphia. 2 for Utah. So there's your Jazz matchup.
Wow. Okay.
And then the Hawks, Clippers, Knicks, Kings, and Wizards got 1 vote.
I will say this. It's got to be the Nets, right?
For best?
I mean, there was a time this offseason where it was like, okay, the Nets are about to go into a 10-year rebuild, and they ended it by keeping Kevin Durant and Kyrie Irving. I know, like...
would anyone say that's a bad thing? Maybe.
I would not think keeping arguably the best player in the NBA and the biggest headache in the NBA is, I mean,
yep.
Like Kyrie's a wild card. Kyrie could be a top 10 player. He could also completely torpedo your franchise. But to me, if I go into an off season and I'm assuming that Kevin Durant and Kyrie won out and I end the off season with them both on my team, I'm putting that in the win column all day.
What was the most surprising move of the offseason? In a blowout, Rudy Gobert to Minnesota. 10 votes. Harden taking a pay cut, 1. DeJounte Murray to Atlanta from San Antonio, 1. Westbrook still being a Laker. My God, did you see what Jeannie Buss said yesterday? We have to get ready to play that later on. Malcolm Brogdon to the Celtics, but 10 out of 15 votes, Gobert. What Minnesota, this is from a scout, what Minnesota gave up for him, plus the fact that they traded for him when they already had Towns, I would not have predicted that. And what they paid for him now has the ripple effect of making it harder to trade Kevin Durant and Donovan Mitchell. Who wins the East Finals, West Finals, and the NBA Finals? East, Bucks and Celtics tied at 7 votes apiece. West, Clippers, blowing everyone out? The Clippers got 8 votes. The Suns and the Warriors got 3. Disrespect to the Warriors.
Wow.
And Denver got 1. NBA champs. Clippers lead the way with 5 votes. Bucks with 4, Celtics with 4, Warriors with 2.
We have
Kevin Hagan's going to destroy this.
We forgot about them.
This Clippers love.
Right? We forgot about them.
Oh, we're putting them towards the top of the West, but
yeah,
automatically crowning them as champs, that to me is that's premature.
It's definitely premature. But I mean, let's be fair. Like they were not on anybody's radar last year, so you forget about them. We had every time we go and do our list. Every time you and I have done this, we're always adding teams, and they're like, oh yeah, the Clippers. We got to put the Clippers in there. Like they're not top of mind. But obviously
because they're always hurt.
They're always hurt.
Maybe has you not picking them to win the NBA championship. I don't know.
I 100% agree.
877-881-1053, truckwreck.com text line to hit us up here on the show. Let's go back around the NFL. Lamar Jackson as a Miami Dolphin, Burrow or Herbert, Chase or Jefferson, and CeeDee Lamb will be the biggest breakout player. What the rest of the NFL is saying about all these issues next on The Fan.
Well, let's get you over to Diamond.
Studios. It's Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Good morning, Metroplex. Choppy back dancing on the fan cam. I'm being told that YouTube is just doubling up even the Twitch audience. So thanks to the Tolos checking us out on YouTube. We are on Twitch, and we are live on the fan cam as well. 105throughthefan.com.
Has, or will, all this basically camera stuff, has it started to change how you dress or how many times you shave? You know, us being no.
How long have we had it? We've been on the fan cam for a long time.
Before COVID, I think.
But now we're on YouTube.
Oh, shots fired. The Twitch people don't matter.
Yeah,
apparently.
the Twolo's not going to like that.
No, YouTube. It's just different, right? It just hits different.
No, I'm not changing. The only thing that's going to change my attire or presentation is not waking up at 4 a.m.
Yeah, that's fair.
You want to put me on the midday show? You want to put me on the afternoon show? Maybe I'll change things up. Night show, same attire. Morning show, this attire.
I do think that, you know, like for me, what I'm going to be more cognizant. I have been. I don't always do it, but I can't wear the same hat back-to-back days. I think that's the only thing.
That's a very colorful one.
Is it bad luck or just personal?
Makes him look less stylish.
Yeah, you're less stylish. You know,
oh, that's a good point.
I'm having to maybe match the hat to the shirt. I wouldn't do the pants. I don't care.
Right.
But no, I think that's about it. But this is very colorful.
Colorful.
My kids' team, they all got these hats.
What is it?
It's just called flat bill baseball. I don't know, but apparently I don't flat bill it because I can't.
How can that be a baseball hat? It's floral. It's pink.
I know it is.
It's pink and lime
I know,
green.
and I got another one. It's the same pattern, just baby blue instead of pink. I don't know how it's baseball.
I mean, it looks like a perfect golf hat.
It does. I know.
It's a nice hat.
Thank you. Pool hat, golf hat.
Yeah.
But I think that's it. I'm just gonna try to not wear the same hat more than one day a week.
All right, Mike Tannenbaum, former NFL GM. You were all over this with this Lamar Jackson drama. And Tannenbaum was being asked, Lamar, is he flirting with the Dolphins? He liked the post on social media. He said, no, the Ravens did not offer me $250 million, getting paid more money than Deshaun Watson or Kyler Murray. So here's Mike Tannenbaum around the NFL on what upsets him the most about Lamar still unsigned.
It's destabilizing. Nico just nailed it. It's destabilizing when your franchise quarterback doesn't have a deal, he doesn't have an agent. In 20-plus years, I hated when a player didn't have an agent for everything Nico just talked about. So, to me, I would go talk to him again, try to work out the differences. We just showed that graphic, Greeny.
Yeah.
This is really about what happened in Cleveland with Deshaun Watson. $230 million fully guaranteed. This is round one of 3 heavyweight fights. Number one is Lamar Jackson. Does he get $230 million? When you talk to everyone around the league, everyone wants to know, is that the start of a new trend, Greeny, or is Cleveland just a massive outlier? Joe Burrow and Justin Herbert are both extension eligible in March, and the eyes of the football world are watching closely to see what happens.
Okay, so if Lamar gets the fully guaranteed deal that Deshaun has, where he doesn't take a penny less, or even forget that, let's say it's fully guaranteed, then that's exactly what Burrow and Herbert get, right? Because now you would have back-to-back quarterbacks getting fully guaranteed deals. And
this is part of the reason the entire league hates Cleveland.
Right.
Despises what the Browns did.
Absolutely. Now, it's stupid that NFL players don't have guaranteed contracts anyway. These are professional athletes in 2022. Give them guaranteed money. Every other sport has it.
Why don't we have it?
Me and you?
No, all jobs. Why should pro athletes get guaranteed money but not the rest of us? What's the difference? Why pro athletes?
Because they can.
Because
they
haven't been able to.
They haven't been able. Well, every other sport has.
Yeah.
Like every other sport has basically shown that, they're the players' unions collectively bargain that they get guaranteed money because they are the elite of the elite of the elite at their craft. And they're very irreplaceable. There's only 32 NFL quarterbacks. 32 of them. There's only, 30 first basemen.
So there was an anonymous survey done with NFL agents by The Athletic. I love this stuff, right? The grimy behind the scenes, spill the news and gossip of the league. And they asked all the agents, perfect topic for them, about the Lamar deal. And some said, yeah, he should have an agent. Others, I commend Lamar for betting on himself. He's clearly the most dynamic player at his position. Another agent, the one thing people are missing is that Lamar has a plan. The problem is no one in the media knows what his plan is because they can't get to him. We won't talk about it. The majority of your Super Bowl winning quarterbacks tend to be drop back passers more than scramblers. When you're going to pay a guy elite money and guaranteed elite dollars, you need to trust that QB will win a Super Bowl, not just get you to the game. I wonder if that's the discrepancy or the challenge right now. And then which cut do you want? Where is he going to play if a deal isn't reached? Well, let's follow up with that one. Yeah. As the Cowboys, Lamar said, were his favorite team growing up. The Miami Dolphins have been thrown into the mix. Mike Tannenbaum, former NFL GM, on Lamar's future if they don't work this out.
He's a South Florida kid. He probably grew up rooting for the Dolphins. I can understand. Again, he's in a situation where it's not going the way he wants. He's going to be on the Ravens this year. And he's almost certain to be on the Ravens beyond this year. They can franchise him, and again, they could work out a contract. But I think, down the road, you could have fun with this. You could play if Tua has a bad year. The Dolphins have been on the lookout for a quarterback. If Lamar's still upset, of course. I mean, that's the kind. But I think that is projecting. That is assuming based on what we see on Twitter, which is a dangerous game. I think at this point we have about a week and a half for him to do this deal, and he still might.
That's Dan Graziano, not Mike Tannenbaum, just for accuracy purposes. So yesterday we went through, they had the NFL top 100. Mm-hmm. Brady voted number 1 by the players. And now you have the ESPN top 100. Like, who's going to be the best players heading into this year? And they went and audited their own list.
Right.
All right. They went and asked different executives and insiders, what do you think of our list? Did we get it right? So Tom Brady, the question was, is he still a top 20 player? Because he was a little bit lower on this list. He wasn't number 1. The players voted him number 1. He was lower on this one.
However, he was still a top 20 guy.
The Cowboys, a lot of Cowboys were higher. I think Micah, Dak, and Lamb were all higher on this list for the upcoming year than the top 100.
Yeah, they were. Now, here's the interesting thing. One thing it mentions in here.
Diggs was not. He was lower.
One thing it mentions in here is that, so they say, the guy should have won the MVP last year. He remains a top player until he can't produce at a high level. The very next line, I'm going to read you this. Think, Brady has even more playmakers this year. New addition Julio has majorly impressed with the Bucs in practice and his work ethic, and free agent signing Russell Gage should produce in a big way.
Wait a second. Did an executive say he's got more weapons? Or are you saying?
No, they said it. The executive said it, which stunned me.
Yeah.
Because they had Antonio Brown. We forget they had Antonio Brown as a Hall of Fame level player.
Yes.
And Chris Godwin.
And Gronk.
And then Gronk.
Yeah.
And now this year he's got, we're saying that Russell Gage and Julio is better than Gronk and AB?
No.
I don't see it.
Maybe
I'm missing something.
There's a ton of money. I'm sure it's value-wise that we went over while you were out. People are like betting the Bucs under the most.
Under.
I think their over-under was 11. So I could see
high.
that.
That's a high number, but
then
still with the extra game.
You had some people throwing down crazy money that thought of the worst record in the league. The worst record in the league, as the odds were like 250 or 350 to 1. They were putting down money. Which players will break out? Javon Holland off the Dolphins is someone that the league is in love with.
Yeah, Derek's brother.
No. I said in love with. No one would ever love
Derek Collins' brother?
I don't know about Derek's brother.
Greg's a good guy.
No shots fired at Greg. CeeDee Lamb, though, he is getting love for being a breakout.
Yep.
He was number 32 on this list. An AFC personnel man. He might get 200 targets the way things are shaping up. 200 targets. And, of course, he's referencing the Cowboys' offensive line. So CD was given props by this executive.
Yeah, now real quick. Does that mean So, like, define breakout. Like, if a guy gets 200 targets because they have nobody else to throw to, is that really like this? Like, is that really him breaking out, or is he breaking out by default?
I think, it depends what he does with the targets. Has he got a bunch of, 6-yard catches, or is the guy breaking tackles, going to the house, a ton of touchdowns? Other great questions on here. Best roster in L.A., Rams or Chargers? Should any player no players from the Patriots, Jets, Jags, Giants, or Lions made the top 100 list. So these executives were asked, is that accurate? Should there have been one person? One person said Matthew Judon. That's it. Myles Garrett or TJ Watt? Justin Herbert or Joe Burrow? Jamar Chase or Justin Jefferson? What rookie will crack next year's top 100? So these are all the barroom discussions that they audited themselves over with this list.
The Burrow Herbert one for me is fascinating because, people are if you were to go with who's more hyped, I think it's easily Herbert.
Yeah.
But Joe Burrow is the one that basically said, get on my back, boys. They had the 30th best offensive line pass block protection last year in the league. Went all the way to the Super Bowl. Their defense is not bad. They got good playmakers on offense too, but Burrow was out there getting sacked 9 times against Tennessee. He was a human dartboard for crying out loud back there. So the production is on Burrow's side. Sorry, the wins are on Burrow's side. A lot of the production's on Herbert's.
I'm probably taking Herbert. I love Burrow. I called Burrow Tom Brady coming out with the intangibles and all that. But Herbert with the tools. I'm barely going Herbert. And then Jamar Chase won out in the Justin Jefferson argument, just in terms of the down the field, big play stuff.
Ooh. Yeah, I'd probably lean Jefferson. How would you go?
I'm going...
tough, man.
Jamar Chase gets all the hype. I don't know, not all the hype. They're both freaking studs. I'd probably barely go Jamar Chase. I love this one personnel evaluator. Both are incredibly tough. Chase has that Steve Smith toughness, only with more physical gifts. Jamar is faster and stronger, can do more with the ball in his hands. Jefferson is an elite route runner and is relentless. He's missing that elite physical trait that Chase has. You're not scared of him taking the top off your defense, even if he's going to get 11 for 150, but they're going with Jamar Chase. Jamar Chase just had that run last year where it looked like Burrow was just literally just throwing it up. Just throw it up, and he will come down with it. So that is a little around the NFL here on DFW Sports Station. It's Sean and RJ. Thanks for being a toe low. That stands for Turn It On, Leave It On, your home of the Rangers and Cowboys. You almost had the owner of the Lakers owning America's team as well. A different Jerry owning the Cowboys. Wait until you hear this story, and wait till you hear what the current Lakers owner said about their best player last season. Plus, we got more relations at a major league ballpark. Not in America. That's all next on the home of the Rangers with Sean and RJ on The Fan.
baby.
On DFW Sports Station 105.3, The Fan. Thanks for being a Tolo. That stands for Turn It On, Leave It On. So there's a new little habit being formed in Major League Baseball. And RJ, after your email last night, you can, I guess, identify with this. We first had the incident in Oakland.
Yes.
Which resulted in a police investigation. And now another one in Toronto. Apparently a game between the Cubs and the Blue Jays up north had two fans saying, screw the game. Let's
each other.
Let's each other. Did you see the picture of this?
Oh, I saw the video and the picture.
Oh, there's a video.
Oh, there's a video. Yeah, you can. Now, I did not see the unedited video. I saw there was one of those blurry spots over, I guess her parts, if you will, because she was seated on top of him, and which, by the way, I don't know how it works in those chairs, because those armrests could be quite intrusive.
Yes,
if you know what I mean. But apparently, and this photo was taken from the front row of the 500 section, and they were in the top row of the 500 section. So you were almost getting a complete straight down view of this. And man, this is happening to baseball. Baseball apparently is turning people quite horny.
Yeah. Apparently they were escorted out of the game, but no charges were filed.
Well, see, what happens is that, you see all these girls see the photo of Sean Murphy of the A's sticking his butt out there and having the ball bang off his booty. And you see his absolutely, plump bottom ripple. And then, Giancarlo Stanton walking off the field in Oakland the other day. And you see these photos of his, giant bubble butt. And, they get all hot and bothered. And guys aren't going to say no.
Your guy got cut off the Cowboys yesterday. Remember his name?
Story Jackson.
Yep. Story Jackson.
It was a good run we had, him and I.
Bye-bye to the glutes.
But, I'm doing the band work that he was talking about. I have to. I think I put on like 11 pounds and start a Cowboys camp.
Oh.
Yeah. So, it's, let's see, 10 days there and then 5 days in Gaylord. There's bad eating when you're on the road.
And how's the new doctor plan of not drinking going?
Well, we decided not to start that until after all these things were over. Last night was the start of it.
Okay.
Did not drink yesterday. Not going to drink today. Not going to drink tomorrow.
Weekend's coming up. Extended weekend.
An extended weekend. That's going to be dangerous. But I'll drink on the weekends.
Okay.
But I'm gonna cut down and no more drinking during the week. Got to eat right. Got to eat clean.
Okay. So all these baseball stories, I guess, inspired you.
Did
in Michigan. This is amazing. This is fascinating.
Yeah. So I was on this Michigan golf trip, and I took the girlfriend with me. Usually I take, you've come in the past. My buddies from high school, the great Palmer came before. My buddy Rob came.
Justin,
Chris came. Justin Hood. So we've had a ton of. So I finally was like, you know what? Let's bring the girlfriend, see what this is like.
Sure.
So Sarah came up with me, and we only played golf one round a day. Usually I'm playing 2 rounds a day, sometimes 3 rounds a day up there.
Waiting to see what music Peyton puts under this. Very interested to see.
So we decided to just play 1 round a day, and it was in the morning. And there was not a lot of people on the golf course because one was Thursday morning, one was Monday morning. We played, and then Saturday, Sunday morning was dead. Because I guess a lot of people were in church or something. Who knows? But, so we had a lot of downtime. And, she makes a tremendous ranch water. Okay, great one.
Okay.
Makes a trip. So, you get a little lubed up out there. And, there's a lot of driving through woods. And we drove through the woods a couple times. And we,
Good job, Peyton.
We didn't come out of the woods for a while.
Wow.
I know. I'd never
You got lost?
We did get lost in the woods.
Okay, good.
Yeah, I'd never done that before on a golf course. And well, that's not really true. But
wow.
So
no chance of
well, no,
I just scope out
here's the thing.
anyone else coming down the cart path. And
that's the beauty of it.
Was this,
they have gas golf carts. So they made that.
Yeah.
So you can hear these things coming from a mile away.
Oh.
So
great point.
Outside of, somebody who lives in the woods.
Yeah.
Or a bear. That's the thing about in northern Michigan. You're so far north.
William, get on this. Or get on that. Yeah. Get on Choppy. Get on this on Twitter with the meme of the GIF.
The only thing I was worried about was there going to be poison ivy anywhere around? But
so was the apparatus a tree? Was it the golf cart?
It was, golf cart.
Golf cart.
Yeah.
No worry about poison ivy.
No worry about poison. That's why all these things had to take place at the golf cart. Right there on the cart path.
And then you gotta make sure you get in front of a slow playing group maybe behind you.
Oh yeah, we made sure. There was nobody within several holes of us. You know what I mean? So nobody.
5 wood, 3 wood.
Oh yeah, it was the big dog.
It was
you let the big dog eat.
Weather was fine though.
I
mean, for all this, yeah,
it's fantastic.
Okay.
Yeah, it wasn't too cold, if you know what I mean.
Yeah.
It was fine.
There you go. Choppy in the woods at the Gaylord Getaway. What a proud moment for him. You can see that smile right across his face.
Let's see.
877-881-1053. Truckwreck.com text line. You know what to do.
Choppy's on camera somewhere. Choppy's going to be on the hub. This relationship's about to be over for telling the story all to DFW.
Yeah.
Nothing depresses me about my love life more than hearing RJ getting golf course action. It's a strong wood game.
Yep.
There you go. Good stuff. She knows. She knows we're talking about this.
Okay, there you go. Proud moment for Ralph James Choppy. So the baseball stories in the stands, inspiring some golf action in the woods. Okay, Jeannie Buss, Lakers owner, got destroyed yesterday. She did an interview where she said, you know what? I know he catches a lot of heat, but from my point of view, Russell Westbrook was our best player last year.
That's a lie.
Say, huh?
That's not true.
Russell Westbrook was our best player last year. NBA reporter decided to chime in and say, let me just send Jeannie a text. Let me make sure this is legit. He sent Jeannie a note asking if this was her actual belief. And she said, the word I should have used was consistent. He was our most consistent player last year. He played 78 games last season.
Hey, listen, she's not wrong. He was god-awful in all 78. He was definitely the most consistent player on that team.
LeBron averaged more than 30 last year, ranking second on the team in rebounds, steals, blocks, and assists. So Jeannie Buss got destroyed, and she backtracked. What a great sign for Mavs fans to have these types of comments and these types of decisions being made with the once legendary Los Angeles Lakers. And you okay there? What was that?
I'm trying to hold in a burp.
Oh, he shot back
Yep.
on the fan
Trying to hold in
cam.
one.
And now, so that's misery for the Laker fans. Is this misery for Cowboy fans? As part of this Lakers documentary that's out, probably the boring one, not the great one on HBO that Jerry West wanted to sue over. But Johnny Buss, one of Jerry's kids, told the story of how Jerry Buss was almost owner of the Lakers and your Dallas Cowboys.
It looks like America's team is about to change hands. No one here can say for certain if, in fact, the team has been sold.
There is one man in Dallas who knows for sure. The team's majority owner, Bum Bright.
My dad called me up. He was very excited. And he said, you'll never guess, I'm making an offer for the Dallas Cowboys.
Football is certainly one of the most exciting sports there is, especially to me. I love it, and I'll give you an unqualified yes. I very definitely would like to own a football franchise.
My dad always felt there was the Yankees in baseball, the Cowboys in football, and the Lakers in basketball. So adding the Cowboys would be a natural fit.
He says, I think we're going to get him. I think we're really going to get him. And he figured out that he could raise the money without selling the Lakers. Would you consider moving to Dallas? I go, absolutely. wheels are turning, spinning. He's like excited. He can't believe it. And I mean, literally the next morning, he called me up and said, guess what? There was a leak. And the papers talked about Playboy Jerry Buss buying the team, and religious groups and other people just said, no, you cannot do this.
Even if you're the highest bidder, doesn't necessarily mean you're going to get the team. You have to go through Board of Governors approval.
Him being a Playboy cost him the Dallas Cowboys. It was the most incredible disappointment of probably his career.
Wow. Not the best audio, but a crazy story. This is Jerry Buss's kid saying he wanted to own an NFL team. Jerry said it in the clip, and he had a deal done for the Cowboys while owning the Lakers.
Yeah.
But reputation-wise, you got to get passed by the old board, the old regime, the good old boys club, and they didn't approve him. Probably like Mark Cuban with the Pittsburgh Pirates or baseball.
Yeah, it could be with a lot like that. I do wonder, like, everything that goes into the vetting process and what exactly they didn't want with Jerry Buss or what they didn't like about him. But
He was a playboy. He's a pimp.
yeah, well,
Like I'm sure a lot of these other guys weren't.
yeah, like these guys are all saints,
Right.
you know?
How would the Cowboys have been? What would the Dallas Cowboys have been under Jerry Buss versus Jerry Jones?
Well, how many years has Jerry Buss or had Jerry Buss been the general manager of the basketball team?
0.
I think there's your answer.
He did make them draft Magic, according to the HBO one. Jerry West did not want to draft Magic.
No, apparently not. Really not. No, they made him draft Magic Johnson. Wow, what a terrible GM.
Well, yeah.
What an awful GM. What a terrible pick that was.
So Jerry Buss, we may have to ask Jerry Jones about. Can you imagine owning the freaking Lakers and the Cowboys?
Oh, you are the titan of the
You'd
industry.
be a walking STD. 877-881 or a golfing one.
As if owning
877-881-1053 truckwreck.com text line. Calvin Ridley is in the news again because of gang activity in Atlanta and Deion Sanders' team rules. No slides, no armpits, no wife beaters. Next on Sean and RJ 105.3 The Fan. phone unfortunately lit up with messages after that last segment of RJ in the woods. Think you may someone texted me, Samir, I think you may be banned from a restaurant now. He said, after listening to that segment, I switched to Joel Osteen.
Yeah, like Joel never played 20 holes of golf in one day.
So there you go. Some fallout from the 820 segment here on DFW Sports Station. All right, just to get you caught up on the Cowboys with the moves they made yesterday, 28 different moves in order to whittle down the roster to 53. They have no quarterbacks behind Dak. They have no kicker for now. But Cooper Rush and Brett Maher are thought to be back on the team after some roster maneuvering. Congratulations to the undrafted players who made it so far, the first 53. Kevontae Turpin, Dennis Houston, Peyton Hendershot, and Marquise Bell. C.J. Goodwin is thought to be a procedural move. He's off the roster now, but he'll be back on the roster, and we're waiting to see if we can pick up anybody else's scraps. After Philadelphia made a move, trading for Chauncey Gardner-Johnson to add to their secondary in New Orleans. You had the first-round pick, Alex Leatherwood, offensive lineman cut by the Raiders. This Jets player that had been thrown into the Cowboy rumors, he got released. So we'll ask Nick Eatman what the Cowboys could be doing at 9:20 from DallasCowboys.com. And this crazy story, another crazy story with Calvin Ridley as his home, Mariah Carey's home, one of the Real Housewives of Atlanta, all targeted by Atlanta gang members who are looking on social media, seeing what? What are you smiling at?
I'm just...
You can't even hide the smirk on your face.
Fan text. I can't take it anymore. You guys are bad.
Any readable ones?
No.
Okay.
No.
Okay. No. So a lot of these rich Atlanta celebrities targeted by this gang or these gang members, and they all got sentenced yesterday by the judge. And the judge is saying, you chose the wrong place to conduct your activity. And number two, to all you celebrities, try to tone it down in terms of what you post, in terms of what you're showing off, because it's making you a target. So Calvin Ridley, one of the people targeted and had his home, and these homes were broken into after showing off the bling bling.
Yeah, and first of all, why is this public record? Why are people's addresses public record?
Are they public record?
Yeah, they are. It's crazy. It's insanity that you could just go look up somebody's address.
Is that how they said the gang members got?
That's how they find out. You go on. You can any of these appraisal, tax law thing, whatever.
Yeah,
tax assessment. It's insane that in today's world where everything is at somebody's fingertips. Okay, you could go on social media, you could post these people's address, these celebrities' addresses, and then all of a sudden, their house gets robbed. It's crazy to me that we still allow this to be public record.
Yeah, I agree.
It blows my mind. And then poor Calvin sitting here.
Now he's got gambling on his own league and gang activity next to his name.
Even though it's not his gang, he's not a part of this.
Yeah. Is this guy trouble?
Some NFL front office personnel guy or coach or whatever is going to be sitting there saying, this guy's got problems. Trouble finds him.
Yeah.
They're going to use the trouble finds him thing. It's how is this remotely Calvin Ridley's fault? What, because he made money and he lives in a nice neighborhood and somebody has the internet? That's why it's his fault? Because they could find out where he lives?
Yeah.
But you know that's going to happen.
Yeah.
This is Bill Parcells would have done it. He would have definitely said, this guy's got a problem. There's a problem here with this guy.
877-881-1053 is the way to hit us up on the truckwreck.com text line. Apparently the YouTube audience is through the roof today, so thanks to you Tolos, as well as the ones on Twitch, to the Tolos, and on the fan cam. Bobby Belt just sent me something. He said this is kind of blowing up a little bit on social media, and it is the team rules being laid out by Deion Sanders. This has gone viral. So here's prime time laying out what you can and cannot do this year at Jackson State.
Okay, I want you to listen to me clearly and succinctly. No slides. no slides, no armpits exposed, no wife beaters. Sit in the front of the classroom and be the perfect gentleman, because when it comes down to it and you need help from that professor, they're going to recall your character and who you've been consistently in that class. No slides, no sleeveless shirts, no armpits exposed, none of that. And make sure you shower before you go to class. If you do not, I don't want to get a report that you was in some bull jump with our apparel on represent us. Kids sitting in the back of the class making noise. He was freestyling back to the whole class while I was trying to teach it with Jack State football shirt on. It's not going to happen. When it get back to me, it's going to get back to your coaches first, but then when it get back to me, it's going to be a problem.
Now, people are pointing out in the video, it looks like Dion is wearing slides. Are those
are? Let me see. Are those Crocs or those?
What are slides technically, Peyton?
I think they're just like kind of a flip flop almost. It goes
without
over
the back.
Foot. Yeah. Without the back.
Oh, those are.
What are those?
Those are slides. Well, those are house shoes, right? Those are like. Looks like they got some wool. Looks like they have some wool in them. The wool, nice house shoes on the inside.
Okay. So no armpits exposed, no slides. And then no wife beaters. I cannot believe that.
Can't believe he said that.
Has not been canceled. That phrase, sit in front of the classroom, and I thought I heard him tell them to shower.
Yeah, he does definitely shower before class. Which, I mean, are you showering before an 8 a.m. class all the time? Not all the time. Sometimes you might.
Heck no.
But not all the time.
Yeah. I don't think that one's going to be strictly enforced. But why no slides? Can't wear slides at the football meeting or around the facility?
I don't know. I don't know that one and why you can't wear slides. I don't get it. It's a comfort thing, you know. Honestly, it makes no sense unless they're afraid of feet stinking.
He's wearing slides, yeah, but he's the teacher. He's the boss. He can do what he wants. We need more coaches like this. I would love to play for Sanders. I would love to send my kid to him. Man, everything basically. Dion has been incredible in this role. Better than I thought he was going to be. I thought this was going to be followed by scandal, all the prime prep, breadcrumbs that was always surfacing around here, negativity, Dion doing this for attention. But, man, he looks like he is crushing it in this role. I got to give him props.
Yeah, look, I love it. And you know the people are pointing up. He's talking about in class, like school, not like in the meeting rooms.
Okay.
So
Bassick said slides look like trash.
Yeah, I mean, my kids wear slides all the time. I wear flip flops around the house. You know, I don't really go out with them.
You can't run in them. You know, can't run in slides.
Well, if you put them in sport mode, you can run in Crocs.
Right, you could. Yeah.
Right?
Oh, okay.
You got to put them in sport mode, right?
Like Chiafalo does.
Does he put them in sport mode?
Yeah, he puts it around the back.
Okay, all right. But if you do that, then you can maybe move around a little bit better. But yeah, they are. You know, slides are ridiculous, especially with socks. Boy, I'll tell you, my kids wear socks with Crocs. I don't. Like, you can't wear socks and slides.
I agree. People are doing it.
But they're doing it, man.
People are bringing back Birkenstocks, the oldest-looking shoe of all time.
They are.
In fact, I think it's the oldest.
Tevas were pretty bad.
Tevas, yeah.
The Air Jesus.
Yeah, I think Tevas are the old. I challenge you to give me an older-looking piece of fashion that someone could put on versus those Tevas with the straps going everywhere. Fanny pack, younger. Any type of glasses, younger. Any type of hat, younger. The Tevas, please, for God's sake.
Tevas, those white Nikes, with the dad shoe, the classic dad shoe, Nike or New Balance. Cargo shorts are a big one, although they came back for a hot minute. Are they still? I don't know if they're still back or not.
Jon Gruden finally addresses the emails. Why he was booted out of the NFL, sat down with an Arkansas booster gathering and had this to say.
Well, I appreciate it. I'm not going to say anything but honest things here. I'm ashamed about what has come about in these emails, and I'll make no excuses for it. It's shameful. But I am a good person. I believe that. I go to church. I've been married for 31 years. I got 3 great boys. I still love football. I've made some mistakes, but I don't think anybody else in here hasn't. And I just ask for forgiveness, and hopefully I get another shot.
So some people responding saying, congratulations, but going to church does not make you a fantastic person or staying in your marriage for 30 years. But that was Jon Gruden saying it's shameful. I'm embarrassed. But my favorite part of this was him calling out the 4-letter for being first fake, like we've been trying to tell you for years on this show.
But I get choked up, because there's a lot of misunderstanding out there right now. What you read, what you hear, what you watch on TV. Hell, I worked at ESPN for 9 years. I worked hard at that job. I don't even want to watch the channel anymore because I don't believe everything is true. And I know a lot of it is just trying to get people to watch. But I think we got to get back to reality, and that's why I look forward to Saturdays, because you're going to get what you deserve when the whistle blows.
So there's Chucky speaking for the first time since all this drama.
And you hear what he said. You got to get back to Saturdays.
Well, he was speaking to Arkansas.
Yep, that's right.
Well, speaking of Arkansas.
But for a guy who's been NFL his whole life, and all those groomers that were out there.
Tennessee, Texas.
The Gruden rumors. Although groomers is taking a much different term lately, unfortunately. But the Gruden rumors, the groomers, all those that were out there for years and years and years, and he always skirted. Now he's talking about Saturday football.
All right, we got an hour left to go with the Hump Day edition.
Hey.
As Choppy is back from vacation, it's DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. Most trustworthy general managers, least trustworthy general managers. Number one story of the offseason. Is CeeDee Lamb going to capitalize on this topic? We got the sleaziest of the sleazy. NFL agents off the record with the annual agent survey. All the NFL topics from the guys behind the scenes. If you love gossip and football, this is for you. We'll bring it to you to start off the final hour of Sean and RJ next on The Fan.
From the MyFitnessStore.com studios, it's Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Final hour hump day edition.
Okay.
Choppy's Fist Pump is back. He is back from Michigan in the vacay. Peyton Russell is bobbing his head on the fan cam. Thanks for being a Tolo. That stands for turn it on, leave it on. We are going to try to get you to your extended weekend as quickly as possible. Nick Eatman, DallasCowboys.com on all the decisions, maybe some extra pickups. Michael Gallup is not going to be put on the PUP list after he passed his physical yesterday. Is Tyler Smith going to practice at left tackle today? A ton to get into with Nick Eatman at 9:20 this morning. But little survey action, anonymous survey. That's the best because it allows you to go ahead and put people on blast. This is The Athletic talking to 26 agents around the National Football League. The NFL agent survey on a bunch of different topics. So here we go. What was the most interesting or surprising decision of the offseason? Deshaun Watson's trade/contract led the way, 17 votes.
They were surprised that he got traded? Oh, /contract too.
/contract.
Okay. Yeah, I can see that. They're fully guaranteed. Yeah, I can see that.
Kyler Murray's homework/film study clause got 3. Agents comment. It's a little embarrassing for both sides. If that clause was necessary, both sides would have been better off waiting and doing a contract later. Everyone's kind of ripping on the team. Why did you have to include it? If they were going to make you do those things, maybe wait. If Kyler has another great year, I think you're pushing for a fully guaranteed deal. They should have held off on it. Russell Wilson traded, got 2 votes. Others, quarterback movement throughout the league. The Devontae Adams trade, one of the agents said, you sign Aaron Rodgers long-term, then get rid of his number 1 target. My understanding is Devontae was going to leave no matter what they offered. Green Bay didn't lowball him. Green Bay, I think, even offered more than the Raiders, but he just wanted to play with Carr, and he wanted to play for the silver and black. Controversies around the league. Quote from an agent, the incredible ability of the NFL to dance through the raindrops on the Brian Flores lawsuit and Snyder's avoidance of a congressional subpoena. Incredible how the NFL never seems to be held accountable. The tradition continues. The league gets stronger and makes more money with owners running afoul. Cheerleader scandal in Dallas was basically a blip. All these and other scandals, and none have ever tipped the scales. So that's an agent talking about the hypocrisy, the double standard between the owners, Robert Kraft, Deshaun Watson, and the players. What do you make of Watson's fully guaranteed $230 million with Cleveland and his punishment? One agent, disgusting. Complete 100% franchise malpractice. Sends the wrong message. To get a guy they think that can help win games, that's the priority over sending a message to women and sending a message to other athletes that behavior is going to be tolerated. I've never seen anything as desperate in my history of professional sports in this country.
Wait, now, who said that? What was it? An executive, a general manager? Is that an owner?
An agent. Sports
agent. An agent. Okay.
And all these are from agents.
Okay. Spare me. You're an agent. Your entire job is to basically convince and coerce teams to giving your guy more money.
Yeah, I wonder how many of these agents would have chosen not to represent. Would they have fired Deshaun Watson as a client?
I guess
about to get $230 million. How many agents would have said, "Hey, you're too immoral for me. Bye-bye, see you later."
I'm sure there may be some out there, but they may not. They would not do it. Don't let any of these agents fool you that they're going to sit there and do it out of morals. No, they're going to do it so they can to benefit themselves. To benefit themselves, they go other clients and say, I'm interested in the best people. They're not doing it because of some moral clause. They're doing it to help themselves. No one's going to give up $230 million.
Another agent. I thought it was a fantastic development for players and negotiations around the league. You had a franchise quarterback who was essentially a free agent. It was the ultimate leverage, and they took advantage, and I'd like to think there'll be more of that moving forward as Lamar Jackson, we think, wants all his money guaranteed with Baltimore. All right? Brian Flores is being brought up as an NFL issue. What do y'all think about the Flores discrimination case? An agent. I think there's no doubt discrimination is going on in the NFL, whether it's racial, sexual, homophobic. It all exists. It's all prominent. I think, though, there's a lot more to the story with Flores and Miami. Brian was a very difficult person to deal with. Another agent said, if I were him, I may have tried to get the head job before filing the lawsuit. I think it definitely affected his chances at the Texans job and elsewhere, but I was shocked he got fired. And then finally, everything about Brian's case bothers me. It bothers me if it's true. It bothers me he would risk what has been an impeccable ascension to the highest levels of his industry, really to be a martyr, whether or not he wins or loses. I don't know his end game. It scares me because I really respect the S out of him, even though we have a horrible relationship. So these are agents talking about the top stories in the National Football League heading into this regular season. Do you think other owners would ever kick out Dan Snyder?
Oh.
It would require 24 of the 31 votes.
I'm going to say no.
Yes or maybe got 5 votes. No got 19 votes.
Yeah, you're not going to find 24. First of all, the other 3 owners in the NFC East would vote to keep him. And then he's going to have even the most. Is it a reprobate? Is that what it's called? Reprobate? Even the biggest reprobate in the world.
Reprobate? Well, look at you. I know you ain't learned that word in Michigan with the way how would they pronounce that word? Give me a little Gaylord.
That's a reprobate.
An
unprincipled person.
Oh, wow. Look at you.
You know what?
That.
I can't take credit for that. I learned that off Curb Your Enthusiasm.
I know you did. Yeah.
All right, I got to be honest with you.
Okay. Your point.
Even, who's the worst? Even the worst person in the world today has a dozen friends.
Okay.
Even Putin could find 6 heads of state to stand up for him to keep him in power. If you needed 31 countries.
Lovely man. Lovely.
He's a great man. He's a great man. If you had 31 countries in the UN and you needed 24 votes to get out, even Putin could find 7 people to stand aside.
Listen to agents saying they won't vote him out. Owners do not want to create this is really
the precedent.
Owners don't want to create the roadmap for their own self-destruction.
Yep.
Other owners have made mistakes, maybe not as egregious, but they're sitting there thinking, if we kick this guy out of the club, someone's going to kick me out. If the owners got together like on Big Brother and voted each other, Jimmy Haslam or Snyder goes first. These owners can get real chummy with each other, and Snyder's really close to Jerry. I just don't see it happening. I think Snyder's a lifer. He'll figure out a way to keep his team. And then someone finally said, as long as Jerry Jones is in his corner, the answer is no. And it was asked, you were out for this, who's the most powerful person in and around the league? Goodell got 16 votes. Jerry got 6 of them. Someone said, anyone who says otherwise, anyone who says another name than Jerry is an absolute idiot. He's made more money for these guys than anyone. He single-handedly backstabbed Dean Spanos and the Chargers with what he did for Kroenke and the Rams, and it was obviously in the best interest of the league. He's made Roger Goodell his puppet, and he's involved in all the marketing. He's brought windfall to all these other people. Say what you want. He knows how to get the other owners to befriend him while competing against him.
All
So
right.
there you go. JJ getting the props behind, obviously, Roger Goodell.
Here's Dan Snyder's 7. Stan Kroenke, Jerry, Haslam, Kraft, Stephen Ross. There's a guaranteed 5. These are 5 people who don't want a roadmap, like you said there. And then you add in Merritt and Lurie
in the East,
and there's your 7. I mean, like I said, they're not going to get rid of him. These owners, again, they don't. That was the perfect way to say it. Whoever said that, agent, they don't want the roadmap to their own demise to be put on paper.
All right. This one made people sick. This is from 26 agents throughout the league. Who's the most powerful person behind the scenes? Actually, this is going to make our audience throw up twice.
Okay, so say it again. Who's the
most powerful person in the NFL behind the scenes? Wait till I couldn't believe I saw this name.
Okay.
Couldn't believe it.
Most powerful person. So is an owner not behind the scenes?
No, like a lesser known person.
Okay, I'm going to say Al Michaels.
No, that wouldn't make people sick. That would only make you sick, you hater.
Peyton Manning.
No. I'm saying sick would make someone sick. Mike Florio. ProFootballTalk.com got 2 votes.
Okay, that's only because he's an attorney, and these are agents, and agents are attorneys.
Here's the reason. These are from people. Everyone in the league.
The best people in the world. These are some of the best people ever.
Everybody.
Never seen people like this.
Everybody in the.
Excuse me.
Everybody in the league goes to his site every day. His opinion, whether right or wrong, is read. He has a press conference every day. This choice goes beyond Florio. It's about media overall deserving more respect from the league. Another agent. Nobody would admit it, but everyone in the league is hitting that site 15 times a day. He has an agenda at times, but he really hits the mark a lot of times, and I think he influences people. He got more votes than Adam Schefter, J.C. Treader, the NFLPA president, and 1 vote goes to my nemesis in Oxnard, where I got lucky he didn't put me in an MMA move.
Brad Sham?
Jay Glazer.
Glazer. Dang it.
Brad's my boy.
I always do that.
Okay, ready? Listen to what they said. There's a lot of deals that are done through the media. Schefter having relationships on both the team and the agent side means being able to put out whatever narrative you're choosing. And then someone said this. Mike McCarthy doesn't get hired by the Cowboys without Jay Glazer.
Right. It's Jay Glazer's the most influential guy.
Ryan Pace doesn't get hired by the Bears without Jay Glazer. There's a ton like this. He's got pull with a lot of people.
It's not Mike Florio. Jay Glazer's easily the most powerful behind the scenes guy. I didn't even think of that. He's the only. I mean, nobody else has gotten people hired.
We don't know.
We don't know.
I'm sure Schefter gives his opinion to GMs and owners.
Yep, he might. Absolutely. But nobody says anything about it. They don't admit it.
Yeah, because we don't see
Schefter,
out at happy hour with all of them or up in, Jerry's tower like we see Glazer.
That's right.
Okay, we continue. I love this stuff. Behind the scenes, anonymous agent survey in the NFL. Among GMs and front office leaders, who's the best talent evaluator? Again, for the 4th straight year, Chris Ballard, Indianapolis, wins with 6 votes. Quote, he understands the players, he understands fit, his coaching staff, and team culture. Ballard is phenomenal.
Don't tell it to Dan Dockich.
Number 2, Brandon Beane, Buffalo, 4 votes.
Okay.
2 votes for Jason Light, Tampa. George Patton, Broncos, got 2. Among GM and front office leaders, whom do you trust the most? Brandon Beane, Buffalo, got 4 votes. Andrew Berry, Cleveland, got 3. Quote, I don't always agree with him. He doesn't always agree with me, but he's direct and I trust him. George Patton, Denver, got 3. Eric DeCosta, Baltimore, got 2. Chris Hall, Cowboys, got 1. Didn't even know we were throwing him into the executive class. Among GM or front office types, whom do you trust the least?
That's easy. It's easy, Howie Roseman.
He's tied for first.
It's easy.
Howie Roseman had the most votes in this category last year with 7. This year, he's got 4. Quote, I don't trust what comes out of his mouth because he lied to me. Quote, I don't think he's very transparent. He kind of tells you what you think you want to hear. He does the same thing with the players. Jets front office, 4 votes. I trust them the least. There's a lot of S going on in that building, whether it's this guy or that guy or they're blanking ownership. Joe Douglas, he doesn't communicate, just does not communicate at all. And then Trent Baalke got 2 votes. So there you go.
And nobody seems to like Trent Baalke. It's easy with Howie. I mean, he wins a lot of things. You know, he wins a lot of these moves, or maybe he beats the agent in negotiations.
And he's probably disliked. First off, his name's Howie. That's a weenie name.
It's a weenie name, man. It really is.
Very weenie name.
Yep.
And he looks like a John Daniels type. I'm talking about not a weenie.
Wow.
A Harvard and Ivy Leaguer.
Get out of this corner.
Shut up. John's my boy. I'll text you what I really meant. I'll text you since I know you'll text me back. All right, so there you go. The annual athletic survey of anonymous agents leaking and sliming their way behind the scenes in the NFL.
I love this. I love these. I mean, I wish they would do these more. Every sport needs to have this anonymous survey.
And just the agents, because they're going to be bitter.
Oh, the agents will be so bitter. So do the anonymous survey. Baseball, basketball, NFL, college football. I'd love to see this. I would love to see who coaches think is slimy, who players think, former assistants, just who they think is the sleaziest guys out there.
Michael Gallup passes his physical, and the Cowboys going to have any other quarterbacks or a kicker on their roster. Nick Eatman from DallasCowboys.com. Is Tyler Smith practicing at left tackle today? We'll ask Nick next on The Fan.
So get the representation that won't settle for less. It's Frankel. Frankel. Visit truckwreck.com or call them 214-333-3333.
Crosstalk with KMC. Little drummer Choppy here, back from vacation. It's DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. Let's talk about all the Cowboys activity yesterday on Cutdown Day with Nick Eatman. DallasCowboys.com, brought to you by Ford. Built for Texas, built for you. Why do the Cowboys have no kickers and no quarterbacks besides Ford, Nick?
You want the real answer or just some kind of made-up answer that, sounds good?
Let's get the made-up one.
Made-up one is well, the
no,
Cowboys
I'm kidding. I want the real one.
We
It's like
can do both.
Okay, let's do both.
I mean, guys, it comes down to the fact that they don't think or they know that nobody wants the kicker and the backup quarterback. I mean, that's what it comes down to, is that they can do this. They can. And Maher was sitting out there for a long time, so he's still going to be sitting out there. I mean, and yeah, they might have some wink deals here and there, and maybe a little bit more money, or you can give to a guy, but say, hey, make sure you don't sign with anyone. But if they were really, really, really worried about these guys going somewhere else, they probably wouldn't do that. So, it's. I mean, I hate to sound crash, but that's the way it is.
Well, I mean, yeah, it's pretty obvious to anyone who listens or has watched them practice.
It's the shoes that you're okay leaving out on the porch, and the ones that you make sure you get in the house. I mean, that's what it is.
Man, ain't that the truth?
So Cooper Rush and Maher are going to be back for the Buccaneer game.
Yes, that's the plan. Now, I'm not 100% sure, and we'll see what happens with all the waivers and Will Greer and all that stuff. But it would probably be Rush that gets elevated. But that's their plan, at least, to have Greer and Rush be on the practice squad, and then maybe the best one for the week gets called up on Saturday.
Michael Gallup passes his physical. Not being put on PUP really means what?
It just means that he's not 4 weeks away. He's in between 1 and 4. And it means he's the inactive receiver for your first game, maybe 2. I haven't been told this, but I'm just looking at the schedule. Just September 26th against the Giants just makes sense. I mean, he's definitely, if right now he's not ready for the Bucs, then that probably means he wouldn't be ready for the Bengals. But I would think with Monday night game at New York, that just seems like a decent return date for him, and it makes sense too. 2 games that he's inactive, but back for the third one.
Nick Eatman joining us on the Diamond Factory hotline here on Sean and RJ 105.3 The Fan. Any surprises, any mild surprises with Turpin making it, Dennis Houston, Hendershot, Marquise Bell? Sounds like CJ Goodwin is going to be a bye-bye, but you'll come back. Malik Davis.
Come right back today.
Come right back. Yeah, Malik Davis gone, Tyler Coyle gone. What else jumped out to you, if anything?
The biggest one for me probably was Malik Davis. I just thought he gives you, it's all about traits and stuff. I think he just gives you a little bit more than Rico Dowdle, and I would have kept him. I like the bigger back there and the power that he runs with, and he's been running hard behind second and third team lines, and I guess you could say the same for Dowdle. But I just would have kept him, but not many changes there. I mean, thought they were a little heavy at linebacker when they're not going to use a lot of linebackers, with Harper and Gifford. Kind of surprised by that, but 11 DBs, really 12 if you count Goodwin that will be back. So, 12 DBs. That's when I look at Nahshon Wright, Mukwamu, and Marquise Bell. I'm thinking, do I need all three of these guys? I mean, right. I don't know what they all do a little bit different. So, but you were talking about some draft picks, especially with Nahshon Wright, and you're trying to protect that, and they like what they have in Bell. So if they can. I think what they did with the roster is pretty creative, honestly. And it goes back to your very first question. Like, you're manipulating the rules. The rules are this, and they're saying you can call these guys up. So they're thinking we can do this for 6 weeks if we do both quarterbacks 3 times each, and then we'll figure something out with the roster and all that. I think it's a pretty creative way to do it.
Yeah, how has the numbers of each position kind of changed in terms of how many you keep? As let's just even go back to when we started covering this team, 20 years ago. Like, how has position group numbers changed that drastically?
Not drastically. No, I mean, I think though, 11 DBs is definitely high. It's definitely a lot. I mean, but it's also how they're using them on special teams, and the fact that that's why I said that about the linebacker position. I think it's a little high on linebacker because some of your DBs, the Jaron Kearse, even Marquise Bell, are playing that hybrid linebacker role. But for the most part, if you go back 20 years ago, I mean, you're talking 3 quarterbacks, 3 running backs, tight ends, 6 receivers. So it hasn't changed a lot. And also, you can't even judge with what the roster looks like today. We'll see what happens when they line up for Tampa Bay. I'm sure it's not going to be that different.
Is Tyler Smith going to practice at left tackle today?
I believe he is. I mean, he it sounded like he was out there the other day. I don't think this is your traditional high ankle sprain, if that's even traditional. As I think Bill Parcells, who hated terms like that, because he didn't understand the high ankle sprain. But I don't think this one is as severe.
What do you mean he didn't understand the high ankle sprain?
Well, I remember him vividly. It was Julius Jones, running back in 2004. He was just like, he had a high ankle sprain, and he was like, we just have an ankle sprain. He told the media, it was like, well, with all these different terms for things now, is it a sprain or is it not? I mean, high, low. He just kind of went off on a tangent one day, and it really. I mean, you can make the argument that he kind of rushed Julius Jones back in his second year, actually in 2005. He really was never the same, but. That's my second reference to Julius Jones this morning. I was actually talking to someone else about it, so I bet you I'm leading the league in Julius Jones references. So.
Okay, as you survey the rest of the cuts, the big one, of course, yesterday was the Raiders cutting Alex Leatherwood, their 2021 first-round pick. He happens to play offensive line. Saints, side note, releasing Taco Charlton. It looks like the Patriots are going to go 2 for 13, Nick. They've had 13 first, second, and third round picks between 2018 and 2020, and it looks like they're going to go 2 for 13 with them. Surveying the rest of the cuts, any Cowboy interest?
Hold on. Rewind that back. Say that again. They've had 13 picks, and they're keeping 2. They've kept 2 of them?
First, second, and third round picks. Between 2018 and 2020, they've had 13 of those selections, and the Boston media is counting it as 2 for 13. I don't know whether they're all on the roster or not, or they're like busts, but Belichick is getting called out.
Yeah, well, I mean, good luck with that.
Yeah.
Like if there's anyone that he's proven that he knows what he's doing over there, but. One thing too, again, I this is my second Parcells reference, but about the whole keep your own house from burning down. I really don't know a whole lot with other teams, but I'll say this: the Raiders, patience with the Raiders and draft picks doesn't seem to be very strong over there. Hey, we're done with you, and in some cases, obviously for good reason. You go back and look at what they've done. Last few years, they've had some off-the-field issues too. But like even with like Amari Cooper, I mean, they were like, let's get rid of him. They got rid of Khalil Mack. I mean, they do that. Now, Leatherwood, from what I've heard, they were trying for a long time to trade him, and nobody wanted him.
Yeah.
So, don't know what's going on there, but I'm sure somebody will pick him up. But you have to wonder what the deal is there.
But not the Cowboys.
That's not what I have not heard that. I haven't heard. You hear little names here and there, but. I haven't heard that one. I've heard that. I'm sure the Raiders called and they said no thanks.
Man, I am looking at these Patriots first, second, and third round draft picks. Holy cow!
Name them.
Bad.
First rounder: Isaiah Wynn, Sony Michel,
gone.
Duke Dawson, corner. N'Keal Harry,
gone.
Jawan Williams, Chase Winovich, Damian Harris, Yadni Kajusti, Kyle Duggar, Josh Uche, Anthony Jennings, Devin Asiasi, and Dalton Keene.
Wow.
Holy cow.
Wow.
That is awful.
Not going to work here anymore.
Not going to work here anymore.
Nick, what do you think about the Eagles trade? They deal with the Saints, a 5th and a 6th for Chauncey Gardner-Johnson. Should we be worried about that?
Not worried, but I mean they're getting their team deeper. I mean, they look like they're kind of going in here.
Yeah,
and I think, and that's what you should do, honestly, when you have a quarterback that is not making a lot of money. And I think you can do that now. At some point, they're going to have to figure out what they're going to do with quarterback. And again, I'm trying to barely know what's going on with the Cowboys, but I do know that the Eagles thought they have a couple first-round picks next year. I think they do, at least. And they're trying to figure out what they're doing here with Jalen Hurts. But I think, they're just trying to get their team deeper. And, they've been trying to figure out the defensive back, field for a while. But, I mean, when the Cowboys line up to play the Eagles on October 16th, I mean, I don't think the night before they're going to be, crying and worried about Chauncey Golf and Lewis Miller, whatever his name is. But, now, Darius Slay, or, and those two big guys in the middle, no thank you. I mean, I think Tyler Biadasz and Connor McGovern are going to be worried, and I think that's where the issue is with the Eagles. But the Eagles are pretty. I mean, they're a team that you got to deal with, because they got hot last year towards the end of the year. They made it to the playoffs, and they've added some firepower on offense, and they're without a doubt the toughest team that the Cowboys will have to beat to win the division again.
Who's your favorite in the East? Let's stop dancing.
Yeah, until the champs get knocked off.
I like it.
It is because think about it like this: they averaged 40 points a game. 40 points a game in the 6 games against the NFC East. Exactly 240 points. As my math is easy on that one. 40 points a game. They dominated the East, and they won it by 3 games. Yeah, they lost Randy Gregory on the other side, and they lost stuff, and Tyron Smith, we'll see what happens there. But did the Eagles make up that much of a difference? I got to see it to believe it. And it's not because of the trade they made yesterday.
You take anything? Did you catch Jerry with us? Anything jump out to you?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, a lot. I mean, I thought y'all did a good job. I know Bobby was filling in, but, I thought y'all did a good job. I think what I like it when you offer up questions and say, "You got anything else? You got anything else on your mind?" Because that's really like that. You're getting something good there.
Yeah.
What do you want to talk about? Right. And when he just offers up Tristan Hill and Quentin Bohanna, I mean, right then and there, I was like, that's not good for Carlos Watkins.
Yeah, right.
I was like, I guess Watkins is getting cut.
Yeah, Tristan Hill made the team.
They're going to try to get him back on the practice squad. Practice squad rules are so different now. But no, I mean, what he said about Gallup, we're always listening. We're ready to write a story.
Oh,
we do. I'm sure you guys don't like that everyone just takes the interview and.
Oh no, we love it.
All over Twitter.
We love it.
Absolutely love it.
As long as
there's credit. As
Yes.
long as there's credit, baby. I don't think we've had to call out someone in a long time.
Last year.
I mean, I know we don't interview up to Ed Werder standards, but everyone else.
That's what I was talking about.
Good to
Yep. That's what I was referring to.
Good stuff, Nick. You brought it strong. We'll talk to you on Friday. Thank you.
All right. See you guys.
Nick Eatman, DallasCowboys.com, brought to you by Ford. Built for Texas. Built for you.
He said, you got to unseat the champs. And I just look at the schedule. 2 wins against the Giants, 2 against Washington, 1 against Detroit, 1 against Chicago, 1 against Houston, 1 against Jacksonville.
That's 8.
That's 8.
Yes.
We haven't even pulled an upset yet. I didn't even get into probably split with Philly. I didn't even touch on Minnesota or Indianapolis.
Okay.
I mean, it really is a 13-win team.
13?
It's probably 11.
All right, you're going from 12-5 to 11-6 after Tyron.
After Tyron.
So there it is. RJ Choppy with your Feel Good Cowboys record of the day. Let's crosstalk with the KMC Masterpiece to close out the Hump Day edition.
Hey!
Next.
Coming up in the next G
Rentals. Buyers Barricades is a full-service provider taking care of your project or special event, no matter the size, from start to finish. The Texas Authority and Barricade Rentals. It's buyersbarricades.com.
Let's crosstalk with a KMC masterpiece here on Sean and RJ. Choppy back from vacay on 105.3 The Fan. Kevin Hagelin, Mike Bassett, Corey Majors. What is coming up?
Who are the riskiest players to select in fantasy football? We're going to get into that action at 11 o'clock. I know how much you love fantasy football, Sean, so we're going to do that just for you. And then at 11:20, if you had to, basically this is off of Cam Smith, if you had to move to another country, what would you miss most about America?
RJ. I miss seeing RJ.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense.
Is your heart warmer today because RJ's back?
Warmer?
Yeah.
Warmer.
I mean, you're always going to get more laughter with RJ.
That's nice.
Did you hear a story in the woods?
All right, so I had a story like that too.
Oh, no.
Yeah?
Where I was, my buddy has a place in Nacogdoches. He has a farm down there, and a man-made pond that they call a lake.
Wow, that does sound fancy.
They really call them a tank,
Yeah.
right? Those are called tanks in the country.
And I got up early to go fishing one morning, and I was down there, and I was like, man, nobody for miles that way. I was like, I'm going to fish naked. Adrian comes down to where I'm fishing and sees what's going on. And so, yeah, one-legged in a boat, man. You know what I mean?
Wow.
Yeah.
All right.
The hard way.
Yeah.
Or the difficult way. Yeah.
Uh-huh.
So,
Mike?
yeah.
Wow.
Did you hear Choppy in the woods?
You had sex in the woods?
Jeez, Mike. I love that we all take this time to do the innuendo and make the jokes. You banged?
Was this inspired by the Blue Jays story, or you just wanted to tell a story about being in the woods?
Just, it's always wanted to, be, in public.
Sure.
Even though that's not really public.
Sure.
It's in the woods.
But
If
it's
it happens-
outdoors.
If it happens in the woods and no one's there, does it really happen? Right?
Yes.
So, yeah, but
You were there.
Yes, it did. I don't know, RJ, did it happen?
I mean, it did. But
Well, then there you go.
If the tree falls and no one sees it, did it really fall?
Okay, well, I didn't see it. Nobody else saw it. Did it really happen?
The tree fell. The tree fell.
Okay.
Well, I guess congratulations. Is that what we're supposed to say?
It's not really congratulations. It's not really anything. It's just a funny story. It's just,
Also, if you said the tree fell, is that a euphemism for it didn't happen?
Oh.
Did you play better golf afterwards? Did you play worse
good
golf
question.
afterwards?
Oh, that's a great question.
Oh, man, that's a good question.
He doesn't keep score.
I think my no, she
Although he scored.
Did she play golf too?
She did. Yes, she
Did
did.
she play
Hole in
better
one.
afterwards?
Did you hit a 69?
Was she less tense?
For the round. For the
I
round.
did
That's
not.
a legitimate golf score.
I will say.
There's no way he shot. Did you say 69?
There's no way. I did not shoot
no,
that.
that's
Not after
No.
Bassick beat him.
Well, he didn't beat me. We played 9 holes. It doesn't count. It's like winning. It's like you're leading after 4.5 innings in a baseball game.
Oh.
That doesn't really count.
Oh, okay.
I'll tell you this.
Lost a couple balls in the water, if you know what I mean.
Mm-hmm.
My swing on the very next hole,
We knew.
little off.
Okay.
It was a little bit off. So that's all. That's all I can say about that.
What are those?
Those are the new
Shoes.
Lucas. Just came out, the El Matadors. They just released at 9 a.m.
That
on
is
the
a
Nike app.
Perfect name.
I see a cigarette filter on the back of it. Does it have a spot for
All
that?
right, Mike, I've been dying. I've been saving this for you.
I got them. I got the new Lucas.
Lucas cigarettes and Coca-Cola
Yeah.
and the GM survey from ESPN. Are you
Okay.
aware of both?
Yes, we did the GM survey yesterday, and
That the Mavs had the worst offseason according to one executive?
yeah, I mean, I guess to 6 executives.
Yeah, which was the most
yes,
by a
6
good
executives.
bit.
Yeah.
I don't agree with that. Now, obviously, they're in the game. They thought losing Jalen Brunson was the worst thing in the NBA. Hoops Hype ranked the top 25 point guards in the NBA going into this season. Did you see that?
No.
You know where Jalen is?
Guess where Jalen is? He did make the top 25 point guards in the NBA list for the first time in his career.
That's good. Top 25. That's good. For that kind of money? I hope so.
I don't know. I'm just guessing 16.
Okay. 19. So we lost the 19th best point guard in the NBA.
But let
And-
me counter
and
you
I-
with
and I-
something.
and I-
That's still a good player.
Yes, I'm
Still
not.
good. It's a starter.
Yes.
Voice cracked. Wow.
Yeah, but
Welcome back.
but who's better at what they do between? I know you're high on this
Luka
guy.
was number 1, by the way.
Brunson or Christian Wood is a better player regarded by others throughout the league.
I bet that Jalen Brunson is regarded as better because his college winning and then his most recent NBA winning. So, and I'm not saying the Mavericks got better. I think in a weird way they're the same, by maneuvering parts in a weird way. We got worse at our point guard situation. I don't know why. We talked about this yesterday, the Tyron Smith thing. How in the world can the Mavericks look at Luka almost rolling his ankle and maybe being out the first month of the season? Let's just say it was a high ankle sprain and they're like, dude, he's out 8 weeks. And that means he's going to miss at least the month of October and maybe a little bit of November. We're going to say, hey, Dinwiddie, can you play 48 minutes of point guard? I know you're not a true point guard. You're a nice backup and a combo guard. And we have nobody else. Frank Ntilikina cannot play point guard in the NBA. He's an off guard. And
Do you think they're going to try to push that with Josh Green, 5 to 7 minutes? Too?
No, he's horrible at point guard.
I'm not saying you should. I'm saying, will they?
Dummy
pathetic.
Kevin.
And, if they would have done that, why wouldn't you put him in summer league and say, we need you to play some point guard to see if you can do this? He can't do it. I don't know if Tyler Dorsey can, the two-way contract guy. Like, the Mavericks are going to go into a season.
It doesn't make sense. They have to have something
right,
planned.
because even if Dinwiddie gets hurt for a month, which he's way more injury prone than Luka is if you look at his career, you're going to say, hey, Luka, we need you for 48 minutes a night for a month straight because we don't have a backup point guard who can run the offense at all. So that's what scares me a lot about this upcoming season, about the Mavericks. They did rank Christian Wood the 15th best power forward in the NBA, just to give you an idea. And that's why I think we moved different parts around to be about the same team. So that's why when GMs did this, I was like, geez, would they vote Charlotte Hornets?
Yeah.
Like, dude, you just lost your second best player for maybe forever.
Kevin, do you believe the cigarettes and Coca-Cola before Luka's FIBA game?
100%, I believe it. Like, he just...
It's Euro, man.
He kind of strikes me as that Len Dawson type, And so he's like, sure, let's smoke some cigarettes. It's fine.
That's like such a Eastern Bloc nation. Vlade, yep.
Oh,
ripping heaters before a game.
Corey, you have some company.
Okay.
As RJ Choppy, the big fight that almost happened while you were out, Corey said losing Tyron would not affect the record. And RJ Choppy is almost right there with you. One more loss.
Okay.
RJ going 12-5 to 11-6.
Yeah, I can see that. Like I said, since 2018 with him out, they're 14-12. They've found ways to win. They just didn't win all of them. They're only a few games better whenever
Dak's
he's
12-7.
Dak is 12-7.
Dak's 12-7
since 2018. So that would include the time that Dak was out there. Dak was out. So yeah. So I mean, it's not like they're that much worse. It's not 1-3. You're probably you're not gonna be all pro elite level when he's on the field without him. That's for sure. But you can still win football games without that.
I just look at it. They've got the Giants twice. They have Washington twice. They got Detroit and Chicago. There's 6 wins. You got Houston and Jacksonville. There's 8. I haven't even gotten to Indy and Minnesota and probably split with Philly. Oh, there's your 11.
You beat Minnesota last year without your quarterback.
Cooper Rush.
Yeah.
Like Cooper Rush starting for Dak.
Right?
On the road. Now, Cooper Rush playing for Dak is a much bigger drop-off than – it's not a drop-off talent-wise from Tyron to Tyler. We don't know because Tyler's first-round pick.
Yeah.
But, like, impact-wise, losing your quarterback is umpteenth times more impactful than losing a left tackle.
Yeah. And I know it feels like we look at the Falcons game from years ago and we're like, he's just going to get sacked 15 times every game. I don't think that's going to be the case. I think that they're much more creative. Well, I could be wrong about that than the Jason Garrett era at that offensive line spot here.
All right, let's see if Tyler Smith practices today at left tackle.
Steven said he would. Jerry said he would. So if he doesn't, well,
then what?
What are you going to do?
What are you going to do?
We were live.
Going to call him out Friday?
Oh, yeah. Dare you?
Do you guys have Jerry Friday?
Yeah.
I don't know.
You don't know?
I'm pretty sure.
Why would you not know that?
Yeah, we do. Friday.
Better know.
Well, that's an awkward walk-off, Corey. Thank you for that. We
Do
appreciate
you ever look for that awkward walk-off?
No.
Okay.
Never.
Never.
Never look for it. All right, Peyton, have fun in Cali. Big Mr. Travel.
Dude, Peyton was hilarious this morning with you guys.
When?
Just whenever.
Oh, my God. We're back tomorrow morning. Yes, there's my walk-off. Don't ruin it. KMC next on 105.3 The Fan. He was funny.
From the MyFitnessStore.com studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. Do Cowboys fans get too caught up with the name value? Because Jerry brought that up again yesterday. And so I was curious. Yes, Jerry Jones right here on 105.3 The Fan. He will be on with us Friday at 10:30 a.m. So yesterday was quote-unquote final cut-down day across the league, and I feel like so many people are like, go get this guy, go get this guy, go get this guy. Do you feel like Cowboys fans get more caught up with the player and the name as opposed to how good they actually are at football?
Yes, of course. Oh, yeah, man. Let's, we can get to some of the players we let go.
Yeah.
But, yeah, I think people just like Alex Leatherman. Oh, my gosh, this guy's
Leatherwood, yes.
Yeah, Leatherwood. Why would they let him go? That's always Mickey's question, is why would a team let him go?
Yeah.
Where the Bill Parcells question, and Jerry Jones and the Stephen Jones, the Jones family, they have utilized this ever since, is, well, I mean, if he was a first-round pick at one point, there's something left in there.
Yeah.
So let's try and see if we can't squeeze that talent out of that player. And I think that's a legitimate approach to things. We've discussed all the time the guy needs a new landscape, change of scenery, and everything's going to be fine for this guy. And man, if Joey Gallo isn't a good example of that right now, maybe it's just the time of year where he gets hot like this, or maybe not being in New York and being on the West Coast is something that benefits him. So I think that there are lots of players where you're like, yes, I've heard of that name, get that guy on my team, as opposed to you need to do some research on why that guy wasn't doing well where he was first.
So I want to go ahead and fire off cut number 12. This is Jerry yesterday with Sean and RJ. And I'm telling you again, agree with the philosophy, don't agree with the philosophy, but the Cowboys have told us numerous times that they think addition by subtraction is going to work.
Well, I think so, that I can remember, but I know, I really know I've had others that might have looked after we had some success and then lost some key guys. But that goes with the territory. There's a whole bunch of this thing that just has to, you have to see what you got. And who could have, ever seen guys like Pollard when Pollard first came in, or just any of these younger players. And we've got a lot of younger players. And so I understand that we lost some names, Collins. We certainly lost Cooper. But by the same token, and I mean this not overly positive, we can be better teams, better in those areas. Some of the things that we had to sacrifice in some of those areas will make up for here.
He would mimic that answer kind of later, and maybe at the end of the interview, where he said names again. And so, I mean, I might be reading too much into this, but I feel like we've heard that exact same message a couple of times this offseason. Amari Cooper, Randy Gregory, Lyle Collins, those are names.
Mm-hmm.
And the production was not what they wanted or needed.
I think for each one of them, Kevin, we can point to a reason that you can justify that guy not being here.
Sure.
With Lyle, we discussed it as he was getting suspended again. Hey, look how many games this dude misses. But people forget that because he's so talented. Yeah. And that is where it is, Mike talks about that a lot. The guys that are higher around draft picks, the money invested in those guys, they're going to get more opportunities. The guys that are better are going to get more opportunities. But you have to ask yourself, are we setting our philosophy up that that's okay? That everybody else can just kind of mosey in and mosey out like that, and we're just going to throw you up there because you're a good player? Well, I mean, if you don't want that kind of culture in your clubhouse, in your locker room, you got to do something about it. With Randy Gregory, there were lots of stints of him going missing. Now, that's that whole contract situation, completely different ordeal.
Yeah.
Although the contract language had a lot to do with if you screw up again, you don't get all the money, which you've screwed up a lot. So all you have to do is not screw up. How difficult is that? Well, for you, it's difficult, and he didn't like it, so he felt personally attacked for that. And Amari Cooper, same thing. Didn't practice a lot of times, didn't practice through the preseason, and then missed a couple games because of not getting the vaccine, which Michael Irvin was probably sitting right there in Jerry's ear saying, this guy's not a winner. He's not committed to the team. You got to be committed. So like those things really did happen. Despite the amount of talent that those guys had, the Cowboys made the decision. I don't know if it was coaches. Because I don't think coaches are typically like, hey, get good players off my team.
Right.
But somebody made the decision of those people were not reliable, and they were keeping us from getting to our ultimate goal here. Now, is the talent level lower? Yeah, absolutely. And they didn't do a lot to make up for that talent in the offseason. So that's a reality.
And somebody brought this up, and I think this is the thing. This is what Corey was kind of just alluding to is, look how much Tyron Smith has missed at left tackle since 2016, yet he's still on the team. But the difference there is like, and you can think this is right, wrong, whatever. I'm just telling you, why does Tyron Smith miss games? Because he's hurt, right?
Not because he missed drug tests.
Exactly. Lyle Collins missed drug tests. Randy Gregory, and I know the rules have changed, but back when the rules were still the rules, he failed drug tests. Amari Cooper didn't want to get vaccinated. And again, I'm not saying that makes them bad people. I'm saying the philosophy of the Cowboys was, if you miss games due to non-injury concerns, that is not going to fly for us. And for everybody who's talking about Lyle Collins, I will tell you this, and if I'm wrong, fair enough. But I'm fine with them moving on from Lyle Collins. Lyle Collins, the last good year of football he had, 2019.
We are currently in 2022. Kevin.
Exactly. And so if you have questions about Terrence Steele, fair enough. But Lyle Collins, first of all, doesn't show up some of the times because of quote-unquote injuries, even though both of the Joneses told us that is not why he was missing these games. And then when he did play last year, well, guess what? The offensive line continuity looked a lot better at times with Terrence Steele than it did Lyle Collins, and that's a fact.
Yeah, so I don't know if I completely am like, all right, they're going to be better because of it. But when it comes to reliability, I mean, you kind of feel like Terrence Steele's not going to step out of line and lose you games and not be there for you in those moments. I mean, can you imagine being Dak and that's your best friend too? And you're having to like, hey man, I don't know why this guy keeps missing this time. I don't know why this is happening, but I need you, dude. I need you on the offensive line protecting me. But you keep missing these things. It can't happen anymore.
And this is always, I get it. This is 100% valid. For the 214, I don't believe a word of what the Snake Hope salesman says. I get it. I get it. And you don't have to,
I don't believe too.
Yeah, you don't have to believe any of this. And you might be right. It could just be spin. Hey, what do? We lost one of our top defensive players, one of our up and coming defensive players. We lost one of the anchors to our offensive line, and we lost our best wide receiver. That's best case scenario for all of those players. How are we going to spin this? You might be 100% right, but I'm telling you, the messaging is we think we're going to be better by subtraction. They have said that again and again.
I will say this too. All right, and I'll be very open about this. Mike, I think this was before you joined us. There was one day where I turned around and Troy was still working our boards. Somebody else was supposed to be there.
Yep.
A few days later, after this guy apologized and all these things, few days later, I turn around. Troy had left. Nobody's sitting in the chair. There's nobody in that room. And I went down. We were both on air. And I said, Kevin, I'll see you in a minute.
Yeah.
You just started talking. I walked down the hall and told the bosses, I said, hey, nobody's on my board right now. We can't have this. Can't have that person. You know what? We got Reggie. Were we better off with Reggie? I love working with Reggie. I don't know that. What did you say, Reggie?
I said sorry.
No, I love working with Reggie. We were better off because we got Reggie to work with us here. And I've enjoyed every minute of it since, kind of. But that being said, you can't rely on somebody. You have to make that decision sometimes. Now, again, they're screwed in offensive line right now, where they're trying to move some pieces around and say, do we have enough talent? And the answer is no. They're going to have to find it somewhere, though. And maybe, Kevin, a name will be more significant. Maybe a name will also have a player attached to it that can come in here and be that left tackle or guard or whatever it is the Cowboys need to make it through this year.
And that's where I think the sell job goes into whoever comes in, right? Let's just say it was Leatherwood. Although I do think we should reestablish that a first-round draft pick of the Raiders in the last 3 to 4 years doesn't count as a real first-round draft pick, but that's neither here nor there.
They've gotten 3 of their top 100 picks over the last few years.
My God.
Something like that?
Yeah.
Awesome.
And so I don't think we should count that the same way as like when Jerry was like, Malik Hooker was a first-round pick. Like, don't sell me that Alex Leatherwood was a first-round pick because of what a travesty those Raiders drafts have been. But that's where I think the sell is going to come in, is they're going to be like, well, he's a first-round draft pick. And that, I get why it irritates people. The Lyle Collins thing, I think that might be my pivot point with Lyle Collins and Randy Gregory. For people who are more upset about Amari Cooper, I get it. Because even though there were a couple games where he's like, no, I could play, and then he was out really quickly, or he missed some games
Are
because
people
of
mostly
injury.
upset about the value you got back for Cooper than anything else? Like, you could have gotten this.
That's what I think, and I still think that ignores factors at play in the market, because I stand firm. Like, I remember we were doing a fan event the day he got traded, and KG was livid, and he still is livid, quite frankly, about it. And I was like, it was a great deal. You were going to cut him, and you got something for him. And I get that, like, in future wide receiving trading aspects, people were like, look how dumb the Cowboys are. Okay, the Cowboys had made up their mind. Whether you think they're stupid for moving on from Amari Cooper, that's fair enough. But they had made up their mind. They were going to cut him, and instead they got something for him. I don't care. I don't care what you get. If it's something instead of nothing, that's a win in terms of assets. Now, their decision and them broadcasting that to everyone, that's a whole different deal.
Yeah.
Maybe they could have gotten something better from Amari Cooper if they didn't make it plain and clear to everyone in the NFL that they were probably going to cut him. That's a different deal, and I agree with that. But, like, Randy Gregory has never had more than 6 sacks in his career. And for all the hope of, well, if you project this out, if you project this out, if you project this out, awesome. Show me the badass full season that he's consistently stacked together and why he deserved that kind of money. Same thing with Lyle Collins.
I know it wasn't injuries, but then shouldn't Tyron Smith and DeMarcus Lawrence be off of this team too for 2022?
I very much agree with especially the DeMarcus Lawrence thing. But for whatever reason, the Cowboys have decided injuries are different than if you miss games for whatever reason. Dude, I'm with you on that. I also did not understand why we still hype certain players 100%. So if you want to make an argument that some people are more favored than others because they had stacked up more consistent seasons in the past, I think that is totally fair. I think the Cowboys, which is weird about Amari Cooper then, because, you know, Randy Gregory had never stacked up consistent seasons again and again and again, whereas Tyron Smith did, DeMarcus Lawrence did, but I think those are far enough in the past that they should have made some reconsiderations going forward. But I just saw an article this morning saying, oh, they should have franchise tag Lyle Collins. I think that is an insane opinion.
Oh, wait, wow. Before we move forward on the Lyle Collins thing, because we've talked about Randy Gregory numerous times in this segment, and I don't think we've acknowledged the fact that they still wanted to bring him back. And that they, like, the negotiations kind of fell apart at the 1 yard line. Like, this doesn't feel like a point of any sort of moral stance in the way that you might be able to swing those other ones.
What was this was with Randy Gregory?
Yes.
But what was the point that was the sticking point? The language in the contract said if you miss these games for suspension, and he said, I can't, no. I understand he didn't trust the league. You know, like I wouldn't trust the league either in that situation. But that was the sticking point. Any other player is going to go, fine by me, I'll be there, man. I'm going to be on the field. I'm not going to get suspended. But that was the point where they were like, all right, whatever, man. If that's the thing that's going to get you upset because you're concerned that you're going to – that's how I would look at it. Now, I don't know if Jerry Jones was thinking of it differently, but if you're going to say you can't accept the responsibility of being a big leaguer, then I can't accept the responsibility of paying you this contract. That's how I would look at it, though. So, but yeah, man. So there are lots of names out there, Kevin, that I want to add to this team. All right, like
Malik Turner,
Rodgers. You know,
okay.
How many other offensive line?
Taco Charlton.
TJ Watt. No. TJ Watt. I want to add that to the team.
He's busy. He's taken.
What?
He did not get cut yesterday. I hate to tell you.
Man.
No. And so that was one of the things I took away from Jerry yesterday is, and if it doesn't work, well, obviously it won't cost our front office. They'll keep their job.
Yeah.
It could cost Mike McCarthy. I've seen some people already speculating that Dak has been set up as the fall guy for whatever.
Oh, you can hear that, right?
Yeah.
You can hear hey, look, Kevin, I think this happened yesterday in a conversation with you and I. you can hear the moment where they say, I mean, we had to pay all this money to our quarterback. And so you knew that there was going to be an inability to do this and this and this. So the quarterback has to do it. He's already getting that right now. And it's hey, look, agent, we negotiated with you and gave you everything you wanted, but you can't deliver to us.
Which I have an issue with because I think the Cowboys negotiating that horribly to begin with. Hey, I want $32 million. No deal. Go out there. We have a terrible season as a team because he gets hurt. And now I want $40 million. Sounds good to me. Like how... That is a terrible way to negotiate. And I'm not here to support the Cowboys at negotiating. I think they are poor negotiating. But when you say losing Randy Gregory or losing Lyle Collins were catastrophic for this team, I disagree. I think the Cowboys sell all the time. I do not think they're selling on at least those two. Amari Cooper, I have more complex feelings about that because he was still producing on the field. But those other two, I don't think the Cowboys are selling. I think they believe that. Now, whether or not it plays out, I don't know.
I mean, CeeDee Lamb got that contract's on the way, man. And we had to sign Michael Gallup, so all that money had to be allocated.
Yeah, that's another one. Yeah, you had to sign Michael Gallup coming off an injury for that amount of money. We are bad at negotiating. I cannot defend that at all. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan. Coming up next, let's chit-chat with our Cowboys insider about this new roster. We got Mickey Spagnola next right here on the Fan.
All right, fellas, if you've been putting off addressing the symptoms of what could be low testosterone, what are you waiting for? Because Men's T Clinic, they can help you tackle the symptoms and underlying causes
KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan is brought to you by Texans Can Cars for Kids, and it's brought to you by Frankel and Frankel. Think there'll be fewer big company trucks on the road this summer because of gas prices? Think again. And those big trucks have insurance companies to protect them. So get the representation that won't settle for less, Frankel and Frankel. Visit truckwreck.com. That's truckwreck.com.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan right now. On the Diamond Factory Hotline, let's talk with our Dallas Cowboys insider, Mickey Spagnola. Good morning, sir.
Good morning to you guys.
Now, I know we want to talk about all the move-ins and the shake-ins on the roster, but I did kind of want to get your breakdown on this because we were just talking about this in the last segment, and I get it. A lot of people disagree. Do you get the sense, because Jerry said something about names again yesterday, do you get the sense that the Cowboys really are trying to tell us they think that addition by subtraction is going to be a thing with this team, like getting rid of some of the higher contracted people that they don't believe lived up to those contracts is one of the ways they think they have improved this team?
Well, I think that's yet to be determined, right? And for this team to be successful, they need to be right about that.
Yeah.
Because they're certainly banking on a lot of young guys stepping up and performing like right off the bat, which might not happen. This might be a team that you have to sit there and go, okay, let's let things simmer for a while before they come into their own. So yeah, that's going to be a thing to keep an eye on. Of the 53 guys on this initial roster, and as we know, things will change. But if we count Damone Clark, who's on NFI, they've got 30 guys now, basically the rights to 30 guys that have been in the league no more than 2 years. So that's 30 out of 53. That's a lot of young guys. And that's kind of been my deal. They've decided youth is the way to go, and they're certainly going to find out if they're right or not. And the other thing I think that needs to be taken into account, because I know we all kind of look at this as a kind of a 1 year at a time deal. A lot of what they were thinking down the road also was the fact that next year they're going to have some more serious contract problems. Dak's contract goes up huge, right?
Like $32 million higher, yeah.
You're going to have to probably at some point re-sign CeeDee Lamb, because his agent's not going to want him to go into the final year of his deal. You got Micah Parsons and Diggs coming up. So a lot of what they did is looking towards the future, not just this year. And they're hoping that CeeDee Lamb is a number one receiver. They're hoping that Michael Gallup gets back sooner than later, and that you can get a younger guy to be the third receiver. And then all along, and this isn't done yet, right? Because I think at some point, if it's profitable, they'll pick up maybe an experienced offensive tackle to be the swing tackle. But going into this, I always thought the swing tackle was Tyler Smith. Okay, fine, we're going to let him bide his time at guard. But if need be, something happens, he's our next offensive tackle. And, unfortunately for them, as I said yesterday, the future arrived a lot earlier than they thought. And to tell the truth, when we talk about, well, they got rid of big names, okay, La'el Collins, big name, but he didn't play big to his name last year. And if you talk to some people around here, they'll tell you Terrence Steele played better than La'el Collins. And so they made that move and basically saved $9 million against the cap, from a base salary that's minimum to a base salary that was $10 million. So, like I said, we'll see. They got to be right on these things for this team to do what you just said, improve.
Mickey, we are short a quarterback. How are we fixing this situation?
What do you mean? You only got to play one.
Good point.
I'm perfectly fine with that. I am perfectly okay with that. If one of your receivers can toss the pigskin around, who's the more likely to come back?
I think it's Cooper Rush, because they they knew that, he doesn't have to go through waivers. He was released. So he has enough years in the league that he's not subjected to waivers. No one can claim him. Now, someone can come and money whip him, right, and say, well, you're only making this much with the Cowboys. We love you as a backup quarterback. We'll pay you $3 million a year. He could always change his mind. But I would imagine they've already come to an agreement with him on that. So I would imagine he's back. And if Will Grier passes through waivers, which we should find out in about a half hour or so, then they could sign him to the practice squad. Now, that doesn't mean he's theirs, because he's still a free agent there, and if somebody wants to sign him to their 53, they still can at any point. But, yeah, I would imagine Rush is back. And, there's a lot of names out there for backup quarterbacks that got released, and I don't know if anything gets you all excited to go, no, I'd rather have that guy.
Kellen Mond.
So, yeah, right, Sudfeld, those types of guys. So, yeah, I think he's your second quarterback.
Were there any of the other moves? I know we talked about running back yesterday. Were there any of the other moves, whether it was somebody getting cut or somebody getting kept, that surprised you at all?
Well, they're probably a little long on the defensive line. So if they need to fill in somewhere else, they've got 11 guys right now. I know they didn't want to give up on John Ridgeway. They're, the rookie defensive tackle from Arkansas. But I don't know that he, showed up in these preseason games, or for that matter in training camp, that warranted a spot on the 53. I would think at this point, if they went forward, he would be one of those inactives, providing everybody else is healthy on game day. So that one was a little surprising, but again, they didn't want to give up on youth, and they didn't want to give up on size. So they decided to keep him instead of Carlos Watkins. And we'll see if he gets through waivers, because they can always, you can sign as many as 6 veteran guys to your practice squad. And then you have the right to protect guys each week so many times during the season. So he could come back. I would think that one surprised people, just because he had started, I think, like 13, 14 games last year at defensive tackle. But if you were there watching practice in training camp, and then once they got back here and the practices against the other teams, the joint practices, he was not in that top 2 group of defensive tackles. So the writing was on the wall, I think, with him.
When did Tristan Hill regain the love from these guys?
Yesterday morning at about 8:30.
Yeah, because there was kind of this, he's kind of this odd man out kind of feel, and then they keep him around. And I hear Jerry talk about he's a quick twitch guy next to the big body of Bohanna, and they like that pairing.
Well, I mean, if you kind of look back to last year, I thought the last quarter of the season, he looked like a different player. Now, he had to stay healthy, right? And we got to remember the year he tore his ACL, and he was starting to play pretty well then. And then when you come back from it, it's like, it takes a while. I know we don't like to acknowledge that, but it does. And I thought he had a really good training camp, and he did show up in those joint practices. So, and then the other thing is sometimes you might exaggerate how good the guy is if you're kind of trying to trade him. Maybe somebody listens to you and says, "Oh, look, that guy's playing well. We need to check him out," right? But I don't think they're exaggerating the impact he had. I thought he played awfully well in training camp, and he showed up and he worked hard. I talked to some of the folks that are in charge of strength and conditioning and things like that, and they were really high on how hard his effort was in the off season and in training camp. So, yeah, I don't think it just occurred to him yesterday. Oh, let's keep this guy.
Hey,
right?
this guy's good.
Yeah, and really, he a lot of times you saw, you saw 72. It's like, okay, I see you. So yeah, I don't think they missed on that one, and I think they'd like to use him. But again, how many defensive linemen can you keep on the team right now? If I counted up right, they're at 11.
I think Kevin actually did tweet out, "I see you, Tristan Hill,"
Yes.
on the fumble recovery.
Yes.
So nice job, Mickey.
See
You
there?
nailed
Yeah.
it.
Appreciate it.
And it's the other thing, and this probably applies to Kelvin Joseph too. It's hard to give up on second round picks.
Yeah.
You got to be really, really wrong to say, okay, I'm taking out the eraser and we're moving on. So he's got one last shot, and we'll see what he's got. If indeed someone wants to come and trade for him, you never know. You might get something for him.
Appreciate it very much, good sir.
Okay, see ya.
There you go, Mickey Spagnola right here on 105.3 The Fan. Quick note for you guys. We're going to go into baseball nuggets. I wanted to know what y'all's philosophy was on this. The other day, Mike, we talked about the $12.6 million Mickey Mantle card. Compare that to, did you see the Babe Ruth bat?
No.
He used it between 1918 and 1922 and autographed it. It went for $1.6 million, which is a record for any bat. And this is where sometimes, I love cards, and I see the appeal of that Mickey Mantle card. But I do think it's odd that a card would go for that much more than an actual bat that Babe Ruth actually used in some of his prime season.
To your point, I would much rather have that bat.
Sure.
I would think that bat would be more of a $15 to $20 million bat.
Yeah. And that's
autographed by him, right?
Yes.
So autographed, game used.
Yep.
Babe Ruth is more popular than Mickey Mantle. I mean, not by much, but I mean, he's the most popular baseball player of all time. So it doesn't make any sense to me. And it's almost impossible. I'm reading the Willie Mays book. When Willie Mays, the game he hit 4 home runs in a game. And that bat, he gave – no, I'm sorry. It's the glove, but the bat too. But the glove that he made that catch, the over-the-shoulder catch.
Oh, my God, yeah.
He gave that to one of his teammates' sons.
Holy
to just use because the
moly.
kid needed a glove. So he's like, here, you can have this glove. I don't use it anymore. Type of a deal. It was that glove. Now it is in the Hall of Fame. It eventually
Okay, because I was going to say, it feels like that thing should sell for
the
so
glove.
much. Yeah.
Now, you would think probably a Willie Mays, in great condition, 51 Bowman or 52 Tops. I know that glove's not for sale, but I would much rather have that glove than a 51 or 52 or Willie Mays card.
100%.
But somehow that card would probably sell more than the glove.
I think you're right, and that does perplex me at times. All right, coming up next, it's Baseball Nuggets with Mike Basak.
I compare Tyler Smith, the rookie, to a current Texas Ranger. Next. Now, before I do that, tired of baseball.
Oh.
He's tired of basketball. He wants football 24/7.
Oh, my.
So what I'm going to do just for you.
Wait, you didn't see Bubba Thompson's, solo shot?
Saw-
That'll make you excited.
I did. I also saw a great baseball play. After Ezekiel Duran hit a home run last night, the next pitch, what are you not expecting as a pitcher after giving up a home run? Drag bunt. Bubba Thompson drag bunts to first base.
That's right.
A little bit of confusion because he's so fast between Framber Valdez and, I'm sorry, I'm forgetting
Yuli Gurriel, I think, was at first.
Yes, Gurriel was at first. And he gets a bunt base hit. And I thought, that's baseball. This is real baseball happening, is that how do we get to first base? Bubba Thompson is probably not going to jack 30 to 50 home runs per year. I hope he does. I hope he develops into the next Mookie Betts.
I gotcha.
But he doesn't.
Yeah.
And you know what? If I could develop 9 Aaron Judges in my lineup, I would love to do that. I would love to have in my lineup 1,000 home runs a year. Probably not going to be able to develop that.
Right.
Because that's what makes Aaron Judges and Vladimir Guerrero Jr.'s. And I know he has 27 home runs, but it looks like Vladdy in his prime is probably going to be a guy that hits around 40 home runs per year. Those guys are close to impossible to develop. What you hope to do is develop 1 or 2 of those guys, or you develop one and you steal one away in free agency or through a trade. But I have to develop most likely 7 really good role players on my team. And then you build around 2 superstar guys, and hopefully one of those superstars can hit 40-plus home runs a year. But that's what I was using Mookie Betts yesterday with Dan O'Dowd. Like, guys, you're not going to be able to turn Bubba Thompson, Leody Taveras, Josh Smith, Ezekiel Duran. I'm sorry. They're not going to hit 30-plus home runs a year. Maybe one of them will in career years, and you just hope maybe it mixes and matches well. But most likely, these guys are going to have to be Mark McLemore's, who I work with, or they're going to have to be, I know Dustin Pedroia won an MVP, so I'm probably going too far here, but a 5'7" guy who figures out a way how to really be a contributing player on championship teams. Even like a David Eckstein, if you remember him, like a little fart who would play for Boston and the Angels and stuff. And you're just like, gosh, there's not much here, but man, where would they be without him? Yes, they do need Manny Ramirez more, or they need David Ortiz more. I get that they're more valuable, but I probably can't develop another David Ortiz or Manny Ramirez, and probably that they needed extra help to get developed the way that they were.
Definitely.
But anyways, I do like what Reggie's bringing up with Bubba Thompson. I'm going to talk here a little bit about football/baseball for my hook'em guy on the Twitch. I was thinking about Tyler Smith, and I'm going to be honest. This is my opinion. It doesn't mean it's going to play out. I think he's going to be horrible. I think to start the year, he's going to be horrible.
Okay.
He has not practiced at all at left tackle. Today is going to be his first practice of all preseason to practice at left tackle. You are asking way too much for him to actually be good at football to start the season. But I'm going to compare him to Leody Taveras. And Leody Taveras was a can't-miss prospect for the Texas Rangers. And after 2020 and 2021, obviously he had a limited season because of COVID. And then last year he got off to such a bad start, they sent him down to the minor leagues. And most people gave up on Leody Taveras, fans of the Rangers, and said, he's horrible.
Yeah.
This is at best pro far all over again. And I don't know what Leody Taveras is going to end up doing the rest of his career, because this year, looking up Leody Taveras stats, in 216 at-bats, he's batting .296. He has a .340 on base. His WAR is 1.3, just to give you some numbers there. But he's a great defensive player. And Leody Taveras looks like a future piece to the Texas Rangers. Not a superstar piece, but a really nice piece. And I hope he turns out, if he can get on base, my goal for him was, if you can get on base, and I know he's a little below this, but I'll take it. You can get on base 35% of the time, however you do it, bunting, hitting little ground balls that find holes, whatever it is. If Leody can get on base 35% of the time with the defense that he brings, that's a very valuable piece to a team. Yeah. I don't need him to hit 25 home runs. I need him to get on base because of his speed. And if he becomes a really good base runner, I don't think he's the smartest base runner. I think there's a lot of improvement for Leody to be a better base runner. that's up to Leote, but it's really up to the Rangers to be better teachers of base running. The Rangers have to have, I'll just give you an example of a guy that I had and a guy that used to be here at the Rangers and a guy who I think is a great coach for the Houston Astros, Gary Pettis. Gary Pettis was our first base coach when I was with the New York Mets. Gary Pettis was an outfield/base running coach. He's great at it. He will teach you how to do things correctly, how to read the ball better. It's up to you. You can't just make a guy like, hey, here's the teaching, and you become great.
Right.
You have to have, first of all, the ability, and then second of all, the brain. And I do think that Leote has both of those, but he has to be taught right on how to be a great base runner, and that's up to the Rangers to have a great base running coach to teach him how to be a great base runner. But back to football. I think Tyler Smith's going to be good. I think he's going to stink to start off.
Okay.
Just like Leote stunk to start off. I think this is asking way too much. Hey, you get 5 practices and now you have to go against Tampa Bay. That's too much to ask him to be good in week 1. He's not going to be good in week 1. He's going to have some penalties. He's going to blow a couple guys where.
Oh my God.
Dang it.
What a shocking turn of events that will be.
What I meant is, he's going to let guys blow by him,
Yes,
and it's going to cause Dak Prescott to either be sacked, throw away the ball, and he's going to get better as the season progresses. Now, we don't need a Leote Taveras progression where we wait till 2024 for Tyler Smith to be good.
Right.
I'm not saying that, but it took Leote time to figure out, how can I be a productive player in the major leagues? And I think for Tyler Smith, it's going to take him time to figure out, Corey, how to be a productive player in his rookie season.
I want to add to what Mike's saying here with some information. Rashawn Slater, you like, right?
Yeah, I think he's great.
His grade in the draft, Kevin, was a 6.7 according to their NFL.com grading schedule thing. An 8 is the perfect prospect.
Yeah.
A perennial pro is a 7.3 to 7.5. A Pro Bowl talent is 7 to 7.1. A year 1 starter is 6.7 to 6.9. That was what Rashawn Slater was, a 6.7 year 1 starter. He's probably going to be a perennial Pro Bowler.
Yeah.
The grade for Tyler Smith, 6.33, which puts him at will eventually be a plus starter.
Yes.
Like that's exactly what Mike's saying is it's going to take time. And this Cowboys team may struggle early because of it, but he has the ability to grow into it.
And I guess we forget, and I did too, but I think it was Broadus who brought this up on G-Bag Nation. Tyron Smith, who would have had, this is also my opinion, and I know I don't want to get off on this, but would have been a Hall of Famer if he would have just been healthier in his career. But he's probably not going to be because of his health in the second half of his career.
I think he will be, but that's fascinating.
But he was not good his rookie year.
Yeah.
He struggled his rookie year. He wasn't bad. He had moments of domination. He had moments of blown assignments. And DeMarcus Ware worked with him quite a bit. I remember the story of DeMarcus Ware really working with him going, so here's a lot of the moves that I do to be successful in the NFL. When offensive tackles do this, they counter this move and I have to go to this move. Here's how you counter this move. And Tyron Smith was trying to learn as much as he could with all the athletic ability and strength and power that he had. And by year 2, he was good. By year 3, he was great. And that's what I'm hoping for Tyler Smith. And I compare him in Baseball Nuggets to Leote Taveras because it's taken Leote Taveras time to figure out how to be a productive player in the major leagues. And I still think there's a lot more room for Leote to get better. And I think that going into this season, I think Tyler Smith is going to really struggle to start the year because he didn't even get to practice this position until a week before the season starts, pretty much. And that's not fair. And it's not the Cowboys' fault. They thought Tyron Smith was going to play tackle, let's just say 12 out of the 17 games this year, and they were going to have to figure out how to fill in for 5 games, and they were going to let Tyler Smith be the guard pretty much this whole season, I think. But the plans have changed. And now with Tyler Smith, we have to give him time because I don't think he's going to be good to start the year. And I don't want to say the Cowboys made a bad pick or the Cowboys did this or they did that. I just think we have to, for this season, the way that we kind of wrote off Leote Taveras, not write off Tyler Smith, because we're seeing that Leote did have the talent. Leote has worked very hard. He's changed a lot of things. Leote's changed his whole stance at the plate. Leote's changed his approach at the plate. Tyler Smith is going to have to change a lot of his technique, listening to a guy like Brian Broadus. He's going to have to change a lot of his mentality, probably from Tulsa to the Dallas Cowboys. But he has talent. He has ability. I think it's going to take time. And I'm hoping by Thanksgiving-ish, right around there, 10 games into the season approximately, that we go, hey, we're seeing quite a bit of improvement. Remember how bad he was the first month of the season? He's not close to that player, but you're going to have to live with having a bad tackle for a month.
Well, I got terrible news for you, Mike. That's when Jerry said that Tyron is going to come back for
the meat of the season.
Schedule.
Yeah, and also really good news though, Mike, is that from the 806, I vote Mike for Masterpiece of the Week. Close the voting, stop the count.
Sorry, I said that. I didn't mean. I meant guys blowing by him. Not what I said, but I said it. And so I have to deal with it. And that's baseball, football nuggets.
Man, that's a great preview of Masterpiece of the Week. That's not what I said, but I said it and I have to deal with it. Like, that's how I feel every single week.
Should I change my intro to that?
Yes,
Okay.
Probably. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, who are the riskiest players to select in fantasy football? And has your draft already taken place? 877-881-1053. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
Text away From the MyFitnessStore.com studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The
There's
Fan.
my guy, Nick Kyrgios, warming up. You're in trouble. Oh, well, maybe he's not. But
he's not going to, I don't think he's playing Medvedev.
No, he's not. He's not ready for the 1 seed until we get to the championship. But number 23, I think he's 23 in the world.
We can handle.
Yeah, my guy, Nick Kyrgios, he's getting ready.
He had a really tough first-round match against his doubles partner. But, yes, we will keep an eye out on that.
It's a 1 p.m. start for Nick Kyrgios' match.
Okay, and then Serena's going today, too, I'm pretty sure, as we keep track of the U.S. Open happenings. But a question for y'all was this, as there's still people reacting to what Mike said in the last segment, who are the riskiest players to select in fantasy football, and has your fantasy football draft already taken place? Because, we were talking about this like a little bit with the injuries and everything like that, and I saw somebody text in from the 972. That's why you don't draft in fantasy too early. Now, I want to swing back around to you in just a minute, Mike, because I know your philosophy is largely different than some of the people who will play like the season-long fantasy and everything like that. But when is a good time? When's the standard time to have your draft? Because I can see if you've already had your draft and then you heard, oh, Tyron Smith's going to be out, maybe that's going to hurt the Cowboys running game. You're like, son of a gun. Or if you found out about the awful stuff happening with Washington, you're like, son of a gun, I drafted him late. Like, when is the typical time to stage the fantasy draft?
My personal opinion is you wait until the last preseason game's done. My reason being, we did this 1 year because we'd had 1 year where we did it the week before, and I drafted a player that night in the game. After I drafted him, 10 minutes after I drafted him, he gets hurt and he's out for the season in a preseason game.
Yeah.
I can't remember who it was. Maybe it was like Jordy Nelson or something. It was something weird. And I was like, oh. And so everybody's kind of made this very avid commitment of it would be stupid of us to not wait until the last possible time. So we are doing ours Saturday. The station is doing theirs Saturday as well.
Is that still happening, or has there been an overthrow or a mutiny?
I'll be honest, I still haven't gotten a link to it. I still haven't got an email. Carter keeps acting like he's going to send me an email, but I think he understands what's happening here.
You said I'm Team Carter, and you're going to throw him under the bus.
I'm a huge Carter fan. Always have been. But
he's the best.
Yeah, but that's definitely a problem, him as commissioner right now. But
my gosh.
So we're doing ours. I'm doing both of them this Saturday. And now I don't know about this. I'm getting involved with the daily fantasy with Mike and Derek Holland this year with the eggplants, because Mike wants all the eggplants or something. So we're excited about it.
Now, just a quick question. Do you think there's a lot of crossover for daily fantasy players and season long? Do you think people by and large do both? Or do you think usually it's like, I'm going to do daily fantasy and kind of go week by week, obviously, or I'm going to be in season mode?
I think more people still do the year-long one because they're scared of DraftKings and FanDuel, because there are a lot of professionals on there. I mean, this is what they do for a living, and they're very good at it. What I would tell you is this. Try it out on 50-50s. Don't do the stupid thing of playing for $1 million. You're never going to win.
Yeah.
There are people that dedicate their whole life, just to like people who do the stock market, that they go get an education in college, and then they start at wherever, Merrill Lynch or what, I'm just naming something like that. And then they grow and they develop, they're kind of interning, and then all of a sudden when they're 25 or 26, they get the responsibility of like, you're going to handle now hundreds of thousands of millions of dollars. And this is if you want a house, if you want a car, if you want these things, you have to be good at trying to read the stock market and getting an idea on when things are going to go up, down, conservative, aggressive. There's a lot of people like that in our world now that do that for a living. And when you try to win the big money, hey, I'm putting in $20 to win $1 million. You're never going to win if you're like us. If literally you have a job, you can't spend all day looking at all matchups, all situations, all injury reports, every freaking Mike McCarthy press conference times 31, because you have to watch everybody else's press conference to have a good idea on maybe who's playing, who's not playing, who's injured, who's not injured. you're going to lose. Those people are putting in way more time than you'll ever. But 50-50, 20,000 people play in this. Now, I know that there are going to be professionals in this. If you can just get 50%, you're in the top 50%. You bet $10, you win your $10 back.
Yeah.
Those are doable. Those are for normal people that like sports. That's doable. When you start doing hey, 100,000 people have entered and 20 people are going to win money. Well, you're not going to win.
Yeah. Now, there's a lot of stuff happening right here, and I want to point out the draft thing first is the 817. Our draft is tomorrow from another 817. Our fantasy draft is on Saturday from the 267. Ooh, help me out, wherever that is. You wait until the day before, if possible. I drafted Andrew Luck the night before he retired. That was fun.
Yep.
Man.
That's a Philly area code, by the way.
Get rid of that guy. I mean, well, hold on. We like Philly fans that are fans of Dallas.
Okay.
We like Tolos.
I'm going to be really honest with you. I did not understand that you said that's a Philly area code. I thought you said that's a Philly area code, and I thought you were using some fancy word
Philly
that I've never heard of. And then
I'm gonna start using this now.
And then when Corey goes, yeah, I thought he was doing the Floyd Mayweather magnitude when he had clearly find that clip. He had never heard that word in his life. And so when Corey goes, I was like, all right, good. Corey doesn't know what that means either. And I was just staring at Corey, hoping he was going to say something or we would maybe move on because I'm like, I don't know what a Philly area code is, but that
it's like it sounds like an
to me.
old timey radio of some sort, you know.
Yeah, coming up next, the
Philco.
Philly area code. So I'm with you on that, and then I see a lot of people. To your point, Mike, I think you're probably right. I think there is probably still a divide. Is like I play season long,
right,
or I play daily fantasy, but I do see a decent amount of people on here who are like, I like to play both because you can still ride it out with your season-long team, but if like you run into the Andrew Luck situation or whatever the case might be, then you can be like, hey, new week, new day.
I think the other thing, too, is you don't have to do a lot. I'm not telling you have to do DraftKings or FanDuel, but you could do this, I don't know, let's just say it costs approximately $100 to join a league. How much is it up here for the fan league, Corey? $50, right? I mean, that's not even worth it.
My other one's $100.
Wow. It's a little rich for my blood.
My other one's $100.
Right, $100 I think is about
something
average. I know that when I was in Major League Baseball, guys would do it for $1,000 or $10,000 a team.
10,000.
Rich people.
But
Major League Baseball, I got it.
But when you do this on DraftKings or FanDuel, you can enter two $5 50-50s and one $10 50-50. Heck, you can even enter $2 50-50 deals. So you're just doing, hey, I'm just going to do $20 a week. If I win, great. If I lose, it's, to me, it's like $20. You have to be smart in your gambling. Like, how much are you willing to lose? Every time I feel like you gamble, just say, I'm losing that money.
Yes.
I've lost already.
Yes.
And if I win, great. Don't plan on winning. Plan on losing.
That's what Jess and I did when we went up to Choctaw before the baby came. It's like, we're taking this amount of cash. We can lose it all.
Yes.
And
still be happy and not be like, oh, no, we can't pay for food this week or something like that. And so, I usually will do $100 on both sites. So I'll do $200 a week.
And you don't have a preference for...
It switches year to year. For some reason, I find that at times I'm like, oh, FanDuel's the better one. I seem to be winning more there. And then the next year it changes where the first 3 weeks I'm 1-2 on FanDuel and 2-1 on DraftKings.
Okay.
If you're looking at overall. So then I'm like, oh, I like DraftKings better. And then people are asking me, my buddy who would help me win, he is not going to do it this year. So I don't know what to do.
Oh, no.
So you don't have
I've never really picked my own team.
Oh, no.
I have an idea. What I'll do is I'll put in what I call a dummy lineup. I'll put in the team that I would pick. And sometimes, like, out of the 8 guys he picks, I'm like, oh, yeah, I had 4 of these guys.
Okay.
That I thought were going to have a good week, and he thinks it's going to have a good week, too. So I really need my guy Jericho, who I don't know if he's a Tolo anymore. Maybe Jericho, you're not even listening anymore because he has a farm and he's dealing with goats and horses and stuff like that. You know what?
Farms.
Just give me an hour, Jericho. Give me an hour of your time. Step away from the chickens and the goats and
So you're
give me
hoping you
those
can break
daily
down the
fantasy
walls?
lines
I gotcha.
that you give. Come on, Jericho, what happened to you?
From the 214, Kenny and Quinlan fantasy last weekend for the draft. They've won the fantasy. He's won the fantasy family league 3 out of the last 5 years. From the 682, I do 1 or 2 year-long fantasy leagues and daily fantasy pretty much every week. And then from the 817, I've been playing season-long for 20 years, been playing daily for 10 years. Winning season-long is awesome, but man, when I cashed $500 on a $10 bet, it was exhilarating.
Yes.
And then maybe this is the guy you need to talk to, Mike, from the 214. Mike, you watch it. He actually said, shut your mouth. I felt like that was rude.
Okay.
$567,000 2 years ago on a one-off entry.
That's amazing.
But, like, I think your point is that is
infrequent.
Yeah.
Yes. I mean,
No,
I don't know if this person will respond.
Infrequent.
Was it? I know that, look, there's a lot of luck that goes into this because you can have a great player and in the first quarter he rolls his ankle and it's done. And you're like, son of a gun. He had 40 yards rushing and a touchdown already and he's done for the day. But I wonder how much that person studies, how much he puts into it, because I do think to be in those where you put in $10 for $500,000 or whatever, I think you have to put in about 20 to 40 hours a week to get your lineup prepared, to have a chance to beat the professionals doing it.
Now, I wanted to run down, like, obviously, this has been a great conversation. I had a list of names. I wanted to see if there was any that you agreed or disagreed with in terms of riskiness, because there's one on this list that I do not believe you will agree with, Corey. But leading off the list.
Christian McCaffrey?
Yes, Christian McCaffrey. Still average draft position of 4th.
High reward, super high risk.
Man.
I think if you're in the top, he's going to go in the first round in every fantasy draft.
It's the lack of running backs in the NFL.
It really is.
Like, Zeke's, whatever you think of Zeke, he's still probably going to have Pollard carry the ball 5 to max 10 times, but how many guys are carrying the ball 23 to 25 times and then catching the ball 4 to 6 times? It's just rare to have those guys.
And on the catch front, and kind of similar in the injury concern category, is Dalvin Cook. Dalvin Cook's going 6 to 7.
Yeah.
But that is also, I mean, that to your point, Reggie, is if Dalvin Cook stays healthy and Christian McCaffrey stays healthy,
they're great.
Yeah, they're great. But how often do we do that story where, like, bad news for Vikings?
Yeah, they get those are the guys that get the touches in the receiving game and the running game. They're going to get They're going to get all the touches they want, and they're going to get the touchdowns. Nobody's there to steal them from them. So, like, they're going to give you all the stats.
One more running back I wanted to throw out for you. Javonte Williams. Now, they have Javonte Williams about 25. So we're not talking about first-round pick or anything.
It is risky, though, because there's somebody there to vulture a lot of his stuff.
Yeah.
Like, if they have a real split between him and Melvin Gordon, even if he gets the starting split, he's going to get the lion's share of it, but how much of it is, how often is it going to be, man, he could have gotten that boom that Melvin Gordon stole, and now they don't need a touchdown, and he doesn't need it. So he is risky, but I love him as a pick, man.
2 other risky picks on here. Tyreek Hill.
Makes a lot of sense.
And Kyle Pitts.
Makes even more sense.
And see, and that's the thing is, like, a lot of these are not reflections on the actual player. Like, I don't think anyone is like, I don't think Tyreek Hill or Kyle Pitts are that good. But, like, who's throwing them the ball?
Yeah, do you really want are you saying I can't wait to stake my entire fantasy league on DK Metcalf and Tyler Lockett this year?
Yeah, because Geno Smith, and it's not
This
the year.
is the
It's
year.
never the year, ever.
How many
Geno
years?
Smith.
How many years has he been in the league?
How many years has it been the year?
Puts it together.
It's at least we're on at least the 5th year that this is the year that he puts it together. But yeah, same concept. Whether it's Marcus Mariota or if they dare go more radical and go with Desmond Ridder as their starting quarterback in Atlanta. Not a lot of confidence there. I know a lot of folks do not have confidence in Tua either. So I think that is what makes them risky prospects.
Yeah,
right?
for sure. As talented as a receiver is, except for DeAndre Hopkins, I think Hop is the only outlier in all this. Is that you're going, I don't care who his quarterback is. I just want that receiver because every quarterback is going to say, I got to throw it to Hop. By the way, if you don't follow DeAndre Hopkins on TikTok, you should. That dude is entertaining as hell on TikTok. It's really entertaining.
TikTok?
I did say TikTok just now, but yeah, TikTok. I was laughing. I was going through his entire role, and I was like, "This dude's hilarious, man. Great personality." So,
man,
but yeah, other than that, you're not going to say you're not going to go and look around and say, what quarterbacks stink? Give me that receiver. That's not going to happen that often.
And from the 214, I think this is a great value pick for Dalvin is I got Christian McCaffrey in the first round with the 6th pick and Dalvin Cook in the 2nd round. I mean, look, at some point, it just makes value sense to go for it. And if those guys stay healthy, you're going to win your fantasy league unless the rest of your draft was a catastrophe. But there's always that if that comes along.
I feel like
this.
if I joined the 105.3 The Fan Fantasy League, which I'm not, but if I did, I would take Patrick Mahomes first, Josh Allen second, Aaron Rodgers third. I would just draft all quarterbacks, have an illegal lineup just to make everybody mad.
I saw a story where a guy
Carter, are you listening to this?
He put it on auto draft. And he got those 3 quarterbacks on auto draft because they were just taking the top player. And I was like, no, how ticked off would you be if you had 4 quarterbacks in your first 4 picks?
Not if I was the commissioner and then I changed the rules to say you could play 4 quarterbacks.
You can't do that with any other position where you could. I don't even know how you could do it, but if you have 16 picks, just take 16 quarterbacks.
Yeah.
And you've just limited all the quarterbacks. And you're just like, I'm going to go 0-15. But
after your second
coming,
pick, you would start the run. People would go on the run to get their quarterback.
You would think.
Maybe
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. This is actually based on the LIV Golf Tour. If you had to move to another country for work, what would you most miss about America? 877-881-1053. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
All right, guys. First, I want to ask you, how are
Piece on 105 through the Fan is brought to you by Buyers Barricades, and it's brought to you by Frankel and Frankel. Think there'll be fewer big company trucks on the road this summer because of gas prices? Think again. And those big trucks have insurance companies to protect them. So get the representation that won't settle for less. Frankel and Frankel. Visit truckwreck.com. That's truckwreck.com.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. Gonna get to this in just 1 second. This is based on the LIV Golf Tour. If you had to leave America for work, what would you most miss about living in this country? A couple of quick notes for you. Jake Paul is going to fight Anderson Silva in October in a preposterous boxing match that I cannot rule out that I will watch. And then also from the 817, why don't the Cowboys grab Odell Beckham Jr. for the cheap? Now, in case you've missed this discussion we've had, it doesn't make as much sense because he's behind where Michael Gallup is. And so I think you're just kind of like biding your time until Michael Gallup comes back. And once he does, you'll feel, if not perfect, you'll feel significantly better. And Beckham is behind that trajectory. So I don't know if that part would make sense. I also am not sure about the headspace of Odell Beckham in terms of how cheap he wants to sign. So that could be an issue because halfway through the Super Bowl, he was going to be the Super Bowl MVP. Mm-hmm. And to go from that to we'll give you league minimum, that feels unlikely.
Yeah, like if he just wants to be a star, if he just wants to be a Cowboy, that would be something that would benefit him, for the Cowboys to go with that approach. I think definitely based on how many receivers they kept, they're looking at the that going, okay, will he add the punch that'll put us over the top? If we've saved this money, is he going to be the factor that says we are good? We're just missing that one piece. And that's the guy. So like that's one thing right there, Kevin. I think obviously I'm a huge fan of Malik Turner, so I will fill the role that way cheaply right now if I want to. But I think they're going to see if their experience, the lack of experience at the other receivers, is good enough to keep them afloat, and then maybe reassess that based on when we had Steven on out at camp. And we asked him, what's that money allotted for? Like, you asked him pretty much squarely. Yeah. And he was like, veteran receiver is a place that we can see ourselves spending that money. And so he was already thinking far out there.
Now, on the golf front, Cameron Smith has defected to the LIV Golf Tour. And at first he said it wasn't all about the money. And I was like, why did you go then?
He really appreciated the morals of the.
I was like, I thought he was going to have some really controversial opinions about Saudi Arabia or something, but instead he goes, the biggest thing for me joining is LIV's schedule is really appealing. I'll be able to spend more time at home in Australia and maybe have an event down here as well. I haven't been able to do that, and to get that part of my life back was really appealing. So at least that was much better than what I thought he was going to say. And I was like, I don't understand that at all. I think we should still couch that with, and the money is still a huge part of the reason. But
the other quote, too, was I lived here for 7 years now. I love living in the U.S., but just little things like missing friends' weddings, birthday parties, seeing your mates having a great time at rugby league games. I mean, we can't see that.
How alienating is that last part of that sentence for a lot of Americans? Seeing your mates at the rugby games, like that last part of the sentence.
I mean, who amongst us, right?
I don't say mates enough, honestly. I need to throw that into the vernacular more often.
I can't say I get invited to that many rugby games either, but
FC Dallas, though, does fulfill my life now.
Yes. And they'll see.
I'm thinking about getting some season tickets.
Caught the fever.
I am thinking about getting season tickets, man.
I freaking love it.
Wait, are you Dallas till you die?
I am Dallas till I die. I mean, I don't want to die, but I love Dallas a lot.
Well, you're going to die.
They're in Frisco, so you're in trouble there.
Oh, crap.
Yeah.
I'm going to die there?
No, you're going to die someday, so you might as well be Dallas till you die.
You might die in Plano or Frisco.
Yeah. When is that game starting?
You going to get Rough Rider season tickets?
What city will Corey die in?
Ooh, can I take bets? Are we taking bets?
I feel like Plano is the favorite, right? He lives in Plano. His last house was in Plano.
More likely to choke on something and drown in a pool in my backyard than I am.
I was going to say die in your sleep, but I guess if you want to go that way.
Guys.
Yeah.
Jeez.
So we asked the question. I hate to break that to you.
Quick. And the weather's so nice outside. I was feeling chipper, and now.
Hey. It could not be for a really long time. I think you got a good 45 years. Mm-hmm. What would you miss most about being in America if you had to move? And from the 806, Whataburger. From the 214, I would miss Dallas Cowboys football. And then another person
Wait,
put Whataburger.
Yeah, I think you're confused there, buddy.
You are still allowed to watch it. You just can't go to the game.
Yeah, what if they go to the games all the time?
I guess so.
And you can listen to the show on the Odyssey app, so you'll be able to get that over there. You know, Odyssey app will always be there for you.
Yeah.
So that you can keep up with what's going on with the Cowboys, is what I'm saying. Is like you'll be able to hear our discussions, the conversations we're having.
Podcasts are always available.
Podcast for Love of the Star, right? With Bobby and Broadus. So you can get that action too.
From the 903, the only thing worth missing is the KNC Masterpiece. Man,
again, the internet works everywhere.
I do really appreciate that, but I feel like there are other things in the world. I saw somebody bring up the thing from Mississippi and say that in certain places they might miss drinkable water. I realized how radically that changes my life in an instant when we were at the hospital. All right. So in our little hospital room, the fountain or the sink, not the fountain, the sink, it only had hot water.
Oh,
that was all that came out. And I asked one of the nurses, this is when it was slow.
There's ice down the hall, right?
Okay. So here's the thing about that.
It's the good ice, by the way.
They were like, yeah, we've been having problems with our sinks.
Okay.
And I was like, oh, okay. And they said, but there's an ice machine down the hall. So I go to that ice machine. Again, the water, only hot. So you got to use the ice. Ice machine isn't working. Another nurse comes by and goes, yeah, that ice machine's been having problems. There's another one on the other side of the floor. But at this point, I don't want to be too far away from my still at this moment pregnant wife in case who the hell knows what's going to happen. The human body is very
baby
strange.
happens fast.
Wait, so Kevin thought that he would walk back in with a bucket of ice and be like, oh, yeah, you missed it. The baby's here.
Yeah, baby already popped out.
Not necessarily that, but I got the direct sense that if I wasn't there for any of the pain, then that was going to be problematic. My job, once again, you're there to either be yelled at or have your hand squeezed or just listen to, whatever.
How much of that happened? Yelled at and hand squeezing?
A lot.
Okay.
Oh, yeah, because you didn't tell that part Monday.
Yeah, there are other parts of the story.
She cuss at you?
Yeah, we don't need to know all the other parts.
No, she wasn't pissed at me. It's sometimes you have medication and then sometimes it doesn't totally 100% work at certain points. And she was responsible. I think it'll be okay if I say this part. She was responsible for the longest consecutive expletive I've ever heard in my life.
Wow.
It was amazing. I've never heard someone say the F word for that long straight. It was.
Should we get Guinness on the phone?
We should.
Okay.
In retrospect, I can say it was amusing. At the time, I did not think it was amusing at all.
Help her now!
Yes. We'll talk a little bit more off air, but yes, I definitely stepped out of the room at least twice to politely ask for more assistance.
Not related at all. From the 469, the imperial system. They don't want. They said they don't want to learn the metric system.
Yeah. Oh man! I thought they were talking about stormtroopers.
Because I'd just sit there and be like, I don't know what kilograms.
Okay, I'm 100% with you on that because I've been watching. I've been watching For All Mankind on Apple TV. If you like the space program, it's worth your time. If not, it's probably not.
You're a huge Apple TV guy.
And there are some things on Apple TV that I didn't know existed for 3 years. And so I can just watch the whole thing. Is it Mythic Quest is awesome. And then obviously Ted Lasso. And I really enjoyed For All Mankind. But they say everything in the metric system. And I'm like, well, how much is that in regular distance? And I realize the vast majority of the world uses that system. And they're like, well, what the hell is an inch? I realize that everyone else is like millimeter, kilometer, meter, but
kilometer?
What?
It's 1,000 meters.
That's 1,000 meters. But I don't understand when they're
Once you get in the door, it's actually very easy.
Well, and they're like, when you go out on the surface of the moon, it could be negative 54 centigrade. And I'm like, great. I get the concept that that's super cold because it's in the minuses. But when it's regular temperatures and they're like, it's 14. And I'm like, I don't know. What is that, 50 degrees? I have no freaking idea.
You know what's funny about this is just yesterday I realized that on my car I can actually change the speed from miles per hour to kilometers per hour.
You did, didn't you?
That's right.
Make you go way faster.
Are you what do you do? You know how fast you're going? Do you know what you're doing here?
130 kilometers per hour on the Autobahn.
That's right.
By the way, the Bears have claimed Alex Leatherwood, according to Rappaport and Field Yates.
Good.
And the Eagles claimed Ian Book.
Ooh, Oh,
I still need Ian Book to work out because I have an autograph out of 5 Ian Book card from Score that I know is never going to be worth it.
You can't pass either. We'd like you.
But for Alex Leatherwood, it makes sense that he would end up with the Bears. Hey, you're a fake first-round pick from an organization that has an unending string of bust first-round picks. Why not go to maybe the worst team in football?
Help me out here. And Leatherwood was the 17th overall pick in 2021, correct?
Last year, yeah.
Was that a shock when he was taken 17th?
It was high.
Okay, so he
I don't
he was
remember
graded.
if it was high versus like 3rd round, 2nd round, but it was high.
Okay, that does seem quick. If you don't have, I'm going to take our guy for example, where you seem to be a knucklehead in high school, you seem to be a knucklehead in college, you seem to be a knucklehead your first year in the NFL, and then in the offseason you're with your friends who supposedly murdered somebody.
Yeah.
That was somewhat caught on video a little bit.
Yeah.
That seems very releasable right there after 1 year. Leatherwood just stunk and was not having a good camp in his second year, right?
Correct.
And they're like, done, gone. I'm not saying that it's the right move or wrong move, but that seems like a guy you'd say as an organization, Chicago, Dallas, for example, to go, gosh, I mean, if we had him as a 2nd or 3rd round pick, we had him rated higher than Josh Ball. Let's just see if we could get what.
There were some thoughts in practice that he was kind of like, if this makes sense, the old school basketball center, where maybe he was too slow-footed to make it in the current NFL, which you would have thought would have come through more in the pre-draft process. But I know when they saw him play a little bit more, there was concerns not only about technique, but about how slow his feet were.
Remember earlier what I dropped on the draft profiles of Rashawn Slater versus Tyler Smith?
Yes.
Alex Leatherwood was a 6.28, which falls under the category of will eventually be an average starter.
I mean, that's a hell of a pickup for Chicago. Like
they picked up like 5 or 6 people because they were like, our roster stinks.
Exactly.
Yeah, like what Barada said, when you only have 40 guys you like, there's 13 spots that you're like, we don't even like these 13 guys on our team. Or there are 13 other guys that we like better that are out there. I was listening to a former general manager talk yesterday, and I found this interesting because they were saying, with all these releases as a former general manager, how surprised are you when certain people get released? And he said most organizations have 31 guys and each one is assigned to another team. They better know within about 2 players who's getting released off of that team, but way before.
Yeah.
So yes, there could be a guy like Leatherwood who you get surprised if you're the scout for, let's say, the Cowboys covering the Raiders, that you're like, well, I'm sorry, I missed that one. I thought being the 17th overall pick, there was no way they were releasing him, at the end of cuts. But they say within about 2 to 3 players, you pretty much know the 53-man roster weeks before cuts happen. And so you're pretty darn prepared on that day, yesterday, when everybody gets down to 53. Pretty much every team already knew everybody who was getting released except for maybe a few guys here and there. So you're prepared to know who you're picking up and not picking up. And if a guy gets it really wrong, if they're like, dude, these 10 guys made it and these 10 guys didn't, you're pretty much fired that you were that bad at scouting that team.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. I want to point out a lot of people said as long as they had their family with them, they would be okay. Then a whole bunch of people reference their friends. And from the 817, I would definitely miss sharing a country that's filled with the brave and strong. Lost my best friend in the line of duty. I love my country. And that, we're very sad for your loss. Absolutely. But that's a positive. And then don't worry, I saw plenty of the snarky comments about traffic and healthcare costs as well. So
traffic costs?
I'm sure there's traffic in other countries.
I think
separate and healthcare costs.
Biden said he's taking care of that.
We're the KNC Masterpiece. We're so close. Right here on 105.3 The Fan.
President Biden.
Coming up next.
That's right.
Coming up next, it's time for Gridiron Gravy. Who's going to get effed up? Who's still getting drawn? And whose roster is better, Dallas or Philly? We'll do it all next right here on The Fan.
All right, let's talk about the Make This the Summer event.
it on and leaving it on. The Fan.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece on 105 through the Fan is brought to you by Buyers Barricades. If you're in need of traffic control or barricade rentals, Buyers Barricades is a full-service provider taking care of your project or special event, no matter the size, from start to finish. The Texas Authority in barricade rental is buyersbarricades.com.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Shout out to all the moms who are texting into the show at 877-881-1053.
It's always
We can only
Mother's
shout out
Day.
moms on Mother's Day?
No,
Yeah.
you can shout them out on any day.
All right, shout out, Mom. Is this a Zach Wilson thing?
No. Just
Why are we
Moms are-
shouting out moms right now?
Because they're more
Moms are
important
cool.
than dads.
I don't understand why we're doing this.
They grow the body inside their body.
Mm-hmm.
How in the world does that happen?
Man, this feels like an unfair conversation.
Well, not everybody believes in science, Mike.
Right now,
Kevin.
it's time to go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy.
Oh, that's wrong, Kevin.
What is happening right now?
What did he do? He played This Week in Baseball.
Reggie was just so excited.
Hello, everybody. I'm Mel Allen, and welcome to Gridiron Gravy.
So let's talk about.
Evidently, the Cowboys are planning to sign Malik Davis to the practice squad.
Yes, I knew it.
Okay. I mean, a lot of people were super high on him.
I liked him a lot.
Yeah. All right.
31 other teams didn't.
Let's talk about. Man, you can always depend on Mike to be there and keep you grounded.
It's like the Charles Barkley. I want out of here. Well, guess what? Nobody wants you, or you would be out of here.
So let's talk about the trash bin of draft picks that the Raiders had from 2019 to 2021. Alex Leatherwood, first round pick in 2021, didn't even make it to season 2 before he got cut and now picked up by the Bears. The year before, I would argue, worse.
Clelin Ferrell?
No, that was the year before that.
Before that, okay.
So in 2020, they had Damon Arnett and Henry Ruggs, both of which were waived due to off-field killing incidents. Not both of them were killing incidents, one of them. But they were both waived due to terrible off-field incidents. And then the year before that, that was the Clelin Ferrell. I remember how shocking that pick was at the time. Josh Jacobs and Jonathan Abram, not one of them had their fifth-year option picked up. So in the last 3 years, the Raiders
They had three first-round picks in 2019.
So they had 6 first-round picks in the last 3 years. 3 of them had their options declined. 2 of them were released from the team due to off-field problems, and another one didn't even make it to his second year before he was cut. That's amazing.
And I know Gary in 2017, Garen Conley was a bust. Man, they have been poor.
The Mike Mayock era probably will not be.
Was Colton Miller
reflected on
good? How's Colton Miller doing? Y'all tell me what's up with Colton Miller out there.
if he was drafted by the Raiders. I'm gonna go ahead and go out on a limb and
I
say.
just typed Claw Todd Knob. I don't know why.
Let me know how that kid's doing too. All right. In other waiver wire news, the Cleveland Browns have picked up Kellen Mond. We talked about Kellen Mond. That's a third-round draft pick that didn't even make it to year 2 with his team. He was picked up for the Cleveland Browns.
How long before he replaces Jacoby Brissett?
Can I ask you guys this? Because I was thinking about this before I knew the Cleveland Browns situation. Do you think Kellen Mond is better than Cooper Rush?
Yes.
I don't know.
Would you just do it based off potential?
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, I still have to work and grow the player. I think I still have to develop the player. I'm not saying that Cooper Rush is a developmental starter, but he is I think he can win a game. We can develop a game plan around him to win a game.
No, I think you're right. And that kind of is like, what is your philosophy or what do you anticipate happening, right? Because Cooper Rush is going to be, 29 this year, something like that, 28, 29. And so if you need to win a game, you're right. We saw it last year. Cooper Rush can win you a game. But if you have some kind of big injury with Dak Prescott, like Cooper Rush is not going to develop into anything more. And
He's exactly what he is.
And there's a decent chance. Actually, there's probably a much better than decent chance that Kellen Mond will never develop into anything. But I at least still feel like he could. But the Vikings did not think so. We'll see how it works out for the Browns. Let's go to Jon Gruden. Now, Jon Gruden was speaking with the Little Rock Touchdown Club. I want to go to cut number 5 right here. And he is explaining what happened and how he feels bad, but also that other part.
Well, I appreciate it. I'm not going to say anything but honest things here. I'm ashamed about what has come about in these emails, and I'll make no excuses for it. It's shameful. But I am a good person. I believe that. I go to church. I've been married for 31 years. I got 3 great boys. I still love football. I've made some mistakes, but I don't think anybody else in here hasn't. And I just ask for forgiveness, and hopefully I get another shot.
Okay. First of all, thoughts about what he said, and secondly, do you think he'll get another shot?
Being married makes you a good person.
That was an interesting thing. There are elements of that. Like, I believe in the concept of being a good person who made a mistake. It was interesting to hear that, like, staying married automatically makes you a good person. I don't know if that was the strongest part of...
He also made a mistake in emails for years.
Yeah.
On end.
Yeah. So do you think he will not get another shot, or...
No, I think he's done.
In the NFL?
Yeah, in the NFL.
I also think he's done, but not entirely because of this. Like, obviously, the PR of it is not great. This is a dude who was out of the league, like, out of coaching for a decade?
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah, like, and this was him going home to the Raiders. I don't know that there's anywhere else that's, like, really anticipating Jon Gruden coming back. Like, the league is moving forward, and I was a little bit surprised that he was able to, in some ways, still acclimate to what the league is now, because I was wondering if he would come back with Spider Two-Eye Banana and find that the league has moved past him. He was decent, but I also still think that he would need some time to let the block cool, and then coming back in that circumstance, I don't know that he'd be able to acclimate to the league at that point.
I think he's done in the NFL as a coach. Maybe, people call him and use him as an advisor, but don't make it public.
Okay.
That they're maybe paying him some money to be an advisor. I don't know. Do you think he's done in college?
I do not.
Is that where you think he ends up?
Yeah, and I think this is the beginning, right? Because, like, can we play that other clip real quick and see if that works into the idea? Is cut number 6 right here. He took the responsibility and then added the but, and then decided to turn his ire against one other entity.
But I get choked up, because there's a lot of misunderstanding out there right now. What you read, what you hear, what you watch on TV. Hell, I worked at ESPN for 9 years. I worked hard at that job. I don't even want to watch the channel anymore because I don't believe everything is true. And I know a lot of it is just trying to get people to watch. But I think we got to get back to reality, and that's why I look forward to Saturdays, because you're going to get what you deserve when the whistle blows.
So he's turned some of his...
believes in Saturdays.
He's turned some of his ire to ESPN, and I would have to know more about the specific instances he's talking about, but, like, the emails that they went over, I mean, they are true. You don't have to like them, and you can regret them, I hope, like he said, but they happened. So I don't know what, like, additional commentary he was specifically upset about, but I think college is where he will get a shot, and not
like William and Mary? Where Bill Murray is from?
Maybe.
The offensive lineman who's been waived 3 times by New England, only to be signed to their practice squad the next day every year for the last 3 years.
Do you think it's like when
Bill Murray?
Is it like when Bill Murray signed on for Garfield because he heard a Cohen was going to be involved, and he thought it was the Cohen brothers and not the actual people that were doing it? And he's like, oh, well, what can you do?
Yeah.
All right, we might have to get back to the Philly and Dallas thing at another point. Maybe we can actually do that next. But even though Jimmy Garoppolo got his new contract, that gal, Rita Oak Art, says she is still going to continue to draw him every single day.
Until he's traded?
Until he's traded. Drawing Jimmy G every day until he gets traded, day 210. And the one this morning is particularly hilarious because he's in his, like, it looks like a 49ers starter jacket, kind of. And he's like, no. And then they put the bags of money in front of him. And he's like, yeah. And all the 49ers fans are excited for him to be back. So Rita Oak will continue to draw Jimmy Garoppolo until he gets traded. And Baker Mayfield said of the Browns reunion, now that he is the starting quarterback for the Panthers, I'm going to F them up.
Whoa! You had to go ahead and
No,
mark that one.
I censored it.
I guess that's better than what I said Tyler Smith might do. What
was that again, Mike?
I don't think we can say that without.
Yeah.
I feel pretty confident
Hopefully he doesn't have too many false starts by what I accidentally said.
For sure. And then Tre'Davious White put on the reserve PUP list, so he'll miss at least the first 4 games of the season. With a KNC masterpiece right here on 105 through the fan. All right, we didn't get the opportunity to hit it there, but this is a really interesting article, so I want to do it next. Who has the better roster, Philly or Dallas? Because everyone said Philly. Maybe this article disagrees.
Uh-oh.
We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
Commercial-free fellowship. From the MyFitnessStore.com studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Wanted to give a shout out to F1 and the good people around Las Vegas. They are giving away more than 1 million meals to those in need in the Nevada, specifically the southern Nevada area. So very, very well done by the F1 people right there. All right. We were going to do this in Gridiron, but we got caught up with lots of other good stuff, and I wanted to run this down with you. CBS Sports put out their preseason All-NFC East team. Okay? Which team would you think has the most players on the list? And it's offense, defense, and special teams.
All NFC East team. I mean, it makes sense that it would be the Cowboys.
Commandos.
I would lean
Is
towards
not the Commanders.
Eagles.
Okay. And that's what I thought it was going to be, too.
I guess defense. We might have a lot on defense.
I think so.
I thought it was also going to be the Eagles just because of how much everyone's hyped about their roster, except for the quarterback.
I think, let me add to this real quick. A lot of people that are hyped for their roster are hyped for their roster when they get a quarterback. When I say that,
okay,
they have 2 first-round picks next year to go get a quarterback that they might want. They can do
It's
anything.
a heavy quarterback
or they
draft.
can say, you know what, we're going to go sign somebody. But
Right.
if they don't like Jalen Hurts at the end of the year, they can go get whatever they want.
Okay, so I'll run down the names for you, and I've got the tallies and everything. So they went position for position, both offense and defense, with the exception of one. They added like a
Quarterback?
flex position
Okay.
at each spot.
Punter.
Quarterback, we'll get to that. Quarterback, Dak Prescott. Running back, Saquon Barkley. Wide receivers, CeeDee Lamb, A.J. Brown, and Terry McLaurin. That is a hell of a 3 receiving group right there.
Mike, did you hear that? Miles Sanders, yet again, not getting the respect he thinks he deserves.
I will tell you this.
I forgot about
I
that.
I shouldn't tell you this because if you're going to be in our Derek Holland league, I just looked at daily fantasy and how much people are costing, and Miles Sanders before he gets hurt in week 1 might be a decent value.
Okay.
But again, didn't get the respect that he claims he deserves.
You know what, Mommy? I do. I need my respect.
Hey, that's awesome, Reggie. Great work.
That sounds right. That absolutely sounds like something that Mike did, obviously, and would say.
That's Miles Sanders because Mommy told him that he's
That's
not
right.
getting his respect.
At tight end, they've got Dallas Goedert, although they have a flex position for Dalton Schultz. And then across the offensive line, Andrew Thomas, Lane Johnson, Zach Martin, Landon Dickerson, and Jason Kelsey. So you see right there, offensive line dominated by the Eagles. But on offense, the Eagles have 5, the Cowboys have 4. All right.
Oh.
So thus far, advantage Eagles.
You're saying we may not drop 47 on them again this year or whatever that number was.
Well, we'll see
Okay.
about their defense, though.
56, I think, when we got to play their special teamers when they played defense and offense.
What a magical time that was. Defensive front, DeMarcus Lawrence, Hassan Reddick, Jonathan Allen, and Javon Hargrave. So again, advantage Eagles. Linebacker, Michael Parsons, Blake Martinez, and then Leonard Williams is the flex. So this is the one spot where maybe the Giants come
and
through
Daves get
like
their
they
action.
might do something. In the defensive backfield, Trayvon Diggs, Darius Slay, and Kendall Fuller, and then Xavier McKinney and Jaron Kearse makes the cut for
Wait,
safety.
There's a lot of Giants in here.
There are a lot of Giants on this list.
So you think maybe the Giants?
I don't know. I can't
are
count.
The choice.
I wasn't counting how many, but there are a lot. I've just noticed the same thing.
They
There are
haven't
lots
even
of
counted
Giants.
Thibodeau yet.
Yeah.
His knee's okay.
Yeah.
Even though, I mean, that's a projection.
So
I do think that was a heck of a pick as long as he's healthy.
You said there was a lot of Giants on the list, but they all came in that cluster.
Oh, okay, so there's like 5.
There's 5. There is 5.
Real
Yes.
quick, sorry, I'm drawing a blank. Who did Philadelphia just trade for yesterday from New Orleans?
It was the safety, right? Johnson?
He's the
Cornerback.
Cornerback, thank you.
He wouldn't make this list, would he? I know
Gardner
that
Johnson?
he probably wasn't pickable because he just got traded
Yeah, I
less
don't
than
know when this
24
was
hours
made.
ago. But
I think it did come out yesterday, so
Okay.
I don't know if they anticipated
I just was wondering that. I don't
if he
think
would
he
jump over.
He wouldn't jump over Diggs. I know that maybe over Choppy's list. For some reason, he hates Diggs.
That is really odd to me.
And I get he can improve.
All
but
analytics.
He's still good.
All analytics. That's the only reason
Which
he's
is
picking a
weird
number.
because analytics love Trayvon Diggs. If you look at all the advanced statistics, they're like, he's one of the best in the league. It's just the most basic of how many yards did you supposedly give up that has people bent out of shape. But the rest of the analytics are super pro Trayvon Diggs.
Kevin, a man told me once, the only stat that matters is how many points did you score and how many points did you keep your opponent from scoring. That's the one that matters.
But even then, sometimes you can't keep the Cowboys from scoring because Trayvon Diggs is going to score in you anyway.
Yep.
I agree with what you said. That's the only analytic that matters. How many you score and how many you give up.
Yes.
Mike's the
especially
person that said that, by the way.
on that one day.
Yes. And then special teams, Jake Elliott is the kicker, Brian Anger is the punter,
Yes!
and Cavante Turpin is the returner already for the
Turpin
Cowboys.
time.
He hasn't done anything in the NFL.
Turpin
He's
time.
done zero things.
Turpin time.
I get it.
Turpin time.
I'm not voting him all NFC East team before the season even starts.
How many guys returned to punt in the preseason?
Zero.
Him.
How many guys returned to
Him.
kickoff?
Zero.
We did do the numbers last week, Mike, or Kevin. If he averages on kick returns 28.8 yards and gets 2 returned for a touchdown, it's awesome. Like,
That is pretty elite right
If he
there.
averages 13.5 yards on punt returns and gets 1, awesome. Like that's where the top 2 return 2, maybe. And most of them were just 1. So there you go.
Now, the interesting thing about this, and again, it's one spot, one list, CBS Sports. Philly has 5 of the all NFC East on offense, 3 on defense, and 1 special team. So
I
that's
assume we only have Zach Martin.
Zach Martin was the only offensive line player. And
How
then
many does Philly have?
they had 3 on the
Yikes.
offensive line. So if there's a discernible advantage anywhere, it's at offensive line, which given some of the conversations we have, I don't feel like it's like that surprising.
Yeah.
But for the Cowboys, they had 4 players total on offense, 4 on defense, and 2 on special teams. So
That's solid.
you have 10 and the Eagles have 9. Now, I realize the advantage came to you on special teams, but if you just go offense and defense, Philly has 8, Dallas has 8. So as much as we've talked about, I think the perception is a lot of people think that the Eagles roster is better, maybe a lot better than the Cowboys. And the only thing that puts it up for contention is the Cowboys at quarterback. But
Right.
looking at
where
this,
we dominate this
exactly.
division.
But looking at this list, I started to think we have some discernible advantages on defense, and maybe their rosters are closer than we thought. And if that's the case, I'll take the Cowboys all day because of the quarterback thing that you referenced.
Yeah, it's interesting when we do this. I think the Cowboys are going 7-10. But when you look at it this way, I think defense, we're a little better, not a lot. I think offensively, they're somewhat a lot better besides the quarterback, where we're a lot better. And I say we, the Cowboys. I need to stop saying that. The Cowboys are a lot better at quarterback. I think a lot worse everywhere else offensively. The Cowboys, I think, are a little bit better defensively than the Eagles, but both have good defenses. But I think we're a little bit better.
There are 3 phases of the game, Kevin.
Yes.
So you just don't forget that, like, if you could score points in the special teams, that's amazing.
How many games do we talk about if a
Plenty.
team scores a non-offensive touchdown?
Yeah.
Like, that's going to be the tip. And sometimes those are special teams.
By the way, Carlos Watkins has re-signed to the practice squad. Also,
Yes!
Will Greer and Cooper Rush are re-signing to the practice squad.
Yes!
And I saw another name, but I'll have to wait on that.
Okay, the interesting thing about those two then, I'm really glad that you brought that up, is the interesting thing about that is something that I heard Broadus talking about with us is, do you think that means then that they will try yo-yoing those players
Absolutely.
up and down from the practice squad to active day roster? If they have 2?
I don't think they're worried about either one getting picked up. If they do, they don't care.
It would appear that's right.
Yeah, but more than anything, I don't think that they have a deciding factor between the two yet. Like, still, I think they're just like, we don't know.
I am surprised Carlos Watkins didn't get picked up by any team. I thought that somebody would say, gosh, out of our 10 defensive linemen or 8 defensive linemen, he could be our 8th or 9th guy.
Yeah, no, I agree with you. I'm surprised about that too. That he could have been. He had an interception for a touchdown against the Saints, so I don't forget about that.
Is our Vasher guy going to be on our practice squad?
I don't know, man. I don't think so. I think as early as he was cut, they might see you later.
I was excited. I was excited about one of our predictions, not the other one, is predictions of at least 2 undrafted rookie free agents make the team. 4 made the team. And unfortunately, the flip side was there will be a major injury, and clearly y'all dealt with that.
I just want y'all to know that Gavin Dawson has tweeted out, really enjoying Mike and Hagee's enthusiasm for Turpin today on KNC.
Yeah! He knows what's
Y'all
up.
tried to kill him about it last week or earlier in the week.
Hey, this was just all shocking to me that I missed this argument. We're the KNC masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan. Coming up next, it's baseball time in Texas, so let's talk with Jared Sandler next right here on the Fan.
Coming up Thursday.
On 105 Through the Fan is brought to you by AutoFlex Leasing.
K&C Masterpiece right here on 105 Through the Fan. It's baseball time in Texas coming up next, so let's talk with Jared Sandler. Good afternoon, sir.
Hey, what's going on?
Jared.
Hi, Jared.
Can I just thank Jared for something? Your patience is tremendous. I was listening to the post game on Sunday, and you were talking about how stoked you were for the lineup, but then also said numerous times how pitching is still an issue and we still have to invest in that. And then one of the callers I heard was like, you could be excited about the lineup all you like. It's pitching. We need to fix the pitching. And I was like, man, I really feel like Jared just covered that. So well done for not yelling at that person.
I appreciate it. I give long-winded answers because I try to avoid situations like that, but I've learned over the years that people hear what they want to hear and they don't hear the things that don't help their argument sometimes. So I guess that's just the way it is.
Jared, what's the percentage that Martin Perez is a Ranger in 2023?
62.8.
So,
oh, wow.
That's obviously more than 50-50, so that's good, right?
I mean, yeah, I think, the Rangers have a number and they aren't going to go over that number. They probably realize that, Martin Perez is a good guy to have in your rotation, but he's having a career year, and you never want to pay for a career year that in all sports can sometimes lead you down the wrong path. So they've got a number, and if Martin Perez is willing to play at that number, I don't know what it is, then I think they'd love to have him back. But my guess is that Martin Perez, as is the case with any negotiation, that number's probably going to start above what the Rangers are comfortable doing, and it will be a little bit of a game of chicken. But Martin wants to be here, and the Rangers want him back, but that doesn't mean they're just going to write a blank check.
So Jonah Heim had a great first half, borderline all-star, didn't make it, but had in the American League a good first half for a catcher. The month of August didn't go very well for Jonah Heim. Where do you sit with Jonah Heim and his future as a Texas Ranger?
Yeah, I still really like Jonah. I think some of it is fatigue. He's never caught this many games, certainly not at the major league level. And I just think it's a product in talking to people in the building of a guy sort of running out of gas a little bit. That doesn't necessarily mean he's going to continue this way over the final month. I certainly hope he's able to get a jolt of energy here over the final stretch. But, I still feel good about it. I think he's taken a step forward offensively. Remember, this is a guy last year had a sub-600 OPS. So, he's taken a step forward offensively. And, I don't know that the Rangers are trying to build a lineup around Jonah Heim, but, I think, the Rangers hope to have a lineup where Jonah Heim's hitting 8th or 9th for you. And, if he's giving you this type of production, you're probably pretty happy about it, especially with, what he brings the team defensively.
Jared, I waited through that answer to ask this question. Do you agree that the Rangers need to fix the pitching? Do you agree to that?
I think their pitching is perfully acceptable as it is. No.
I'm going to use that clip out of context and be like, that's not what Jared said.
Actually, seriously, I have a question about Nathaniel Lowe. Can we enjoy what he's doing right now without stressing about what to do with him later? Or there seems to be this what are you going to do with this guy?
Can I just apologize to both of you guys ahead of time, because one of my questions was going to be about Nathaniel Lowe in 2023 and beyond. So I think Corey's question is more relevant.
Well, I think both. You can do both, right? You can fan however you want. I do think that people should definitely appreciate what he's doing here. I mean, he. I don't know. Hopefully he has a good game today, and maybe he ends up winning August Player of the Month. It's kind of between Nathaniel Lowe and Alex Bregman, it seems. But you can definitely appreciate it. But I just think with where this team is, so much of the focus is still on next year and the future, and how to get this team where the Astros are, which is playing baseball on August 31st, getting ready for the postseason, as opposed to having these types of conversations. So I understand why fans are doing this. And then to answer Kevin's question, the Rangers are in a great position with Nathaniel Lowe because he's got 4 years of control after this year, which means that they don't have to do anything. They have the leverage. If they want to keep him, then they keep him. If they want to, move him in the right deal, then they can do that. And he's got value because of, A, his production this year, and B, the amount of control he has. And I'd say, as a little caveat, that value is increased by the fact he's a lefty who can hit lefties. I mean, that's valuable right now in Major League Baseball. But I don't think the Rangers are in a position where they feel obligated to commit one way or the other. I think they'd be pumped if Nathaniel Lowe was in their lineup next year. But if he's not, that probably means they acquired a pitcher who is, hopefully going to help address this rotation. And Nathaniel Lowe just had to be a part of the deal to help you get that level of pitcher. The Rangers have a number of guys who I think over the next 2 to 3 to 4 years could potentially be candidates at first base, and Nathaniel Lowe is one of those guys, but it doesn't necessarily mean that he is the end-all, be-all, just because this organization right now is in a position where they are going to do whatever they need to do to improve the Major League team. Nathaniel Lowe, if he gets moved, it's not going to be for prospects. Any deal they make is going to be about helping the Major League team, and I don't know that there's anyone who's necessarily untouchable outside of their middle infielders.
When it comes to tomorrow, Rangers get to add 2 new players to the team. Who are those 2 players?
Well, I know Josh Young is going to be one of them.
Yes!
I don't know. I don't know if it's going to be tomorrow, though. They don't have to make that determination right away tomorrow. And then, I'm sure you're going to see just a pitcher, not necessarily a Cole Winn type pitcher, but just one of the guys who's already been up who can provide a little, could be John King, just someone who's going to provide a little length or a little support in the staff. But I do think we're going to see Josh Young. It might be tomorrow, but if it's not tomorrow, I imagine it will be relatively soon.
You mentioned Cole Winn. Is there any chance, because these are kind of free games to just see what the future could look like? I know he didn't have a good AAA year, and I know there's a month left. Do you think they give Cole Winn a couple starts this year?
I don't think so. They really do want to reward production and performance, and he's got an ERA over 6, and so I just don't know if the 40-man roster stuff wouldn't get in the way because he's got to be added anyway. So that would work in his favor, but I don't get the sense that he's the guy, the pitcher they're gonna call up.
If you're just a general baseball fan, you would buy tickets to that last series of the season, right? To see what Aaron Judge does.
I don't know how much time we have left. I'll try to be quick.
Like 30 seconds.
Okay.
All the time.
I think it's really unfortunate that there is not more attention paid to what Aaron Judge is doing this year. That's all. I mean, without elaborating anymore, it's incredibly special, and I wish that there were more sports fans in tune with what was going on.
Man, thank you very much, Jared. Appreciate you more
guys.
than we do Wolchuk, as always.
I love Wolchuk.
Love you guys.
Oh, I can love him too. I just love Jared more.
Baby Dolls loves them.
I love them equally.
All right. So Rangers, Astros coming up next. 105 first pitch, 12:30 pregame right here on The Fan. Make your way back with us tomorrow. Hooray! Whole show, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. K&C Masterpiece right here on 105 through The Fan.
RJ Choppy here from my good friends over at K.